All right, it's a Thursday. We look ahead to football. Thursday touchdown.
Yeah, we're in such a crazy world right now. We're making room for football. I mean, seriously,
it's
what a
crazy.
bizarro world. All right, Michigan and Michigan State both have a bye this coming Saturday. Is it something or nothing that neither of the local big boys are playing this weekend?
I don't think it's anything. It's I know Greg just did the air quotes, big boys. I don't know that we can classify them as big boys in the state.
Do we talk about the MAC?
No, we don't.
Only when he brings it up.
I say the disrespected CMU homecoming this weekend. What do you mean we got
I
no
went to
local
Eastern. I can do it.
CMU
I can say it.
homecoming this
Playing Ohio,
weekend.
John. Big game.
All right, so when you put it like that, yes, okay, they are still the big boys. It's nothing. It just provides. It's all the Lions fans that didn't get a chance to get their cider and donuts last Sunday, that are also Spartans or Wolverines fans, can now do it on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't think this is a big deal because, one, we could have a Game 5 in baseball. Maybe not. And we have an epic slate of college games otherwise. It's not like you're going to go without big-time college matchups.
Yeah.
It's Red River. It's Oregon, Ohio State. It's LSU, Ole Miss. It's Penn State, USC. There's plenty of great college games.
Yeah.
I just think they need to work this out somehow in scheduling where they don't share the same bye. That's my point. I guess I'm being nitpicky about something. I got that look from John.
Yeah, it's
John's going to enjoy the bye week.
Yeah, it's the eye roll.
Think
Yes.
Michigan will find a passing game in the bye week?
I don't know. When's the transfer portal open?
Not during the season, I don't think. Maybe they can get a Tiger pitcher. You think they'd be better?
Yeah. Well, I
Holton
think,
or
is Sharon actually going with the AJ Hinch model, like undecided
yeah, that'd be great. Like every series, it's somebody different. Like he just goes uses all of them.
matchups?
All right, number one, Texas plays Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl this Saturday, then hosts Georgia next week. If Texas wins both these games, will they go undefeated in the regular season?
Yes. Duh. If they win the two toughest games on their schedule, then they'll go undefeated. They'll be the best team in college football.
Doesn't mean they'll win every game. We see that last week.
Not so fast, my friend.
Yeah,
Where do they have to go? They have to go.
To
no
Vandy?
one just walks
stop.
into Vandy
here he
and gets
goes.
a win.
The year of the
no
impossible.
One just walks into Arkansas and gets a win. And Kentucky, we saw what they did to Georgia. They get them home, but then it's Texas A&M at the end. It's likely.
There are traps on their schedule.
Yeah, it's likely that they go undefeated, but it's also 51 that they go undefeated, 49 that they take a loss at some point because they also play Florida. They host Florida, but Florida is playing better. The traps that are set for every single team, we've already seen Alabama, Georgia do this. We've seen it in the Big Ten. It'll be interesting to see what happens this week, but the traps are there.
No respect for A&M from Costa either, who is in the Grey Palm College Football Playoff right now.
They weren't in Costa Palm, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I mean, is this the year Vandy makes the playoff? I mean, the Tigers?
I think they sprung Vandy sprung the upset once. Hard to believe it's going to happen twice
They
in the
beat
same
Vatech.
season.
Just saying.
It's hard to believe the Tigers would be in the catbird seat for the ALDS.
All right, number 2, Ohio State travels to Eugene to take on number 3, Oregon on Saturday night. The Buckeyes have the number 1 defense in the country, allowing just under a touchdown per game, 34 points total, while the Ducks have the 10th best defense. Are we in for a defensive struggle on Saturday night?
I do believe we are. It's going to be a lot of fun. And, yeah, the Ohio State defense is number 1 in the country, but they've also played against Akron, Western Michigan, Marshall, Michigan State, and Iowa. And so there's nothing of those teams where it looks to me like, oh, we can really judge their defense off of this. It's like trying to judge Michigan last year at the start of their schedule. It's really hard to do. Now they're going to play a good team. But here's the other thing. I don't think Will Howard for Ohio State, and I don't think Dylan Gabriel, while they may be good, and I say maybe, I don't think they're great. So when you play against really good defenses, yeah, something's got to give, and I think it's the offense.
Yeah, I think sneaky defensive game. The total's 52.5. Same read as you, John. Neither quarterback's elite.
Right.
There's some throws Gabriel can't make. I'm not a Will Howard guy either. I think both D lines have the edge over both offensive lines. Yeah, I think it could be a tight, low-scoring game.
All right, Robert Saleh was fired on Tuesday, Aaron Rodgers' slimy hands are all over this. And in my opinion, he's gone from D-bag to a-hole. I know what he said yesterday. I don't believe it for a second. This guy's a liar. He's a loser. And he's ruining a franchise that was already dysfunctional. And I don't know why they would trust Aaron Rodgers over a guy who's a good coach, okay?
Can you ruin the Jets?
I think he can ruin them more, and I think he has.
I have a question. Can you give me the scale? You said upgraded from, it was a D-bag to a-hole. What's the
I'm not quite
level?
sure I can say that on the radio.
Okay.
I can barely say what I said, and I wasn't really comfortable saying it, but
Okay.
for one person and the most hated athlete in the world right now, Aaron Rodgers, say it. All right, is Saleh better off out of New York, and should he be considered a head coaching candidate without going through the coordinator route again? Can he be hired as a head coach next year?
Okay, let's just start here. Aaron Rodgers had to have had a say, if not the say, even if he wants to deny it. Everybody feels bad when you lose a job, but this could be a blessing for Robert Saleh. He wakes up with millions guaranteed. He's not in a circus anymore. I do think he'll have to be a coordinator before he's a head coach.
I think he'll be a coordinator as well, and he's going to be well compensated. $5 million this year, reportedly, another $5 million next year, and I think everybody's better off out of New York, and I just think it's the worst job in the NFL. Carolina, Jacksonville.
Carolina's probably the worst.
I don't know. But having said that, they can still win some games this year. Just telling you, just don't write them off.
I just gave you the look you give me when I say ridiculous things.
But I say win some games.
Is this just because the Tigers are doing something that anything's possible right now?
Anything's possible. That they've opened my mind.
The one thing that's not
possible
is that team getting this right this year. It's going to go down in flames. All right. The Lions' biggest road win under Dan Campbell is probably the game at Kansas City last year. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Maybe Green Bay the year before you could make an argument for
sure.
But I think easily KC. If the Lions win at Dallas on Sunday, will this become Dan Campbell's biggest road win?
No, because I expect him to win. I mean, I expected him to win at Kansas City, but I think I was of the minority in that. And I think that one right now is the biggest road win. It's the defending Super Bowl champs. And Patrick Mahomes, we knew all of the stats at the time. Never throws a pick in the opening game. Never loses the opener, especially at home. And the Lions went in there and took one.
Who the hell are the Cowboys for this to be Dan Campbell's biggest road win? It's clearly Kansas City.
There's some drama because of what happened last year.
Exactly.
Okay, you could say there's a storyline, but
and
to
an
say
NFC separation game.
I don't think it's close.
You win and Dallas is 3-3. They're in turmoil. They're going to be ripping each other apart. That's Dan's best win on the road?
If you win this game, you take control of the North next week by winning at Minnesota. You lose this game.
It's important.
Yeah, we're not going to underestimate the value of the win.
They wasted the Kansas City win last year when they lost to Seattle the next week.
Oh, okay. Well, they waste the Rams win when they lost to Tampa this year?
I actually think they did a little bit.
Well.
That's why we're sitting in the problem, which they should be 4-0 right now. They should have won that game. All right. Who's watching Thursday Night Football tonight over the Tigers and Red Wings? Anybody? Seriously, if they are out there, text us, please. They do host the 49ers tonight, Seahawks. The NFC West is a mess right now. Seattle still leads at 3-2, but they lost to the Giants last week. Yuck. The 49ers are probably still the easy answer on this. They're 0-2 in the division. Who ends up winning this division?
I'll go Cardinals. Why not? It should be the Niners, but why not? I'll go Cardinals.
So I think, first of all, the Tigers game is going to be done by the time this one kicks off.
Oh.
Huh?
8:15? That's a quick baseball game. Perfect game tonight, John?
Possibly. So it'll be close. But as soon as it's done, I will switch to the Thursday night game. Sorry, Jim. Car flag's not flying yet. They'll be on the second screen, so to speak. Sorry, it's how I'm going to watch sports tonight. But
look at Smarmy Cost over there throwing strays at Ken Daniels on opening night.
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Don't point at me.
Sorry,
it's the next question.
The line? Yeah.
All right, I still think the Rams are in play, by the way, because they're surviving Kupp and Nakua. They're only a couple games back. They could still get into this. They did beat the 49ers. I got another eye roll from John.
Yeah. Well, as long as Matthew's not beat up.
All right. Going for 2 this week, and this one's wild. This is why we have the 2-point conversion in a Thursday touchdown. All right. The Tigers made it into the Thursday touchdown. Would you make this deal? The Tigers go on to win the World Series, but it means the Lions lose Jared Goff to a torn Achilles against the Cowboys. Hendon Hooker is awful. The Lions go 5-12. They end up with the 5th pick, and Quinn Ewers, Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Will Johnson go in the top 4 picks. And then add on to that, the Red Wings finish with the worst record in hockey. Steve Yzerman gets fired.
There's a lot going on there. No, I don't take it. I want to win them both, so I'll take my chances without making the deal that the Tigers can win it, that the Lions can win it, and I would never wish an Achilles on anyone. I went through that one.
I'm guaranteeing a championship here, but I'm putting bad things.
Both.
You could be greedy. You should be greedy. Plus, we know a Super Bowl is the most important thing for this city. I would not take that off the table.
Oh, especially if you're putting Quinn Ewers and Shedeur Sanders on the line. Who cares? I don't want either of those guys.
They would be the QBs. I'm hinting that they would need a QB because Jared Goff is, got that.
It's going to slow him down.
He'd be hurt next season.
Achilles could be multi-year deal.
He can't move out of the pocket. He's just stuck.
No, we want to keep the Lions. Keep the Lions in the fight and trust that the Tigers keep defying all logic and keep winning. That's the Thursday touchdown. It's 97-1.
Hey, this year FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares, and this is something I think is super fun. It's the same Super Bowl Squares game that you've always known, only way better. That's because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself, and you can pick as many as you like, and you'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. There's so much that sounds fun about that. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and bet on the Squares. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can get $5. You bet $5, you're going to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. You must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vierling leaves his feet. Tigers get some good plays on defense, win 3-0, have shut out the Guardians for 20 consecutive innings, and are now one win away from the ALCS. Good morning. It's 97.1. Jim Costa with John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, Greg behind the glass. We got 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25 this morning, and a lot of Tiger baseball to talk. The environment, if you were down there, if you're going tonight, and then the baseball of it all, John. It was A.J. Hinch taking Stephen Vogt and putting him in a headlock and giving him a noogie for 2+ hours.
Yeah.
I mean, he schooled him.
Go noogie or go wedgie.
Wedgie, swirly.
Yeah.
However you want to describe it. What I watched is Stephen Vogt panic, empty out his bench early in the game, and then A.J. Hinch just went righty, lefty, righty, lefty, righty, lefty.
Yeah.
Set the entire thing up in motion, kicked his feet up, and it's kind of fun to watch when you know what A.J.'s doing because you're thinking a step ahead or you're trying to keep up with where he's going. It's a more active way of watching the baseball game. And he was 2-3 steps ahead of them the entire time.
It was a comfortable win.
Yeah.
I never really felt watching that game that the Tigers were in any peril of losing it. And there was a level of comfort. Obviously, you score in the first inning and you're like, oh, it's a race to 1. All right, we got the first one. And then it's, I was surprised at the end, having watched it, to see that the Tigers only had 5 hits because it felt like they were always putting pressure on the Guardians. And I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
But it just felt very comfortable. When they got done with that game, it was like I was strangely comfortable for a postseason win.
For a low-scoring, low-hit
Yeah.
win. But you're right. I think it's this element of pressure. So we talked about it. It's all on Cleveland. They're coming to Detroit. They get down early. Their manager's scrambling. They're putting more pressure on themselves, really, than even AJ was applying to them. And you just let them spiral. And you just kind of stay in control. They were in control of that game. Maybe that's why it didn't feel like...
How much of it was the hangover of the Kerry Carpenter? We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
About him ripping the heart out of that team. And maybe we overstated it slightly, but you sent them reeling. And then their manager is playing catch up all day, trying to gamble on things early that cost him late.
Yeah, early in the game, they had Brennan was in the lineup. He didn't even hit. They got him out of the game for Noel. Well, here's the problem. Noel's
Big Christmas.
Big Christmas.
By the way, that's a great nickname.
Maybe the best nickname in baseball.
Yeah.
But now here's the problem. You've done the lefty-righty switch. You got a right-handed bat now locked into the lineup the rest of the way. Same thing with Fry. They use Fry with the third inning.
Yeah.
You got another right-handed bat in for a lefty. Guess what? You're locked into a righty-heavy lineup now, and AJ is going to make sure he uses Brisky against your righties, Vest against your righties. Even when they had a chance, they threatened. They had a couple opportunities. AJ had the right pitcher for the right situation.
You know, the thing on Brennan, I was listening to Dan, and you could even tell Dan was like, wow, this is what AJ's doing to him. And I got to tell you guys, I don't ever remember a batter in the starting lineup not making a plate appearance without injury.
Yeah.
Like that, I don't remember that ever happening in my life. I don't know if that's something that can be looked up.
It was
be awfully
absurd.
hard to look up. I think
I'm sure
something obscure like that.
Yeah, the Elias Sports Bureau would.
You know,
probably have the
you
answer
could
for
find
you.
guys that had, that's why I said plate appearance, not, you get walked, it's not in that bat.
Right,
all
yeah.
those weeds that you get into. But it's just, it was like Volk was in his palm.
Yeah.
Hey, guy, all right, you're going to move like this. Or somebody used the word puppet earlier.
Yeah, I think it was Falar.
Yeah, AJ. We've used that analogy for AJ
Pulling
for
the
weeks
strings.
now. He's
Yeah.
he's the ultimate puppet master right now, pulling the strings for his own guys, but also getting his opponents to pull all the wrong strings.
Yeah. No, and causing some panic on the other side. We've got the Tigers tonight. We got the Wings tonight. Adam in Gibraltar, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, me and my buddies, we're heading down to the Wings game tonight, but we're going to go to Harry's Bar to watch the game at 6. This will be my, 4th or 5th straight Wings home opener. Try to make it a tradition. Just so happens it falls on the game that we can clinch for the first time in 11 years. It's ALCS. And I'm going to tell you, if they do clinch today, it's going to be a rowdy scene downtown tonight. I can just imagine being at the Wings game and all of a sudden Torkelson or Kerry Carpenter hits a walk-off home run. the LCA crowd is going to go nuts when they put it on the scoreboard. But I'm just kind of curious what they're going to do with the ALCS roster if we do make it there. I don't know if he's going to have Casey Mize on the roster. I would expect he will have another starter on the roster. But I'm just kind of curious. I was kind of thinking this morning. I was like, there's no way A.J. Hinch would pitch Skubal 3 or 4 times in the ALCS, start a game, and then go like 2 or 3 innings another couple games. Kind of like a Madison Bumgarner kind of like type World Series 2015.
Well, that was one for the ages. He threw like nearly 60 innings in that playoff. I think it was like 57 innings. Yeah. I think as you get deeper,
use them like that.
Yeah, and we asked Tarek yesterday. He goes, I want to pitch whenever they need me, but he did acknowledge you lose some effectiveness if you're not throwing on regular rest. That's why tonight's so important. If they win tonight, Skubal can pitch game 1 of the ALCS, which in theory...
not just regular rest, but extra rest.
Extra rest. And then in theory, I haven't looked at the full schedule, he would then pitch game 4 or 5, right, on normal rest. And if necessary in a game 7, it's go to the World Series, he'd come out of the pen and help him out.
Referencing Bumgarner, he's got a save in Game 7. He pitched multiple innings in Kansas City to win that series.
Yeah, to win the whole thing.
He started 1-5. He was the winner. He got the save in Game 7. And I remember watching that. He was filthy that night.
To answer the question, in a 7-game series, I do think Skubal could pitch 3. I don't think 4. 3 times in a 7-game series.
Yeah, he's not going to pitch 4 times.
But it's important that he pitches game 1 to set that up, so you got to win today to keep the train on the tracks.
Right, just like at the end of the year. You had to win to make sure that you didn't have to pitch him the last game of the season. And it has set them up for the best rotation possible in the postseason. Because, and here, I like doing this, where you look up the scores and it tells you who the starters are. And the Guardians, obviously, they're going to go with Tanner Bybee. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, the Tigers... undecided.
Today, you'd assume...
got the undecided jersey.
Who pitches today, John? Olsen at some point, whether he starts the game or he's a bulk reliever. Reese Olsen will pitch.
Yeah. If I'm AJ, I pull the boss move and go with Montero again. He only had, 6 pitches?
6 pitches.
So why not just stay? Let's dial it back up. Let's do it again.
Well, it was the brilliance of AJ, right? He uses Montero for 6 pitches. They set their entire lineup thinking Montero would go a couple innings. Instead, a lefty's in immediately, and then Vogt's scrambling and panicking, and where's my lineup card? It was a masterclass by AJ Hinch. Open lines on the Tigers, that environment, the game, whatever you want to talk about with this baseball team. We got 2 Grand Slam at 725. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. 2 straight shutouts, handing Cleveland 20 goose eggs in a row, and now the Tigers can punch their ticket to the next round if they can do it one more time. The final line for the bullpen day yesterday in a 3-0 win, 9 innings, 6 hits, no runs, 2 walks, and 6 strikeouts. 71% of their pitches for strikes. It was the first win at Comerica Park in a playoff game since the 2013 squad who made the ALCS with players like Andy Dirks, Johnny Peralta, and Prince Fielder. Game 4 is a 6 o'clock start tonight downtown. 2 hours after that start, the Red Wings will face off with the Penguins in their first regular season game at LCA. Defenseman Simon Edvinsson says they are good to go. Yeah, they went 3-2-2 in the preseason, including a split with Pittsburgh, who they'll play tonight. Ville Husso will be in net. Dan Campbell says he's excited for his veteran wide receiver depth going forward this season, heavily complimenting both Tim Patrick and Allen Robinson during practice. Patrick had 2 long catches during their Monday night win over Seattle. Coach says we'll likely see Robinson more as the season goes on. And down near Tampa, Hurricane Milton doing major damage to Tropicana Field, the home of the Rays, tearing off huge portions of the dome's roof. It is now in tatters. While battering the coast of Florida, the building was set up as a storm shelter for up to 10,000 people in St. Pete. Those inside were not hurt, but the aging arena was originally opened in 1990, due to be replaced in 2028. It currently does not have a roof. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We will have Red Wing tickets to give away today, 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock hour. Your chance to win tickets to the Red Wing opener, which was pushed back to account for the Tiger game at 6 o'clock. I don't know if you've heard, John, but they can clinch a spot in the ALCS if they win tonight.
Oh, is that the playoffs are on right now? That's today?
Yes. The entire city is on fire right now. 44,000, a Comerica playoff record at yesterday's game. That was a game that started at 3. I imagine with a chance to clinch, they can sardine a few more people in there, and people are going to be going bonkers. I thought as that game went on, the towels really start going.
Yeah.
8 innings, 9th inning, everybody on their feet, counting down the outs. Like, we are seeing in real time a baseball city wake up. It's always been a great baseball city. They haven't had much to celebrate. Everybody's wide awake watching this baseball team. And leaving felt surreal to me because it didn't feel like we should be here yet. Like, in the development of this team, this kind of came out of nowhere. And I'm walking around going, is this really happening right now?
Just think about the last 6 months downtown. From the draft, and I know there's other things that have happened that have been great down there, but the draft, the win against the Rams to start the NFL season, the expectations that the Lions have, Monday Night Football against the Seahawks, getting a win there, and clinching a playoff spot at home, and now you get the first home playoff game in 10 years. You set a postseason record for attendance. If that happens tonight and it happens downtown, I know not everybody is going to go from Comerica to the LCA, but it is going to be bonkers downtown. It is going to be one of the great nights in the city of Detroit.
It's a long time coming. We waited a long time to get this back. All these teams rolling again. We wasn't that long ago, John. All 4 teams were bad at the same time.
And how about the fact that the Tigers are doing it all right? With the drone show and the party that was going on Monday night, to the block party, to obviously the game which matters most. The Tigers are knocking this out of the park.
Capitalize on the moment. Let's get to the phone. Zach in Lansing, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to say, obviously really excited about the Tigers, and we'll be watching that tonight. But also really pumped about the Red Wings. I've had, quite a bit of years, as one of the previous callers said, going to the home openers. Then obviously, wife and kids kind of derailed that a little bit, which is fine. But I did go, pretty much every year in high school to the home opener. Did meet Gordie Howe one year to get his autograph. That was really awesome, really special. Still have that framed. I did want to say, though, about the Tigers as well. I'm really feeling it. I'm happy with all the, the energy they've got going into this postseason. To make them better next year, and I'll let you guys comment on this after I ask the question, It's clear they don't need Baez, but what would you think, or how do you think they get that contract potentially moved? Because he's obviously not needed. They've been great and on fire without him. What do you think are steps they need to take to be even better for next year? Thanks, guys.
Buy him out. Spend some money, buy him out.
Yeah, I don't know if Zach wanted like a detailed, nuanced financial
Excel
I don't have breakdown.
The spreadsheet in front of me, but yeah, buy him out.
Because
and however they do it, I don't care. However they come to that agreement with Javi Baez. And listening to the stories of Javi Baez coming back into the clubhouse, and he may be a great teammate, a great friend, a great guy to have around. So was Miggy in the last year of his career, in his entire career, but he's just not productive, and you need to move on. You're a better team without him.
He will get paid either way. That's the way Major League Baseball contracts work. He will get paid the remainder of his contract, whether he plays or not. So the decision that Chris Ilitch and Scott Harris have to make is, if he's getting paid either way, what's best for the baseball team? And what's best for the baseball team is that he does not occupy a roster spot, that someone else plays shortstop. And Trey Sweeney's done a good job at the end of the season. Yeah. Trey Sweeney, it's interesting. You look at all the guys that have contributed to this, like Parker Meadows, Trey Sweeney, Jake Rogers, I don't think gets enough love, catching all these different bullpen arms and having a game plan. He's got to think the game as much as AJ does and execute it out there. I don't think Jake gets enough credit. There are so many guys that have helped make this happen.
Yeah. And
it's guys who are the antithesis of Javi Baez. It's guys doing the little things, trying to work the count, work the strike zone. It's underpaid guys who were in their first couple years, rookies in baseball, not guys who bloated $25 million a year contracts. John, if you had to assign a player, because we say AJ gets the most credit, which player is most responsible for all this?
I think the obvious one's Tarek Skubal, simply because he anchors that pitching staff. When we talk to John Morosi, you can't do what the Tigers are doing unless you have at least one starting pitcher. But you don't have just one starting pitcher. You have the one starting pitcher that is the best in Major League Baseball. He is the ace. He is the guy that, that when he goes to the mound, whether it's, in Houston, it's in Cleveland, it's at the end of the season, he is the guy that you can count on for scoreless innings and a win.
I think Skubal is the answer here when you just totally break it down, because he is an anchor, a reliable anchor, and I think you have to go to the second guy after that, beyond Skubal, and to me it's Meadows, and it's hands down their record with him in the lineup versus when he's not.
You want it?
And
I
it's
have it in front of me.
Go ahead.
58-29 when Parker Meadows plays.
That's crazy. That's 667 baseball, roughly. Doing the math on
and that
top
even
of my,
goes back to the beginning of the year when he was hitting under 100.
His hitting almost is irrelevant here to a degree. It has been important that it's gotten at least to where he belongs in the majors. Then that's all it really is. And man, I'll tell you what, if he can take one more step offensively, this guy is gonna he's
stud.
Then he's a stud leadoff man.
Yeah.
He hasn't solidified that yet, and that's why he moves down. But I got to tell you guys, we've always talked about the turning point on this season, and I do think the belief and the buy-in happened in the Little League Classic. I do think things started happening before that, and I'll go back to the Meadows catch in Seattle. It was August 7th. It was a few days before they got on this hot streak from August 10th on. But that was a 3-2 ball game, and Seattle had a guy on base. This was highway robbery. This was easily a home run. It was his best catch. It may be the catch of the season in baseball. That's how good it was. And if he doesn't make that catch, they probably lose that game. And I know it's just one game, but I think he had only been back a couple days from his July injury when that happened. And I don't know, for some reason, everybody just has those things that stick in their heads when a team starts making a run like that.
You think he sparked him?
His joy and the way he ran off the field with his competitive spirit, I don't know. There was just something about that moment for me that was the launching point. And then I think the belief came in Williamsport.
Yeah, you start to see the fruits of some of that labor, right? That these guys hadn't quit. They got rewarded. They beat the Yankees 2 out of 3, walk-off winner. And Parker Meadows, by the way, the guy that delivers the walk-off hit. There's a great case for him. I also think you mentioned the energy. He talked about getting chills on that Friday night that they clinched. He talked about the environment last night. He really is basking in this and soaking this all in and feeding off of the success. He's creating that, and then he's the leadoff hitter, right? Set everything in motion.
How about your number 8 hitter? Can he be the guy that you look to and say, is he the guy that's turned this all around? And that's Jake Rogers.
Sure. Clutch in the playoffs. But he is the guy that has caught every Skubal start. He is also the guy that was out there yesterday catching 7, 8 pitchers.
Yeah, and he's the anchor for the pitchers out there. And I think guiding this bullpen thing that they've done on the fly, this experiment, he's got to get a ton of credit. And he also sparked the comeback in Cleveland.
Okay, just one method of judging this would be WAR, Baseball Reference WAR. Skubal is obviously the number 1 WAR player on the Tigers, followed by Riley Green, who was also an all-star this season, although hadn't done much in the playoffs until yesterday. The number 3 player on WAR on this team, Tyler Holton. That says everything. It's like a lefty super reliever who will throw the first inning one day, the 8th inning the next day. He got the save in the playoff game. Followed by Vierling, then Jack Flaherty, who's no longer on the team, Parker Meadows, Kerry Carpenter, Will Vest. It's a collection of dudes. It's hard to single out one. 248-539-9797. 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. It's 97-1. It's been a decade since we had October like this in Detroit. And Moran Chevrolet, they're knocking it out of the ballpark, too, with some sweet deals. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 Silverado 4-wheel drive LT crew cab for just $239 a month. The deal's for 24 months, $999 down. We're talking Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has shipments arriving daily. They're going to have what you're looking for. Maybe it's a Silverado, maybe it's something else. The bottom line is when you show up, you're not going to have to leave because they don't have something for you to test drive. Score your best deal. You can shop online, MoranExpress.com, or check them out in person on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. minutes away from the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, what's going on in the news?
Well, we've got to talk about Milton. Hurricane Milton brought catastrophic winds and a life-threatening storm surge after slamming into Florida's west coast Wednesday night. Power areas obviously were flooded with water. It hit near Siesta Key with winds of up to 120 miles per hour. It has since downgraded to a Category 1. I think it's even off Florida now. But a series also of just horrific tornadoes swept across the state. Deaths have been confirmed in St. Lucie County, where they say 17 tornadoes hit in just 20 minutes.
It's wild watching the people talk about this and the videos coming out of Florida. It's wild.
It is. I've seen a lot of the videos about Tropicana Field. I mean, the roof just annihilated, ripped off. There's videos with like the fabric flapping in the wind. And at the time, it was being used as a shelter for hundreds of first responders. I think they were actually moved. Nobody was injured. There's no injuries reported there, but it is, I mean, we knew it was going to be powerful, but it's startling when you see those images for sure. Let's see what else I got. Oh, a northern Michigan man was arrested after he was caught swapping barcodes at a Walmart so that he didn't have to pay full price for these items. And I don't know if you guys saw his mugshot. He looks like he could be Dave Coulier's like long lost cousin, or just like it was a really rough night for Dave Coulier. Like that's what it looked like. Anyway, it was not him. I don't believe it's a cousin, but he visited a Cadillac Walmart several times between September 1st and September 10th, swapped all these barcodes before scanning them. He got more than $1,700 worth of items for less than $500. And he was caught, he was busted, he was arrested and charged with 1 count of first-degree retail fraud.
I was gonna say, there's cameras all over the self-checkouts.
Well, I mean, you're going to get caught. Like, what? Okay, you get away with it once? Okay, fine. But you keep coming back over and over and over, you're going to get busted.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Come on, man.
Why is the guy leaving with a flat screen TV, but he's only getting rung up for red delicious apples?
Yeah. Yes. A Lincoln Park man is facing charges after threatening to kill an Oakland County road worker. So back in August, this guy, 38-year-old Kenneth Oliver, he drove like over construction cones, got into a construction zone, and when the road worker witnessed that he was behind the wheel, she honked her horn and then also turned on her lights to kind of warn all of the other road members, the road crew. Well, apparently that ticked him off enough. He got out of his car, started yelling at this woman, pounding on her truck. He was charged at the time with careless driving. Well, weeks later, he allegedly threatened to beat this road worker to death. And this was all in a message sent on an Oakland County Road Commission social media account. And then he also said that he was going to shoot the victim and her family. And he ended his message by saying, "I got weapons." Yeah, so he was arrested and charged with malicious use of a telecommunications device.
As you should.
Oh my goodness. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are not engaged despite Troy Aikman's claim. So on ESPN's Monday Night Football, the game between the Chiefs and the Saints, Aikman referred to Swift as Kelce's wife. The missus, I think it was his
Yes, he said the missus.
Terminology.
And then Joe Buck immediately tried to say, hey, my daughters have told me, be very careful. I know you think you're funny, Dad. Don't make any jokes.
Well, then he kind of doubled down on his claim later on this podcast, and he said that he was told by some source that the two were very likely engaged. So he said, no, I got... My sources say, well, another source close to the couple says, hey, this is fake news. Stop spreading these rumors. They're not engaged.
News.
Yeah, it's not true. They're not engaged. They are still happily dating, but the source kind of said, hey, just a couple of weeks ago, you were saying the two were broken up when she didn't show up at a Chiefs game. And now they're engaged and getting married. So they just said, slow down. They're just still dating.
Yeah.
Yes. Tigers fans, man, we knew they would, but they showed up yesterday. The Tigers announced that there was 44,885 people at Comerica Park, which is the largest attendance for a post game at Comerica Park in its history. So pretty darn incredible. Could be more today. We'll see. The overall record, 45,280 fans. Let's see if we can break that. I don't know if you can.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
They got standing room.
They do.
Yeah. I mean, you could bring one more.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Right.
Right.
Let's get to the two grand slam. That's Heather with the news.
Took me a minute. Yeah, that took me a minute. You got to take your wife.
Yeah.
Kelsey's fault
She's
if we don't
gotta
break the
go.
record. Yep.
Kelsey, go.
Be a man.
She can
Be a
still go.
leader.
First of all, she's a woman and she
man.
can make her
Yes.
decisions.
Yes, she can.
She can.
I would love for her to go to the game.
Encourage her.
Yes.
Please come with me to the game.
I know you said she's not a huge baseball fan, but doesn't she want to experience
You would think so. I'll make one more
Because she
impassioned
can
plea.
do both.
Yes.
You go to the Wings game right
That's what
after.
I'm doing. Yes.
You're going to be all fired up. Got to do that. Anyway, let's give away some money, you guys. Time for the two grand slam. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly. Hopefully, our winner is going to walk away with $2,000.
Our contestant this morning, Brandon in Commerce. Brandon, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Good, man. What a time to be alive, huh?
Oh, man, it is. A sports fan in Detroit right now, it doesn't get much sweeter than this, does it?
Absolutely not.
How do you feel about your
Well,
chances?
the only thing that can make this sweeter is getting some money in the two grand slam.
There you go.
Let's do it, Brandon.
I think you got this.
How do you feel about your chances?
I feel pretty good. I've played before. It's been a long time. Last time I played, I think I got 7 or 8. So,
pressure's
yeah,
on.
I'm feeling good.
Let's do
All
it.
right, here we go. Let's
All
go,
right.
Brandon.
Brandon, your time is going to start as soon as I start reading the first question. All right, here we
do
go.
it.
Who do the Seattle Seahawks host tonight?
Pass.
The New York Jets fired this coach on Tuesday.
Robert Saleh.
Who played Rachel in the sitcom Friends?
Jennifer Aniston.
AT&T Stadium is home to this NFL team.
The Dallas Cowboys.
Tennessee lost to this SEC team in football last Saturday.
Arkansas.
This rock band had the 1993 hit Daughter.
Pass.
Who is the lead vocalist of Maroon 5?
Adam Levine.
Kingston is the capital of this country.
Jamaica.
Aaron Nola is the starting pitcher for this MLB team.
The Phillies.
Who is the current head coach of the Pittsburgh Penguins?
Ooh. Pass.
Who do the Seattle Seahawks host tonight?
Pass.
This rock band had the 1993 hit Daughter.
Hold on. Daughtry?
No.
Nope. No, that would have been Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Darn, Pearl Jam. And I'm a somewhat Pearl Jam fan, too. I should have known that.
Well, you got 7, I believe.
7 is what I had as well.
That's a great day.
It's good.
Nice. All right.
$175.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Great way to start your day. Are you going downtown tonight?
Sir. I can't, actually. I signed on to do public address tonight for my high school football game, but I'll be updating the fans for the game. So
Okay.
yeah, so we'll be good there.
All right. Sounds good.
I did
Yes,
some PA.
sir.
I still do some PA. Giving scores of like professional games or college games is a very unique thing to that. I always enjoy doing that.
You're like the hero.
Yes. I did it for the Michigan State game in 2021, the Kenneth Walker game.
So we'll give
That's
Brandon his money. We'll put him on hold.
Cool story.
Cool story.
Is that 5 touchdowns for Kenneth Walker, John? Do you remember?
Yeah. Like I said, cool story.
So I'm watching this, and they're down 30-14, and the underrated thing about that game was that State got 2 2-point conversions to tie it.
Yeah.
John hates me.
No, I don't.
They are part of our sports scene.
Yes, they
Michigan
are.
State.
Yeah. And they won that game fair and square.
They did. Let's go through this.
Okay.
John, who do the Seattle Seahawks host tonight?
That would be a must-win for the San Francisco 49ers.
The Jets fired Robert Saleh. He got that correct. Rachel, Jennifer Aniston. AT&T Stadium is the Cowboys. Tennessee lost at Arkansas. So he was rolling 4 of the first 5. He passed twice. The rock band with the 1993 hit Daughter.
Yep. Pearl
Jam.
Jam.
You already told him. Ticket texters are saying he's a fraudulent Pearl Jam fan. He should have
Yeah.
known that one.
Yes.
The lead vocalist, Maroon 5, Adam Levine. Kingston is the capital of
Jamaica.
Jamaica, man. Aaron Nola
Says Cabana Boy.
is the starting pitcher for the Phillies. If you're a baseball guy, you know that one. He's been there a while. You're still not over the Jamaica man.
I thought you were going to go with Jamaica Be Crazy.
And the last one, who is the current head coach? John, you knew this, of course. The head coach of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Everybody knows.
Yeah, sure, right. Yeah, Mike Sullivan.
Yes, Mike Sullivan. Two Grand Slam is brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Your next chance, your next chance next Tuesday, 7:25. Coming up next, we're talking more about this baseball team. Players most responsible for this turnaround. A.J. Hinch schooling Stephen Vogt, and all the conversation about the atmosphere at the ballpark. It's 97.1. Tigers aren't the only team with some magic brewing. Mets advance. Beat the Phillies. Detroit can join them in the championship series, not head-to-head, but advancing in the playoffs with a win tonight against Cleveland.
How sweet that is. And I truly expect them to today.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% expect that they're going to win today. I don't know if Tanner Bybee is going to be on the mound. It's going to be tough to get early runs, but at some point, I mean, he's not going to go 9 innings. So at some point, you just hold your position, placeholder, and you attack when the time is right.
And the Tigers have shut out Cleveland for 20 consecutive innings. So, I mean, again, even if Detroit struggles to score runs, you're going to keep it close, you're going to fight, you're going to scrap, and your manager's better than their manager.
Yeah.
Hey, remember that World Series preview back in early April, Tigers-Mets?
I do. Yeah. Well, it could be Tigers-Mets. Could be Tigers-Dodgers. Remember that right before the All-Star break? Tigers took 2 of 3.
Could be Tigers-Padres. Remember that? 1984?
Yes.
Grimace versus Chaos.
See, the Mets have a lot of these lucky
that.
charms. They have Grimace. Hachtua threw out a first pitch for them. What else did they have going? OMG, Jose Iglesias has his own music they play at the ballpark. They have all these little lucky charms they've been collecting.
Haven't heard that in a while.
Hachtua?
Yeah.
They were all mad that some of the radio hosts were mad that she threw out the first pitch. They're making a mockery of this. They've kind of had their own fun story brewing too.
Sure. I mean, they dumped a whole bunch of salary after last year. I mean, this time last year, they were a disaster. Just trying to figure out how do we recover from all of these signings.
Very different than what the Tigers are doing. The Tigers are doing this with a bunch of rookies, $18 million payroll, bulk relievers. Watching the game yesterday, and we'll open up the phones, 248-539-9797. Watching that game yesterday, what the Tigers are doing is what everybody should be doing. Not everybody can do it. There's a lot of egos and high-paid players. It weirdly works for Detroit that they can pull Kerry Carpenter, the hero of Game 2, in the middle of Game 3, and it's no big deal. They don't have these starters that they have to give the ball to. Scooble's great, but everybody else is just, hey, get 3 outs, move on. The way they've set this up is everybody's on their heels. Cleveland immediately from the jump is on their heels. AJ goes, Cater Montero, 6 pitches. Then brings in a lefty. Uh-oh. Vogt's lineup's wrong. Now he's got to switch, and he pinch hits 2 guys in the first 3 innings. Uh-oh, AJ's going back to a righty now, and you've already burned your bench. Everybody should be doing what the Tigers are doing in the playoffs. I get why you can't do it for 162. There's too many innings to survive. But what AJ's doing, he's tapped into what I think is the optimal way to manage a baseball team. Play the matchups.
And I think you mentioned something really key there. For the success of this team, it is an egoless team. A.J. Hinch, and that's where it all starts with the leadership. It is A.J. Hinch has set the tone for this team. They are following his lead. So when Cater Montero throws 6 pitches, 5 of them strikes, goes through the first inning, when he gets pulled, of course he wants to keep pitching. But then Brian Herter comes in and goes 3 1/3. And then Bo Brisky goes in, 3 strikeouts, 2 innings. It is sit him up, sit him down. But then he says, hey, you know what? We're going to bring in Gunther.
A lefty.
Yeah, and nobody, no one looks as they're coming off the mound or in the dugout like they're mad at A.J. Hinch. We all know, every single guy, whether you're at the plate, you're in the field, you're on the mound, they all want to be on the field contributing.
Yeah, look at this. Montero's a righty, Herter's a lefty. Brisky's a righty, Gunther's a lefty. Vesta's a righty, Holton's a lefty. They alternated. They toggled the entire time. And what was most important is the top of Cleveland's order, Kwan and Ramirez and Fry, once he got subbed in, are not as good against right-handed pitching. So AJ would wait and wait and wait. And when the top of the order would come up, he'd bring in Brisky, one of the hardest throwing righties. Mm-hmm. Next time the top of the order comes up, he brings in Will Vest, hard-throwing righty, just constantly being 1 step, 2 steps, even 3 steps ahead of Stephen Vogt. Put him in a headlock, gave him a noogie, he schooled him. You got AJ who's running cutting-edge baseball. Everybody should be doing this in the playoffs, right?
Well,
Stephen Vogt goes with Cobb. What advantage did that give them? It didn't.
Well, it didn't. But not everybody. I mean, there are other teams that have more than 1 starter. and how long they pitch them. Maybe that's instead of going 5 innings with your starter every time or 6 innings, whatever it is they're trying to get out of them, maybe they go with 3 innings and they just get through the lineup once, and then the next time it's, hey, we've not seen this pitcher. But
teams don't want to do it because they don't want
teams that have more starters.
But I think it's the mind game. They don't want to waste their starter. Like in their mind, I'm not going to take my ace out after 3 innings.
Well, that's why it's on the table that Kader Montero could start today.
Right.
I mean, he only threw 6 pitches. Now, do they want to do that because the top of the lineup saw Kader Montero?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I could see Montero pitching, but just not the same sequence of hitters.
Or just not at the beginning of the game.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, just not the first inning. He could second or third inning or something. I mean, they are still going to have Reese Olson available today. They're going to have Jackson Jobe available today. Many of the guys who pitched, again, they spread the workload out. Gunther threw 11 pitches. If they need a lefty and a ground ball today, he could pitch today.
Was this the day for Jobe?
This could be the Jobe day.
Jobe day?
And the series is effectively over, right? You have Skubal if you don't win today, but you should win today. You have effectively broken Cleveland.
Yeah, so I want to say yes, and my heart says yes, but that's that damn logic that tells me pump the brakes just a little bit, because I am comfortable that whether it happens today, and I do think they sealed it today, it's either today or it's a Skubal start.
I think they seal it today, too. It just seems like it's all coming together. What a letdown. They don't, by the way. But it's not the logic thing, John. It's one thing for me that I would give pause to, and it's Jose Ramirez.
Yeah.
He's hitting 111 in this series, and he's one of the best players in the game. He switch hit so he can go to either side and counter AJ's. And I just, great players sometimes flip things around, and this is his moment to do that. And you saw it with Pete Alonso with the Mets, and now look.
Sure, but riddle me this. Let's say Cleveland comes back and plays the game of their season, backed into a corner, hostile environment. They win 7-0. Then Skubal takes the mound the next day. The same thing he did after the last 7-0 win by the Guardians. It really does feel like it's over. Even if they played the most inspired game to win back momentum, I would argue even a win today doesn't give them momentum because Tarek Skubal's on the mound in Game 5.
It's the only thing that can change the equation. Great players do that in moments like this. Usually, more often they don't than they do. But we have an example this postseason when Pete Alonso did it, and he won them the game in Milwaukee. I mean, he broke their hearts.
And look at him now.
And if Ramirez were to go deep late in the game, I agree. You're into the same game you had on Monday. You want to roll those dice again?
Yeah, I'd replay Monday. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, because Kerry hit the home run. But if Kerry doesn't hit the home run next time,
So today you will have.
I think they're winning
to start, and you will probably have Class A to finish.
I mean, I would borderline pitch around him in a situation because I think he's the only thing that can flip this.
Well, I mean, they did yesterday.
They walked him.
They walked him yesterday.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it.
Yeah,
really. I think the seal breaks though today on the Indians. I do. The Tigers can come out and put together one of those innings where they can score 3-4 runs early. It just would be very reminiscent of 06 against the Yankees in Game 4.
At what point do we ask who do you want to play? I mean, it makes people uncomfortable because the series isn't over, but you mentioned the Yankees.
I want the Yankees. I don't think there's any question I want the Yankees. Now, is their lineup dangerous? Sure. Do we have a more recent, wins and feeling about the Kansas City Royals?
Yes.
Yeah. But it seems the poetry, the magic, the voodoo, all, and I know maybe it started a week earlier, but it started to become a conversation after the Little League World Series and it was that win over the Yankees. Now, all of a sudden, it just seems like it goes full circle that you would do the same thing in the ALCS with the Yankees.
If you really feel like this team is tapped into something they can't lose, the more satisfying opponent to beat is the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
I know that'll make people uncomfortable because this series is not over technically, even if emotionally
it's
it feels
the Little
that
League
way.
World Series to a win to go to the Big Boy World Series.
Phone calls, ticket text 248-539-9797. Love talking about this baseball team. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you, understands you, and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you as they did me, and they're going to work with you to build a financial plan that's going to fit your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer all the time and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
20 innings of shutout baseball and counting for Skubal and Chaos. Tyler Holton, the guy who pitched game 1 and got hit up, is the guy that closes game 3, and the Tigers are up 2-1. It's unorthodox. It's very different, although I think other teams are catching on. The Dodgers yesterday, do or die, 8 bullpen arms to the rescue.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, and that's a team with $300 million payroll. What AJ's doing is cutting edge. More teams are going to be doing this. If you don't have Skubal, you might as well have Chaos. And the Tigers have the best of both worlds right now. 248-539-9797. Before we go back to the phones, I want to read one text. And we'll read more later. But this one says, JFC Costa, you got your spot picked out on Woodward already? STFU already.
Oh, for the parade.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Should I not be excited?
No, I think you're allowed to be excited. You're allowed to. And
have we been over the top? I don't think so.
What we talk about here on Thursday morning, correct me if I'm wrong, is really not going to affect the team.
John, that is accurate.
I know everybody wants to say, oh, the jinx, you're talking about it too early. F that. Like, I mean, let's have some excitement. They have the opportunity today to seal an ALDS series and move on to play either Kansas City or New York. And there's nothing wrong with saying we want New York. Or if you're in the Kansas City bunch, say we want Kansas City. I don't care.
Shouldn't we have uniformity at this point with everybody in this city that just enjoy this?
Yes.
And if people are excited about it, let them be excited. And I don't understand that world at this point.
Well, I think at first it was hard to explain, so people initially kind of bristled at what they were doing. And then once you kind of just shed all of that and just said it doesn't have to make sense, this could be one of those weird, wacky, unpredictable baseball stories.
Yeah.
You never said this morning, they're winning the World Series.
No, I didn't.
You didn't. You said this series is over.
Yeah, I think this series is over, and you talk about who you want in the next series. My point is, I get it if it doesn't feel real to you. It didn't feel real to me walking out of the ballpark yesterday, watching everybody in the streets. Everybody's in a great mood. They just won a home playoff game. They're one step away from the ALCS. And this team this season, the season that we've been on every day talking about, like the idea that this team is not only in the playoffs, but winning playoff games at Comerica Park, it doesn't feel real. I understand that, but I don't view that as a negative. I view it as a positive. I'm embracing this because you just don't know when you're going to see something like this again.
Yeah. By the way, where are you going to sit?
For
the parade.
It's a good question, John.
I went to the Wings parade, so that was the last parade in town, and I really think right around Hockey Town there is a really good vantage point.
Is it?
Yes. Okay. I don't need to be down in Park Plaza. It starts being too many people. I get weird.
You get weird.
248, where do you want to set up your lawn chair for the parade? No, reacting to yesterday and setting the scene for today. Jack and Melvindale, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Love the show. Bless you all, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I just got a little love for A.J. Hinch. This is not drawn up by accident, by voodoo. I mean, A.J. Hinch, if I'm not mistaken, he's got the communication to the players. And what I mean by that is they listen to him. He probably listens to them, whether it's a one-on-one, a team thing, and I'm going to go mostly with the pitchers. At the beginning of the year, it was a scramble. We pulled our hair out of our heads. At the mid-season, we understood they weren't going to do anything. They weren't going to get people in here, batters. We had problem with Torkelson, sending him down, bringing him back up. A.J. Hinch has got, just like Dan Campbell, has got the attention of the team, but A.J. Hinch has got a brilliant mind. So he's changed things slowly as baseball once used to be, okay? So it's drawn up because they didn't have starting pitching. So he worked around that. He modeled all these pitchers as they was coming up, going back down to the farm club, coming back up again, and asking them that if he was to put them in for 2 innings, would they be okay? I think he modernized baseball to a change of it is today. This is the beginning of something special.
Yeah.
And like Go ahead.
No, Jack, unless Major League Baseball makes some changes to the rules, I do think you're going to see more teams do this late in the season and in playoff games where they say, if I don't have a Scooble, I'm better off not letting you see my guy 2 or 3 times. I'm going to play matchups.
Exactly.
And Jack, you're right. It's also tailor-made. Gunther is a ground ball lefty. There's only certain matchups you're going to use him for, right? Brisky and Vest are throwing heat from the right side of the plate, flirt with 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
There's certain matchups that they're going to be great for. But AJ's smart in that you see Brisky, but they don't see Brisky a second time because then they see Vest. And it's just slight differences in these pitchers to keep the hitters off balance.
And there's nobody that knows his guys better than AJ Hinch. He is the mastermind behind everything that has happened. And it starts with the communication of, hey, this is how we're going to operate. He and Scott Harris devised this plan. And I don't want to throw Scott Harris in there too much. AJ's the one, especially during the game, that is, calling these shots. But it's about the communication to the guys that this is how we're going to operate. This is how we have to operate if we want to parse together enough arms and enough wins to be able to get to the playoffs or to get in the conversation of the playoffs, then to get to the playoffs, and then win playoff games.
Did you hear what was going on in the background of that phone call?
Yeah, I was hoping he's eye on the train.
That was the World Series Express roaring through the background. One stop at a time, John.
Yes, we watched Polar Express last night, so...
You busted out a Christmas movie already?
Oh, Teddy watches Christmas movies all year long. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It is October
The Santa
10th.
Claus, the big one.
If we didn't have so many Tiger calls, I'd almost want to just take a second to...
Oh, I play Christmas music in my truck.
Okay. Right now in
I
October?
love Christmas music and movies,
I do it
but
June and July.
After
time.
after Thanksgiving.
After Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather. That's what sensible people
Yes.
All right. Hey, you do you, and I'll be me.
do. Okay, John. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers take control of the American League Division Series with a 3-0 victory over the Guardians at Comerica Park, the first home win for the team in the playoffs since 2013. Brant Herter had the longest outing of the 6 pitchers. He earned the win and was very impressed with his manager's strategy against Cleveland. Yeah, very simple to fool Stephen Vogt, apparently. Tyler Holton, who opened Game 1, came on for the 1-2-3 save. Green, Veerling, and Torkelson drove in Detroit's 3 runs throughout the game. They'll go for the clinch at home tonight, a chance to advance to the ALCS. Elsewhere in the MLB playoffs, the Mets do advance to the NLCS with a 4-1 win over the Phillies. The Yankees went up 2-1 in their series against the Royals with a 3-2 victory, and both the Dodgers and Padres a win away from moving on as they play each other after LA shut out San Diego 8-0. Billy Huso will be the Red Wings' first starting goalie of the year when they take the ice for their opener tonight in Detroit. Coach Lalonde did mention they'll likely use all 3 of their goalies as the season goes on, but Huso's performance in the preseason stood out. They'll take on the Penguins tonight. And a very clean injury report for the Lions at practice. Both Frank Ragnow and Brian Branch were full participants in Allen Park as they get ready to face the Cowboys in Dallas on Sunday. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Quick sampling of the text, then right back to the Tiger phone calls. Christmas music? Who hurt you?
Oh, no. I mean, and Heather brought up a nice fact that we've shared here in the studio. Teddy is actually going as Santa Claus for Halloween.
I do love that. I think that's fabulous.
Yeah. Ellie and my mother-in-law made his Santa outfit, so yeah, it'll be cool.
Christmas music and movies in October should be a war crime. John, what kind of serial killer activity is that? What are we doing? Anyway, that's not going to hijack the show.
Yep.
What do you mean we don't know?
You never know.
Are you a serial killer?
Well, hey, you never know.
It's a weird thing to ominously say.
Look out.
All right. Let's get to the phones. Tony, are you as creeped out as I am? You're in St. Clair Shores. Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good.
Hey, I just can't believe this. I think A.J. Hinch has got lightning in a bottle. he should be given Coach of the Year because he has invented something that this will be a turning point in baseball. You watch. And you said the Dodgers are coming up and they're playing that way. I just can't believe that it hasn't been done before.
Well, it's been done, but not to this extreme. So, like, the Dodgers are run by a guy who used to be in Tampa, and they would do the opener, which is the old okey doke. You lead with one guy, and then you show him something else. But nobody has done it with, like, 4 of the 5 starters.
Right. Yeah,
it's the extreme way at which the Tigers are doing this, that they did it for 2 months, not 2 weeks, and they're going to try to do it for another couple weeks here all the way to a World Series. Did AJ discover plutonium? No, but he is harnessing it in a way that nobody has in the history of baseball.
Well, when you mentioned this earlier, like other teams will start doing this. Yes, other teams that don't have 3 or 4 starters, or even if they have one that's not, ace worthy, now all of a sudden you start working the bullpen more. So it has been done, but not to the extent, to the extreme that AJ has been forced to put together his starting pitching.
This is why that proposal's out there about the 6-7 inning thing with the starter if he gives up 3 runs or less and all the details that go with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think baseball wants this, and I do think some mechanism will be put in place to prevent the extreme method that they're doing this.
So is this exactly like the 04 Pistons, who won the title the way the league didn't want them to, so then no one was allowed to play defense for the next decade? So if the Tigers go on and win the World Series because they took it to the extreme, no one else can do it again? I really see a comparison there.
I think something down the line will change because of this. They don't want this. It does slow down the game some with the changes, and I'm not saying that I don't like it here. I'm just saying that I do believe this will eventually be something that gets changed. It's just, and I also think too, and this, I haven't heard people really mention this. I don't know if the players union wants this. And what I mean by that is this will, if this continues and becomes some new way to play baseball where you go to the extreme doing that, what happens to starting pitchers' salaries?
Well, we've already seen starting pitching be reduced. You don't have as many 200-inning guys anymore. 150 is kind of the new mark.
Do you think Skubal's salary eventually will be reduced?
I'm not saying that because this would be something that would take quite some time to.
But is he part of a dying breed?
No, I think that's extreme too. What I'm saying is that the baseball players union is powerful. It's the best union in sports. They do their job, whether you like unions or not. And I could see agents kind of getting together with the higher ups and saying, look, if this continues, this is the trickle down effect. You'll have less money going to starting players. Therefore, players are in general getting paid less.
Yeah, but are your starting pitchers then going to have longer careers? So the total of what they'll be making, maybe not on a yearly basis, but over the course of their career, because instead of pitching for 7 or 8 starter years or 10 for some, there's not a lot of Verlanders out there, but
it's not the prime ace guys. It's the secondary.
I know what you're
guys.
talking about.
It's why would the Dodgers pay Jack Flaherty when they just did what they did last night? That's kind of making it simple.
And I think more extreme, like why is Cleveland throwing Cobb in Game 3? Like the idea that they should have just gone bullpen. If you don't have the frontline guys, you should be doing what the Tigers are doing. And John, you used the word earlier, they were forced to do this. They were forced to do this. They had to trade Flaherty. They were not in contention at the deadline. They were forced. They stumbled into this extreme way of playing baseball, and it's actually the best way you could possibly be playing playoff baseball.
But on the flip side, again, and I don't want to get derailed on this whole topic of, are they going to outlaw the way the Tigers are doing this? Maybe they tweak some rules, but, I mean, if there is this quote-unquote epidemic of injuries, arm events that pitchers are having, then why would they want to force a pitcher to pitch a minimum of 6 innings to start a game versus he can go 2 or 3, be the opener, and pitch for 15 years versus having an arm event in his 3rd year because he had way too many innings early on?
We're not there yet with the outlawing of all of this, but it does feel like what the Tigers are doing is game-changing and game-altering. Ticket Texter says, AJ didn't discover plutonium, but he did discover plutonium.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's get to...
Love the play on words there. Wordsmith.
Patrick in Sterling Heights. What's up? You're on 97.1.
I know I'm going to get blowback on this. That's fine, but I just wanted your opinion. So let's assume they are ahead by a run or 2 here in the next game. what would you think of a Randy Johnson-esque, you step on the snake when you can and exhale at the end of this series, put Scooble out there and just the ninth inning, get it done, rather than have him wait and play a whole other game that we don't even know what's going to happen. I just wanted your opinion on what you think of, like they did with Randy Johnson way back when.
Right.
So,
First of all, no. But what you're saying is, hey,
I knew you would say that.
yeah. You're saying they get to the ninth inning, and they're three outs away from sealing the deal. Why not bring in Scooble to just drive the nail into the coffin?
That's it.
It sounds great, but no.
Because
if something goes wrong, like there is nothing for sure.
If you got the side, I'm not going to go with the. I just don't think something would go wrong, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I never think anything's going to go wrong.
Well, it's a few things.
Then I'm looking at my team going 4-2.
I know.
Patrick, listen, outside the box, but no, John's right. You have so many great relievers who are ready to come out and get 3 quick outs and put a game away, especially a team that would be broken down to their final 3 outs. The idea that you would use Scooble on short rest, he's on our show yesterday. He talked about it. He's down to pitch whenever, but he acknowledged short rest, you're not going to be as effective. The last thing I'd want to do is a less effective Scooble.
Yeah.
A guy drops a ball in the outfield. Couple guys get on. He's a little erratic. I've burned him, and I don't even have him for Game 5. Just use your bullpen if you have a lead. Win the game. Set him up to pitch Game 1 of the ALCS.
Randy Johnson was Game 7 of the World Series. Literally the last game of the baseball season.
Yeah, not the same as Game 4 of the ALDS.
Right.
It's a good note. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phones. Mike in Oak Park. Mike, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, don't get me wrong. This isn't a criticism, and I'm enjoying the moment. I'm not second-guessing anything and everything else. I'm one of them guys, unlike a certain colleague of yours, one Rico Beard, but I'm just enjoying the moment. My thing is, sometimes it seems like people get carried away, like, this is the next best thing. And I think you guys said it best. All of this is coming about because of necessity. It's a difference if you're just trying to create something, but you're doing something because you have to do it. I don't think long-term this is going to be a major change in baseball because you start now mentally changing pitchers to where they can't go no more than 3-4 innings. So then when the next Verlander comes along that can go 9 innings and whatnot, that's going to be there. But this system of style of winning, to me, is like the perfect storm. Everything has to be right, and it could collapse if everything isn't right. So whereas I'm enjoying it, I'm enjoying the ride, I have no criticisms, and all that, I just sometimes think people get carried away. It's kind of like it reminds me of the 85 Bear defense. Everybody's saying the greatest of all time. But it was an easy defense to crack, but nobody would change except Miami. You spread them out, and the defense is basically useless if you get quick hits. So that's just my thoughts, guys.
There are going to be days where it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Game 1.
Sure.
All right, and then but you don't abandon your philosophy. You don't abandon the guys.
Well, yeah, they got the guys to go with it. I mean, that would be the comparison to the 85 Bears. The Bears had the players to go with the defense. They had the buy-in, and that's what the Tigers have is the buy-in. I would still say I equated this to – I still think this is maybe like when the Wildcat showed up in the NFL. The Wildcat offense, and then teams tried to copy it and stuff. I don't think you can duplicate something like this. You can do it like the Dodgers did last night, and maybe the Dodgers will do it again in Game 5 against the Padres. First off, their rotation has been devastated by – injuries, and Flaherty was bad. They by the way, Game 5 Friday night, it's Yu Darvish for the Padres versus undecided. There's a second undecided now.
Exactly. Okay, here's what we got coming up this hour. We have Thursday touchdown at 8:35. That's right. We have to find a way to work football in. That's how exciting our baseball team is. We'll work in some football later this hour. We also have Red Wing tickets to give away. They pushed the game back. It's the season opener. To win tickets, you're going to want to listen for a drop. The drop today is me saying, surprisingly jacked Chris Ilitch.
Oh, okay.
When you hear that drop, call in. Your chance to win a pair of tickets for the Red Wings home opener Officially hockey season. They'll take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. You can visit DetroitRedWings.com/tickets to get your tickets today. It's 97.1.
You guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was actually talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding that he was at recently. He said, it was this really nice wedding. It was downtown. But the cool part is that one of his patients was there, came up to him, so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B changed his life, and that it was because of his newfound confidence that he was able to go online and meet her. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but they were married already. And this patient was so excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. How cool is that? And you guys, your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today and schedule your consultation with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. Whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with some random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Sure feels like the series is over. What a swing from going down 0-1. You answer with Skubal and Carpenter. You break Clase, and then you break Stephen Vogt. What's the Guardians manager doing yesterday?
He was playing catch-up 2 to 3 moves behind. I mean, you got a guy that's playing chess in A.J. Hinch. And you got another guy that's playing checkers in Vogt.
Vogt's got guys in the lineup that don't even get plate appearances because he's already pinch hitting for him. He burns 2 guys off the bench before they're 3 innings into the game, and then AJ can just set up his relievers. Montero goes 6 pitches, completely broke Stephen Vogt's brain. He had no idea what to do, and AJ just toggled lefty, righty, got his matchups for the top of the order with Brisky and with Vest, and he managed circles around Stephen Vogt. It was a masterclass by AJ. And now you're up 2-1, and you got a game at home. You can finish it today. If necessary, Skubal pitches on Saturday. Game 5, must win. He's already pitched 1 must-win game in this series and won it. You feel great. All the pressure's on Cleveland. They're clearly in their own head, from the manager to Jose Ramirez. Clase hasn't pitched, but clearly it affected him what happened with Kerry Carpenter because he couldn't even cover first base later that inning. The Cleveland bats seem just absolutely confused. It's 20 consecutive shutout innings. They look broken. The series appears to be over. It's not over till it's over, and we know that because of what the Tigers have done. But as you wake up this morning, tonight feels inevitable. The ALCS feels inevitable. This Tigers team just continues to win. And it doesn't have to make sense. It can feel surreal. It doesn't have to feel like this is actually happening. But guys, it is.
It is.
It is.
Every moment of it. And it's time to mark the moment. If you didn't get a chance to go yesterday, maybe you get a chance to go today. Hopefully we get, and I believe we will have more opportunities next week. And I don't know if it's going to be Kansas City. I don't know if it's going to be New York. But mark the moment, because it's unique. It's a rare that anybody has come back the way that the Tigers have, and the way that they're performing in the postseason, the way that the fan base has rallied, come back, and you can call them bandwagon, call them whatever you want. Jump on right now, because it is rocking and rolling.
44,000. Comerica postseason record.
Yeah.
I don't care if they're bandwagon fans or not. I've said for a while, this city will show up when you put a winner. John, you've done the if you build it, they will come, the Field of Dreams line. It's so true. I don't think that makes this a bad sports city. I think good sports fans shouldn't be asked to support a lousy product, and for a long time, this Tiger product was lousy. But the second they get a glimmer of a good product, the city shows up, they show out, they pack the ballpark, and as they should. We see what this city's capable of when you give them good things. What the Lions have done, what the Tigers have done, and how the fans have reveled in all of it. 248-539-9797. We do have those Red Wing tickets. Be listening for the drop this hour, your chance to win them. With all that's gone on with this baseball team, it sets up so well. If they win today, Tarik Skubal doesn't have to pitch until the ALCS. Like it's just set up so perfectly for them.
And he can set the tone in the ALCS. He can pitch game 1. And you set him up to pitch as much as you need him.
Who do you want in the ALCS?
I want the Yankees. I mean, it started before that with the Little League World Series, but that's the moment that we've all marked and we always refer to as the extra inning game in the Little League World Series. I would love for it to be the Yankees, because now all of a sudden you could beat the Yankees to go to the big boy World Series.
The Yankees are the better team, right?
I don't care.
I
don't care. I don't
I
care
agree
who
with you.
comes
Just-
out of.
just
I
saying.
mean, give us the Dodgers. Give us whoever you think is the best team. The Mets. They're the hot team in the National League. I'll take them in the World Series. I don't care. That's the feeling that every Tigers fan, and it's the feeling that the Tigers take the field with. They don't care who was in the other dugout. They don't care who was on the mound. They don't care who was in the lineup.
They feel invincible. Best team in baseball for 2 months. They feel invincible. Who's the more satisfying team to beat in the ALCS? Because, again, there's this belief like no one can stop them.
Yeah.
The more satisfying win is the Yankees.
Yeah, because it's the Yankees.
It's the Yankees.
I mean, you could say Kansas City, too, because it's a division
But
opponent.
it's more satisfying to beat the Yankees.
Yeah,
come on.
especially in New York.
We'll get the Thursday touchdown in. But first, here's Heather's news.
So I'm just sitting here trying to look at photos of quarterbacks because people just released like their list of sexiest NFL quarterbacks.
Oh, okay.
They did their top 12.
Doing
Okay.
your research, are you?
I'm trying. I'm trying. So, unfortunately, Jared Goff didn't make the list at all. He was not on
Really?
there.
Ryan Gosling didn't make the list?
No, he didn't. Joe Burrow was number 1.
Oh. Joe Burrow's turned into kind of a freak.
I mean, he's cute. He's a cute guy. I get it, I guess.
His hair is more normal now than when the season started,
Hair's
right?
hair. That I don't
Okay.
mind the bleach. That's fine.
Okay.
Whatever. Caleb Williams, number 2. Russell Wilson, number 3. Dak Prescott, 4. Justin Herbert came in at number 5. Then we got Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, Derek Carr, Jordan Love, and Joe Flacco. And
Grandpa Flacco?
yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at the pictures that people released.
Age is just a number.
Yeah. How old is he?
Like 40?
Yeah, he's
39.
Oh, 40
Yeah.
is you're just as old as you feel you are at 40,
Is
right?
that right,
yeah,
Heather?
yeah.
Is that
40
right?
is just a number. It means
What are you
nothing.
celebrating this weekend?
It means nothing.
Doesn't he look like Adam Levine? That's the whole thing with Flacco.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I guess I could see that.
I guess maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
The facial hair?
I'll say no to that one. I don't see that. I was surprised at some of the list, although I don't know what all of them look like. So that's what I was here Googling. Like, well, show me pictures of all of them.
This is starting quarterbacks? Because I know
Yes.
women love Jimmy Garoppolo, and I didn't hear his name in there.
No, I think it's just starting quarterbacks. I don't think like Patrick Mahomes, he could be further down on that list. There's some, yeah, that's what I was doing just now, looking at photos of all the quarterbacks. Okay, anyway, Detroit man tried to use a potato to basically cover up the murder of 2 people this week. So early on Tuesday morning, 2 men were shot to death inside of a Pontiac apartment. And according to police, it was all because the suspect was mad that he lost money in a dice game. Lost $80. So he pulled out a gun and shot these 2 people I'm guessing he was friends with. And they say that he tried to use a potato to silence the gunshots. Clearly didn't work because people heard the gunshots and immediately called police.
I thought he was going to go with the banana in the tailpipe and try and stall their car.
Yeah, no, didn't that? No. The suspect fled the scene, was later arrested in Southfield. This week, the first Ford employees moved into Michigan Central Station. On Tuesday, employees with Ford's Model E division and integrated services teams moved into floors 8, 9, and 10. And of course, this comes after this huge 6-year renovation to the historic building. And the CEO of Michigan Central said that Tuesday is a day to remember, right? It marks the first time since the early 1980s that professional jobs are in the tower of the train station. So it is pretty cool to see what they have done there. I still haven't got to go tour it. That was always the agenda, the plan, but it just, life got in the way. Never did.
Yep.
One day after the Jets abruptly fired head coach Robert Saleh, Aaron Rodgers has now opened up on the team's decision, and he told the Pat McAfee show that he resents speculation that he had a hand in the move.
My response to that is actually something that John Jansen once said.
Yeah, pretty much. Whether or not he used his name or he directly, we know he's a guy that likes to, I've been immunized. Like he will use words that gets the point across without actually saying fire the man.
He has a lot of pull there. They moved mountains to get him there. Alan Lazard is there because of him. They may end up with Devontae Adams because of him, but I'm supposed to believe he was just an innocent bystander and all. Yeah, come on.
I have no idea.
Well, how did that happen? That's Heather with the news. Thursday touchdowns next, 97.1. All right, we're talking about all that's going on right now with Detroit sports. It's a great time. If you want to watch games, best place to do it, the best pool in history, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you can catch the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for sports fans. Especially as it starts getting cooler, you might want to plan a trip out to Vegas, chill in one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels, perfect view of a massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. It's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football. You can watch playoff baseball. We've got hockey and basketball getting going here. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and a non-stop party. And you can pick your spot. They've got the cozy day beds, the private cabanas. If that's your thing, grab a lounge at the center of the action, but reserve your place today. Get your friends, get your family, get together, make some plans. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today. That's circalasvegas.com.
Hey, I want to give a shout out to YMCA Detroit's Girls on the Run. This incredible program just isn't about running. It's about building confidence, making connections, and empowering young girls to set and achieve their goals. They're getting ready for their big fall 5K celebration in November, and they need our support. Whether you want to register, volunteer, cheer, or donate, head to ymcadetroit.org to learn more, or gotr.detroit.org to register and help inspire the next generation of strong, confident women.
bunch of questions for Tigers fans this morning. 248-539-9797. The first is the series over? Who do you want next round? That too. 248-539-9797. Of course, the game itself, A.J. Hinch managing circles around Stephen Vogt. Guardians shutout again. Consecutive games. Now 20 innings that Skubal and Chaos have done the job. And the Tigers aren't exactly, John, hitting all that well. They had 5 hits yesterday, but just doing enough.
Well, it's playoff baseball. I mean, it's not like you're going to – I wouldn't expect them to come away with 13, 14 hits. Now, that'd be fun.
Nor do they have Shohei or, Aaron Judge or any of these guys. They're going to have to do it scrapping, scratching, and clawing.
Like they have all year.
Guys like Jake Rogers.
Even at the beginning of the year, when they were, 5-1, they were winning because they were feisty.
Yep.
Not because they were overly talented. And now all of a sudden you get to the end of the year and all of those traits are still there. They're just being more opportunistic, and AJ is pulling all the right strings at the right time.
Let's get to the phone. Steve in Detroit. Steve, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I'm going to make this quick, guys. First, I'm going to preface everything with one of my favorite quotes from a football movie, Remember the Titans. Attitude reflects leadership, Captain. And listen, we've talked about people copycatting and the Dodgers copycatting. You can try to, but if you don't have that buy-in, if you don't have that leadership, like A.J. Hinch has these guys totally bought in. And then when you add the leadership of Fetter with the pitching staff, not everybody has an A.J. Hinch and a Fetter. I'm one of the fans who I've watched it all season. I have Bally, so I wasn't affected, and I've watched the metamorphosis. I've thrown up in my mouth a couple times, but you all just hit on it too. They still aren't hitting, but the timely hitting is unbelievable, and that's because these guys have bought in, and it's spilling over. The leadership is spilling over to the whole team, and it's just incredible watching these guys. And listen, I'll take it to football. It's the same thing with Campbell. The leader's attitude reflects leadership, and the leadership that we have in this town right now, we haven't seen it in a while. And I know A.J. Hinch probably won't get the Coach of the Year, but he absolutely deserves it. And one last thing, the when you look at the salary of these guys, it's probably a perfect storm because he doesn't have a bunch of high-paid superstars who feel like they should be playing more time or doing whatever. You got a lot of guys who were in AAA a few months ago.
Right.
They're happy to be playing, and the leadership, they're buying into it because they're just happy to be on the field, and they're accepting that leadership and accepting their role. So that's all I have, guys. Great show.
Appreciate it, Steve. No, it's a really good point, and this was born out of necessity. They were kind of forced into this, right? When you trade at the deadline and you don't have enough starting pitching, and you just go, hey, we have to figure a way to survive the rest of the season. And they didn't survive; they thrived. They tapped into the most extreme version of the opener strategy that some of these analytics teams, Tampa and the Dodgers have people from Tampa that they've used. But the Tigers have taken it to the extreme, and the extreme only works, to his point, John, if there's no ego.
Right. Well, but it always is a reflection of leadership. It's a reflection of you set the tone as the manager or coaches in other sports. I know we're talking about the same position, but it's labeled differently in different sports. So it's this tone is always set, and AJ should 100% win Manager of the Year. There has been no one in baseball this year that has succeeded or found success or gotten more out of their players than A.J. Hinch.
100%. He should win Manager of the Year. We have a winner for those Red Wing tickets. Tyler in Detroit heard surprisingly jacked Chris Ilitch, and he won a pair of tickets for the Red Wings home opener tonight. It's officially hockey season. They'll take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Visit DetroitRedWings.com/tickets to get your tickets today. We'll have another pair to give away in the 9 o'clock hour.
That's awesome. Yeah, I wonder if he'll be there. That's for tonight, right?
That's for tonight.
Yeah. I wonder if he'll be there on time.
Well, I mean, you want to watch the Tigers.
Yeah, 100% you want to watch the Tigers. I wonder what they're going to be doing in the LCA. Are they able to show a live stream of the game on the big board while the game is going on.
They're not going to show it during hockey action, but
Right.
like during stops, they'll cut in highlights. So like if a double to the gap, they'll show that when they get one of those stops. And there will be something with the score in the arena at all times, and people will be on their phones too.
Yeah, well, the Tigers will be 2 hours in almost before face-off. Now, the Red Wings are going to have opening ceremonies, and I don't know if they can show it on the screen up until like 7:15 or something. I really don't know.
Yeah.
My guess would be no. There might be because it's on cable and you're showing something that should be paid for. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'll tell you this,
restaurants, I don't know how that all works, but,
The night that the Tigers clinched a playoff spot was a Friday night, and there was a preseason Red Wing game, and they were cutting in highlights before the game had ended. I don't know if that's different because it's Bally versus TBS, but I would imagine it's something like that is what they will do.
Yeah, highlights, though.
Yeah,
So
not
after the
live.
fact,
Yeah. Nothing live. And to your point, how much overlap will there be if the Wings
Will that
do their
bother
op-
Kelsey because she's so zeroed in on the Red Wings tonight?
No. But she is. I'm going to meet her at the Red Wing game. I'm going to
So-
be at the Tiger game, and
Are you
I'll
going to
join
drive
her.
separately?
She's going to Uber down. We had talked about the logistics of it. It'd be kind of silly to pay parking
Yeah.
for 2 cars
twice,
and then drive home separately
in traffic.
Yeah.
Separately. Yeah, no, she'll Uber down. The other option was she could
Why
come
don't you
down
Uber
with.
down? Oh, I guess you're going to be there earlier.
Yeah.
Get back
Are you
by
going to wear
spot.
your Red Wing jersey?
No, I'm not going to wear my Red Wing jersey.
What typically you do
Underneath
to a
his
game?
Tigers jersey.
I guess
and
I
then he'll
could
just
bring the Red Wing
rip it off.
jersey and then keep it in the car and then switch between games.
Because you can't wear it.
I
in
can't
the-
wear a Red Wing jersey in the press
room,
box.
Press box at Comerica.
Yeah, that would be frowned upon. No, the
No,
other
he's
thing,
he's gonna have the
you
the
get the
overcoat on, and then
the
he's
beat
gonna,
right. He get the beat writer eye roll.
right. Yes.
the judgmental glares of
Yes.
the
Oh, look
press
at
room.
who showed up
Do you
today.
care?
The other thing we talked about is she could come down with me for the Tigers game, and then we could get standing room. She could go into the Tigers game, or she could get food in downtown Detroit. She could
Yeah.
do something downtown while everything's going on.
That
All
seems
by
like
herself?
the easy answer.
But yeah, then she's all by herself.
But
So-
but you're together on the. I mean, she's
we
going
go
to
to
be
the-
all by herself if she goes to the Wings game.
Yeah.
She's got to go down by herself, go in by herself, sit by herself.
The difference
Go
is it
together.
wouldn't be 2 hours, like 2+ hours during the Tigers game. It'd be half hour while the overlap.
But it's not. Okay.
You have thoughts?
I just it just seems crazy because it's so much fun to go to the Tigers game. Like I don't see why she wouldn't want to go, even if you're not a huge fan. Like
Right.
there's something about the energy of the fans and the camaraderie between everyone, all rooting for the same thing. It's just so much fun.
I'll tell her she's a bad Detroiter, and we'll see if we can peer pressure
There
her
you
into
go.
going. That's what we'll try later.
You think she'll feel abandoned tonight?
For a half hour? Now you're using loaded words.
Abandoned.
Alone, abandoned, discarded,
Swinging.
left. Okay, Tom.
Wow.
You're doing both teams tonight.
Is that we're calling it? It's 248-539-9797. You want to go to the Red Wing game? You still got one more chance to win. When you hear "Hey, hey, Hockey Town," call in. Pair of tickets. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Totally turning the tables in the ALDS after Game 1. Detroit went from being shut out to blanking the Guardians for 20 straight innings and taking a 2-1 series lead in their best of 5. Another bullpen game of pitching chaos, earning them a 3-0 victory yesterday. And now they can close it out against Cleveland with a game tonight at Comerica Park after setting a playoff attendance record of 44,885 yesterday. Matt Vierling was just pretty psyched to pull it off in front of the enormous crowd. Game 4 is at 6:08 tonight. Again, we'll wait patiently to see who A.J. Hinch decides to open the game with after sending 6 different arms to the mound yesterday. Also, Wings fans, they get to see their team begin the campaign tonight. Their original start time moved back an hour to 8 p.m. for the game to accommodate the Tigers' window. Also, Aiden Hutchinson says the Lions are on a mission this year. They are not going to worry about the past when facing the Cowboys on Sunday. Dallas did beat them each of the past 2 years. Detroit did just end a 3-year losing streak to the Seahawks before their bye in prime time. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Dickerson. Great call. Great play by Matt Vierling. Another one of those underrated Tigers. We can mix that in, by the way. Some of these sneaky, important Tigers, like clearly Scooble's a headliner. Kerry Carpenter hit the big home run the other day. But this team is littered with sneaky, important players, Vierling being one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, Jake Rogers isn't sneaky, but
I think it is.
As the guy that's caught every Scooble start, the guy that yesterday is managing so many different pitchers throughout the course of a 9-inning game, I think it's underappreciated what he does.
Yeah, because what did he hit for the season? Like under 200?
Yeah,
it's like no one's going to go, you know who's really important for this baseball team? The guy that hit 197. But he is, because of what you said. He has to have AJ's game plan downloaded into his brain in real time and adjust to each one of these pitchers. They used 6 yesterday, and they're all different. Lefty, righty, ground ball guy, high velo guy. He has to be able to digest it, present it, and Scooble's talked about it. He doesn't have to think when he's out there because of Jake Rogers. And then, while he was a 190 hitter this year, he's had some hits in the playoffs that have been big with 2 outs.
Yeah, and that's the thing is he's done what he's had to do to get on base. Just not even talking about his defense, but to get on base and be a guy that can be knocked in. Like, just make himself available.
Yep. Get on base, see what happens. I mean, Parker Meadows, I wouldn't say is sneaky, but the record when he plays, such a winning player, it's like 59 and
the record is what's sneaky about it.
Yeah, 58 and 29 when he plays. But it's center field. It's gliding to make plays that would otherwise be plays you got to leave your feet for. Other outfielders wouldn't even get to. He runs the bases. He's at least hitting decent now. He's just a winning player. He's not going to have a ton of counting stats when all is said and done. But he's a guy that's made all these opportunities happen.
Yeah.
His defense, I mean, it's unbelievable. That catch, the second to last out yesterday, almost looked effortless. And there's guys in this league that wouldn't get to that. I think he's, after Scooble, the most important player. I think the record speaks for itself. The WAR speaks for itself. The WAR is good despite his hitting being just still so-so. I thought it was I think what ignited this entire thing was his catch in Seattle. So it was 4 days before they started the August 10th streak or whatever, and he had been back a couple days, and he absolutely robbed a home run that would have put Seattle ahead by 1 run in the bottom of the 8th. Tigers went on to win. They scored a couple runs in the top and went on to win that game. And I just think it's borderline the catch of the year in baseball, not just for the Tigers. It was the catch of the year for Tigers for sure.
Well, I don't know if it was for the Tigers. What about Trey Sweeney? What about Meadows the very next day robbing a home run in Baltimore?
Yeah, those are good ones too. But I mean,
okay. How about
I don't know how many guys get to the ball that he got to out there in Seattle.
It's fair. How about Trey Sweeney for a sneaky, important Tiger edition?
Well, what's the record with him?
Probably pretty good, right?
Yeah. I mean, the switch from Baez to Sweeney, I think it has gone understated as to what it has meant to get a little bit of production out of somebody in the batting order, in the lineup. And he's not in there every day. He's not a guy that you're going to bat in the top 3 or 4 or 5, but he's a guy that consistently finds ways to contribute defensively and offensively.
30 and 11 when Trey Sweeney plays. Clearly, it's not because of him. I mean,
do you think he would have said those words, that sentence in April?
Yeah. How about this? First of all, who's Trey Sweeney? He's not even on the team. How about at the deadline? We're all about, hey, this prospect that they got in return, this catcher, could he turn into something? Trey Sweeney, I don't know. He'll be another Zach McKinstry. Imagine saying on that day he's going to help them play his role in a 30 and 11 stretch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the kind of point, though, that we've been making for weeks now, and it really does feel like it's solidified with the win yesterday. It's all about using all 26 guys not playing beyond their means, being put in position to be successful, and AJ's the architect of all of it. AJ's the guy that's the puppeteer pulling the strings, and he made a fool of Cleveland yesterday. That's why we've said we think the series is over. They've got all the momentum. They're playing at home today. And if, God forbid, they lost, they'd send Tarek Skubal to the mound on Saturday, and you'd feel great about that too. It feels like they're moving on, and then we've even started to look ahead a little bit. Hey, Yankees up 2-1. Do you want New York? Bring on the evil empire. Bring on the opposite of the Tigers, the bloated payroll, the station to station. Let bring it on and be the most satisfying team to beat.
It really would be. And whether or not you want to admit that it started on, during the Little League World Series or it started a week ahead of time, like that's the time frame of when this run began. And to start it against the Yankees, to finish it against the Yankees, because it's not going to be down in Williamsport. It's going to be at Comerica. It's going to be at Yankee Stadium. It's going to be in a couple of the biggest venues that you can have in baseball, and it would be epic. And can you imagine the sellout crowd yesterday? The record for the postseason. Does it grow today? Would it grow even again next week? Whether it's Yankees or Kansas City, but I think it's most likely to continue to grow if it's the New York Yankees.
Absolutely. I mean, the Tigers have had postseason success against the Yankees too, and if you remember, those were really sweet victories. Yeah, and then to your point about the crowd, okay, yesterday was a postseason Comerica record. We had discussed it. What would it be like? People wanted to get a taste of that. They were at the block party. I think early in the game they were getting settled in, but by the end of the game, that was a loud atmosphere. They're waving those orange towels. It's what people had been waiting more than a decade for. I mean, the last home playoff win was 2013 for Tiger fans. And I feel like today should be only louder. It's 6 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock. People getting off work, making their way out there, knowing you can clinch tonight as opposed to yesterday, just kind of a swing game.
Yeah.
It should be a huge crowd tonight. It should be a loud environment tonight. And I'm so happy that the city gets to do this because we have had bad teams 3 and 4 at a time waiting for days like this, waiting for moments like this. And while we didn't see this coming, while it kind of feels like they cut in line a little bit, like they're not supposed to be here, it doesn't make a difference to me.
Well, I mean,
it's
after
happening.
10 years, it doesn't feel like they cut in line.
No. But I mean, like, earlier this season, you would have said,
Sure.
oh, this year's not going to end with home playoff games, plural, at Comerica Park. Home playoff wins at Comerica Park.
At the end of July, you're not saying that.
Right.
Not just even the beginning of the season.
Like, and when this team started to rebuild, you didn't think it'd look like this when they finally, like, when the team's bad, you start to go, oh, hey, when Casey Mize gets rolling, when Matt Manning's up here, the version of the Tigers that's going to win playoff games, we thought it would look completely different than what it looks right now. So it just does feel a little
you would
like
have to add bats, right?
You'd have to, John. You couldn't possibly.
Are we yet revisiting the strike count?
It's 1-1. It's a 1-1 count.
Oh, did we already back off on the check swing?
They didn't need Chapman to make the playoffs. So I feel like it's only fair if we go 1-1.
Yeah, we didn't make a very big deal when strike 2 was removed.
Do you want to make a bigger deal
I
about it?
thought we should have a ceremony.
What was a big deal when you gave him strike 2?
Music?
How does the ceremony work?
Like triumphant music in the background.
Oh.
Like Jim
trumpets?
Costa, apologize to Scott Harris.
Directly.
I am going to remove strike 2.
Uh-huh.
I still think you should have added Chapman, but
yeah,
exactly.
After checking with the third base umpire.
Glory to
It's
Scott
a
Harris.
check swing.
And Jack Krasilich.
We
and
glossed
AJ,
over that.
You are
Sure.
doing a good job.
He is doing a good
See?
job.
So easy. Let the pride go. Pride comes before the fall.
It does. I've heard a wise man say that.
Yeah,
John's
but you know
enjoying
what?
this.
But I am enjoying it very much. I think we've all backtracked on certain things that we've said. And you
don't have to apologize
No. You're not apologizing because at the time that was
accurate.
It was appropriate.
Appropriate's a good word for it.
Yeah, I don't know if I would use accurate.
Well, it was accurate
because you
at the
do
time.
have to. Yeah, but if you let it play out, then you don't have to backtrack or.
Sure, if we had shut down the radio station and waited until August to give opinions, we could have been right all along.
I actually think
we had to do shows in May and June when they were bad.
Right.
I don't know what people wanted us to say other than, I think a 50-year miracle's coming. Just wait. I don't know that anybody would have.
Yeah, we just love to give you a hard time.
I mean, as far as late August, just we did the math and we said this can't happen. When we did the whole 33-13 thing, that would get you 88 wins. We even threw out, it could take 86 or 87. It took 86. They went 31 and 30. They did what we said they couldn't do mathematically.
Which is why it doesn't feel real, but it doesn't matter because it is real.
It is. And it's going to be as real as it gets
tonight.
This afternoon, tonight.
6 o'clock, Game 4. 248-539-9797. We have Dear John coming up at 9:35. We do that on Thursdays. And, John, I have not given you your prompts
Oh no, I don't know what the topics are.
The topics of conversation for today. I have 1,000 sheets of paper. Here we go. Here are your prompts for 9:35. Creepy neighbor.
Oh.
Alex the trainer.
Okay.
Quitting my job.
Oh.
We need life advice from John Jansen, 9:35. Still time to get in. Tiger phone calls next, 97.1.
Hey, you've heard me talk for some time about injury attorney David Feminino and his team. Just listen to some of the results that David and that amazing team have been able to get for injured clients. These are individual clients. $3.5 million for one, $5 million for another, $11.5 million for a single client. You need an attorney that is going to fight relentlessly for you and a team that's got his back. You can call and speak to David right now by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We'll get back to the phones. We're talking Tiger baseball. Tomorrow we are going to have to start dedicating some time to this big Lions game.
Oh, they play this weekend?
I know,
They're
right?
back in action?
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
And it happens to be Dallas, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Unbelievable.
Huge matchup. We'll talk about it. Lions have a bunch of games coming up on the road after the bye week. Time to really start kicking it into gear and making that push for the 1 seed. Dallas this weekend. We'll have to talk more about it tomorrow. And, of course, Monday reacting to the game. But the Tigers, you guys can forgive us, they've captured everybody's imagination, all of our attention.
It's so unexpected that they would be here. And not only that they would be here, but they would still be here. Like the postseason, okay, but then they go to Houston and they win the series. And then they're playing the Guardians, and they lose the first one, and everybody after that one, we were talking people off the ledge.
Yep.
Now all of a sudden, you're looking at going after a Scooble start, and now what happened yesterday at Comerica, kind of feel like it's a matter of time before we are sitting and waiting and watching for whoever is next.
And as much as Cleveland's bullpen gets love and deserves love,
sure,
Detroit's shut them down 20 consecutive innings. Some of that's Scooble, but most of that's chaos. And for as much as Detroit has struggled to put bat to ball and score a bunch of runs, Cleveland's having a harder time. And you got 2 chances to win one. One's at home, one's with Scooble. Like, forgive us for saying the series is over, but it sure feels like it.
Well, there's no team that is taking the field with more confidence than the Tigers.
And team taking the field with less confidence right now than the Guardians.
Yeah. But you pair that with, like, they're not supposed to be here. And I think they kind of understand that. They're okay with that. They're playing with house money. So every guy that goes to the plate, and this is the way it felt yesterday, that they're taking their cuts. They're not sitting there and yeah, they're going through the whole big league thing of the scouting report. What do we anticipate this pitcher is going to throw to me in this situation? All of that stuff. But it's swing away.
Ticket Texture says, guys, we're looking too far ahead. Bybee and the reliever struck us out 12 times the first game. We have a lot of work to do. Can't be complacent. Okay, I don't have any work to do today. John doesn't have any work to do today. John, you can't drive in any runs today. You can't make a game-saving play in the outfield. Tom can't. Greg can't. Heather can't. None of us can. We don't have any work to do in terms of getting this team one round further. We can talk about it like people who are watching this team without the pressure of delivering later on tonight.
You can't tell me that yesterday when because it was a comfortable win. And I know it's postseason, it's only 3-0, and yeah, things can happen in the 8th and the 9th inning, but it didn't. And I didn't really feel yesterday like it was ever going to. From the first inning on, it just felt like the Tigers were always taking the game to them, whether it was A.J. Hinch with his decisions on the pitching mound or with the lineup. It just felt like it was a comfortable win. And you can't tell me that you're watching that game going, wonder who we're going to play next. It's got to enter your mind at some point. I don't know that anybody is watching that game going, well, I can't think about that because we've got to find a way to win Game 4.
You got that later tonight, too, the Detroit double dip. Let's get to the phones. Brian and Trenton. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. Hey, a couple things on the Tigers. One, you guys are mentioning Rogers' importance. It really stood out in Game 2 when he singled off Clase. My son instantly said pinch runner, and that's how Hinch worked, and they didn't. And then he goes, if somebody gaps it, 2 swings later, Sweeney puts one nearly in the gap, just missed, getting to the fence. And it shows that they did not want to take him out of the game. And that is rare because, Green's the only guy who doesn't pinch hit for, but they did not want to take Rogers out in a 0-0 game running. And that really, to me, was the litmus, this is how important he is. The other thing that, and then, of course, Sweeney, who got the hit, which was the throw-in almost in the Flattery deal. But the thing that to me, the last month, which was just crazy, is I said we need a swing and miss guy at the end of the bullpen. And all of a sudden, Brisky, Foley, Vest, they are just gassing people. And it's almost like they rediscovered their fastballs. Their arms got fresh. Something, Brisky went down, came up. Foley's movement again. That has been, to me, been the ultimate difference because we are shutting people down late.
It's demoralizing for the other team. Brisky's the one I'll highlight from the bunch, but you're right. All of them are throwing gas 99, 98, even 100 miles an hour. But Brisky, John, you talk about being in control.
Yeah.
I feel like the guy is the lowest resting heart rate I've ever seen. He just walks out there like it's a day in June, and he's mowing people down. This is Game 3 of a playoff series.
But that to me goes to the confidence that I was just talking about.
Yep.
He's got that confidence. And I know that I didn't expect Tarek Skubal to answer the question yesterday about the magic, the secret sauce of Chris Fetter or AJ or whoever else has had hands on this pitching staff. But there's something that is going on there. And I think we've all talked about it. We don't know what it is. But when you take the mound with extreme confidence in this situation, it's because you've done it before, but you also have the knowledge that they are sending you up to the mound because they think you're the best at this situation against this part of the lineup in whatever the situation is. It could be the third inning. It could be the eighth inning. It could be an opener, closer. Like, that's how confident they are in the decisions that A.J. Hinch is making.
Dear John coming up 9:35. First, Heather with the news.
All right, my final check-in on Hurricane Milton. More than 3 million homes and businesses are without power today after Hurricane Milton made landfall in Florida Wednesday night. At least 4 deaths have been confirmed in St. Lucie County after 17 tornadoes hit that area. Officials are saying there's going to be more. As the sunlight comes up and we're able to get out and about, we are most likely going to find more bodies, is what they said. A large crane was down in St. Petersburg, and the roof of Tropicana Field was just ripped off by the strong winds of the storm. After landfall, Milton has weakened to a Category 1 storm. It is moving off of Florida's east coast.
When I looked at the Tropicana Field and how it was littered inside, were those beds in the outfield? That's supposed to be a place where they
had a
to.
ton of beds in there. It was a shelter. They were supposed to shelter a bunch of first responders, but I do believe that those first responders actually moved location so that nobody was injured in that wreckage. So everyone was okay there at Tropicana Field anyway. The city of Detroit didn't take very kindly at all to comments made by Equanimous St. Brown. So the St. Brown, it was on the St. Brown podcast. He and his brother Amon Ra were, chatting as they do, when Equanimous basically said that no one's going to go there in reference to Detroit.
Yeah, California, right.
So yeah, he went on and on and on about why people don't want to live in Detroit. Well, the city of Detroit, the official Twitter page, fired back, and I love this back and forth. So the city of Detroit said, "Man, we know it's hard when baby bro is outshining you, but you don't have to take that out on us, Equanimous. Our population has actually grown for the first time in more than 6 decades. Detroit now ranks as the 26th most populous city in America." And there was more back and forth. Then he said, hopefully next year you'll crack top 25.
And then they responded
and said, hopefully next year you don't have to move to another city.
Oh, that's awesome.
Scrub.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. A nice little exchange there.
Yeah.
Did you hear about this Turkish Airlines flight? It was traveling from Seattle to Istanbul, had to make an emergency landing in New York because the pilot died during the flight. Right there on board. Yeah, it happened on Tuesday. Flight took off at 7:02 p.m., was diverted to New York 8 hours later because the captain lost consciousness, passed away right there before they even landed in New York. Wow. This pilot, 59 years old, just underwent a routine health check. Everything was good to go. He was in tip-top shape, apparently, but no cause of death was revealed.
Wow.
So obviously, there's a co-pilot,
Yes,
right?
sure. Yeah,
They landed safely, but
they weren't making the announcement. Hey, does anybody have flight experience?
anyone want to try to land the plane? It wasn't like that, but still very
Terrifying.
scary. The NFL has placed New England Patriots starting safety Jabril Peppers on the commissioner exempt list. So that means, no practice. He can't attend games while he's on that list. He did plead not guilty on Monday after he was arrested over the weekend on charges that included assault, strangulation, and drug possession. The head coach made it clear that any act of domestic violence is unacceptable, and they are wholeheartedly against any type of domestic violence.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. We had a winner for the Red Wing tickets. Eric from Livonia messed around and won those tickets. Listen for your chance to win.
Find out.
Tickets with us all season long. Tonight is officially the return of hockey season in Detroit. The Red Wings take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Visit DetroitRedWings.com/tickets to get your tickets. Eric heard Hey Hey Hockeytown and called in. Dear John is next, 97.1.
Makes me smile every time.
Questions, advice needed from John Jansen. Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. That's Jon, Dear John Jansen at gmail.com. I've got questions. Heather, there's one that
we got a late submission.
Okay.
Just came in. I'm going to read this one first, and then we'll get to the other ones. This one says, Dear John, me and my husband have been married for about a year and a half. I've always been a big hockey fan, so we got a Red Wings ticket package this season. I adored that my husband would make a commitment like this, especially since he has to get up really early for his job most games. Well, he sent a bit of a red flag yesterday. He told me that he was going to go to the Tigers game and then would be joining me at the Wings game afterward. He's making me get an Uber on top of that. He made this commitment, then he backs out on the first game. I feel hurt and rattled. Am I being overly sensitive? Signed, cat owner in Royal Oak.
Yeah, I think the first red flag would have been cat owner. I mean, this sorry SOB is going to let you. I mean, the honeymoon at a year and a half is still on, right?
It should be.
And you are going to allow your new bride to go all the way down to the big city of Detroit, which she's more than capable of doing. And you're just going to send her on her own and say, I'll find you when I'm good and ready.
Sit there by herself.
Yeah, sit there
Open
alone.
seat next to her.
Yeah. I wonder how long that seat's going to be open. You know what an open seat means?
I know it's not me because I've been married for over 3
Sounds
years.
like an invitation.
But this person, this hypothetical person, no issues here.
Of course. No issues there. You're a cat guy.
I wonder if the red flag is a Red Wings car flag.
It could be. I mean, there's a number of red flags. It could have been a Red Wings car flag, cat owner. And now a year and a half in, she's looking at it going, is this the rest of my life? Is this really what I have to look forward to?
They could go to the Tigers game together. I don't think there's anything wrong with one going to the Wings game and the other meeting them
They should
afterwards.
do both together.
Yeah.
I think.
I would agree. That would be the optimum situation. But we all know that happy wife, happy life. And
it's true. That's very true.
Sounds like she might not be happy.
The next one says, Alex the trainer. Dear John, my husband of 5 years has really let himself go. I know that sounds bad, but I love him just the same. Recently, he's been more motivated. He's been starting to go to the gym 3 times a week, and I'm proud of him. He's even started seeing a professional trainer named Alex to get better results. Much better mood. It's led to a nice rekindling of our love life. It's all good. Here's where I feel betrayed. We went to Starbucks together and ran into Alex, or as her cup said, Lexi.
Oh.
My husband was uncomfortable when she came over and introduced herself as Alexis. Is my husband cheating on me? Why is he lying to me?
If you're reaping all the benefits of a better love life, better looking husband, he probably at some point was like, I need to tell her that Alex is actually a chick. So what, does it say in there how hot she was?
Oh, John!
What?
How hot? Because if she's an ugly trainer, then you have less to worry about. Right? I mean, I'm not the only dude thinking that, right?
It might depend on her age, too. I mean, is she like 65 and they're 28? Could play into it as well. But why would
says the one who thought Martha Stewart was hot on the
is
cover
hot.
of the
She
Sports
is hot.
Illustrated.
She's 80 years old.
All
She
right,
has a smoke show.
If
looks
she shows
amazing.
up and finds out Alex is AKA Martha Stewart.
But it doesn't. I mean, a 28-year-old is not going to try to hook up with Martha Stewart, right? But she can still look hot. She looks great.
I don't know. There's those out there.
There are. I wonder why he chose to lie in the first place.
Right.
That's the biggest problem. Do I think he's cheating? Probably not.
No, probably not. No, he was a little bit embarrassed that he didn't say something sooner, but.
And then you get to the point where it goes on so long. How do you say anything, or do you just let it? I mean, clearly she thought it was a man.
Oh, you got to say something right away.
Oh, yeah.
And say, wow, I didn't know she was a woman. Like all of the guilt then comes out of the way that you could put guilt on your significant other that women can do without actually saying it.
So I don't think her husband.
She's pretty. Wow. I didn't know Alex was a girl.
Alexis, huh?
Uh-huh.
One of those.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's cheating because why would she come up to them if she was,
Oh.
you know what I mean? Isn't that kind of a giveaway? Why would Alexis come up to them if she was cheating?
Oh, maybe she
Well.
likes living on the edge. She
Maybe it's
wanted
a thrill for her?
Spice things
Oh,
up a little
jeez.
bit more.
Boy. He should have told her right away.
Right away.
My trainer is Alexis.
Just her name's Alex. Whatever. Just
Her name is
Yes,
just so there's
just-
no like
That's all you gotta
secrets.
do.
Don't keep secrets.
Yeah.
This next one, Heather.
Yes, creepy neighbor. Dear John, let me start by saying I enjoy Halloween as much as the next person. We put out the spider webs and skeletons in our yard and always have a bunch of candy for trick-or-treaters. My issue is with my neighbor who has taken the decorations too far. Instead of the usual, ghosts and goblins, he has bloody doll parts hanging from the trees, like things like ears, fingers, And there's also a really morbid murder scene with a body draped off the porch covered in blood. A half-dug grave. Is it too far? I tried to say something to him, and his response was, "It's Halloween, bro." What do I do?
Well, first of all, your clue is he dropped the bro. It's Halloween, bro. Okay. I don't have a problem with it. Everybody can celebrate their holidays how they want. If you have young kids and you're the neighbor of somebody that has young kids, I might take that into consideration as being a good neighbor, not having the exploding doll parts in the tree. But, I mean, it's a holiday. It's your property. Do what the hell you want with it.
I have no issue with it either. My issue would be how long are those doll parts hanging? Because I don't like when Halloween decorations stay up for too
Past
long.
Halloween.
Or Christmas decorations or any holiday decor. It needs, like, there's one house in particular I'm thinking of that has those gigantic skeletons.
Yeah.
And they keep them up almost all year, but they just decorate them for different seasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's one
And it would drive
in
me
Plymouth
insane.
that's had a big giant skeleton up
Yes.
for a while, but it has a Hutch jersey on it.
Yes.
I think it's cool.
Yes, they put like a Lions jersey on
Yeah.
it, and then they'll do like Christmas decorations on it, a
Yeah.
Santa hat, and
Uh-huh.
like I don't like that. That
Yeah,
would bother
it
me.
seems weird. Yeah. Although they have Jack Skellington. It's a Christmas movie.
Sure. It's not my neighbor, but there is someone in our neighborhood that does have the doll parts.
Oh,
That is
really?
partially inspired by a true story.
Wow.
It's not my neighbor. I'm not going to say anything, but it is like a little much.
Like, does it look cool though?
No, it
like,
looks like weird.
or does it
creepy.
look like?
Oh, sure.
Well, it's supposed to look creepy, or does it look
But
kind
not
of
like Halloween creepy, just like
Just looks-
uncomfortable.
okay.
Yeah. Like, why are you doing
Do you know
this?
the people that live there? Like,
I
have
don't.
you met them?
No. Again, it's not on my street.
Oh.
But I've seen it in the
Hmm.
general area.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Quitting my job. Dear John, I just started a new job last week and I have a ton of regret. People have told me I'd be a natural at sales because I'm an extrovert. I love talking to people. I've started a job with an insurance company in a sales role and I'm not happy at all. We have to track our own metrics, use these apps, jump through hoops. On top of it, selling's tough. I don't like the customers. I feel slimy. I don't feel a connection. I want to know, can I just leave right now? Do I even need to give 2 weeks? I've only been on the job 6 days.
I would still give my 2 weeks. I mean, you got to go through the right process. You went through the process to get hired, and you find out if the job's not a fit for you, that's fine. It's not always, you get into jobs that you don't particularly like. Now, I would also say you need to have one that you're going to. Maybe you stay in this one until you have another one lined up, and then you put in your 2 weeks and you say, thank you for the opportunity. You always want to leave on a good note. You never know when you're going to run into somebody else again. Maybe they're a boss at a new job, and there's going to be references. They're going to call your last couple of employers. And if it didn't work out and you just didn't show up and left, that's not the phone call you want the new boss to make.
Well, you're probably not listing this on your resume if you're only there 6 days or a couple weeks.
No, because you're probably not going for another sales job either. Like,
No, but the style of employee that you are is it builds character.
I agree with you. 100% you have to put in 2 weeks.
Yes.
That's just what you do. That's a proper thing to do to give your employer enough time to find somebody to replace you. You just
Yeah.
took the job. Yeah, you got to give 2 weeks.
Have to give the week. And John's other point, have
never
something
know.
lined up too. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
don't put yourself in a spot where you can't pay your bills.
Yeah. Sometimes you're finding a new job that you actually like or that actually pays the bills. It's not an easy thing to do.
That's Dear John. You can send your questions in. DearJohnJansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Now I know why.
Dan Dickerson's call. Tigers win. 1 win away from the ALCS. Series feels over. What are you smiling about?
I know we covered this maybe last week before. I have never seen you with a baseball hat on.
Kang brought them in for us.
Uh-huh. I'm glad you know how to put a bend in it. That's a good bend.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Appreciate it. I think the flat brim's maybe only a good look on a few people. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, they're a younger look. Even though you're younger. You're an old soul.
Younger, yeah.
Younger, yes. I think you're an old soul.
Thank you, I think. I have ticket texts. One is about the Tigers. The rest of them are about Dear John. Let's do the Tigers one first.
Okay.
And they're mad at us.
Oh.
Stop the narrative that they aren't supposed to be here. If they weren't supposed to be here, they wouldn't have made the run. Quit saying that stuff. You think any of the players believe that? Stop saying it.
It was very unlikely that they were going to be here. Only one other time in the history of Major League Baseball has a comeback happened like the Detroit Tigers from the beginning of August to now. It was unlikely that they were going to be here.
Why is this person so offended by the fact that we didn't think they were supposed to be here, that they aren't supposed to be here? Their payroll's $18 million. The roster is half rookies.
Yeah.
They were 8 games back.
Was that sent by M. Ryan?
John, I don't know. If anything, I think it makes the story more magical, more fun, more improbable,
but this
more
is the
miraculous.
This is the beautiful thing of sports. It can be so unpredictable.
Like, it's not disrespectful to point out that these guys couldn't get people out at AAA, and now all of a sudden they're going 20 scoreless innings against the Cleveland Guardians. We're allowed to point out how ridiculously amazing that is, but it is ridiculous.
What have we heard, especially over the last couple of years? Everybody that we talk to that is in the know of baseball, whether it's John Morosi, it's AJ Hinch, it's Scott Harris, it was Al Avila before. Anybody in a front office or managerial role says there has never been a time where the gap between AAA and the major leagues has been greater. So why would we then think that somebody with a 6 north of 6 ERA would come up to the big leagues? Multiple players with that type of track record in AAA would come up to the big leagues and be better.
They also tapped into a strategy that no one has used to this extreme. So no one thought they could get away with this the way they are. And it's become a strength. It's worked. We absolutely think it can continue, by the way, because it's the ideal way to play postseason baseball. But I don't think we're disrespectful when we point out like just how unlikely this has been.
Yeah.
Some ticket texts on Dear John. Let's start with the trainer.
Okay.
Says, the trainer scenario sounds exactly like a King of Queens episode. Gary from South Carolina says, sounds like the husband is getting tuned up at his workout, but he's only using the motor for his lady. Don't lie, not good. Tom in Flat Rock.
Not good.
I mean, he just should have said, yeah, the line
Oh,
isn't
sure,
good. He
yeah, the
just
line's not good.
Needed to right off the bat say,
yeah, and
her name's
the lie of omission is still a lie.
It is.
Yeah.
Says, I know the trainer this person is writing about. She's young and attractive. She's a pretty professional. So I don't think there's any cheating going on, but we know why he hid that she was a woman.
Yeah, she was really hot.
Did Heather fall and bump her head? Is she in concussion protocol? Martha is not hot and will never be.
She is 83 years old.
Yeah.
She looks incredible. I hope I look like her when I'm 83. I'm doing all right. No concussion here. She's awesome. She looks great.
Dear John, my wife prefers men who are tall, but I'm vertically challenged. Should I invest in lift shoes or grow my hair out to make her happy? Am I a lost cause? See in Clarkston. A couple on 2-week
That's
notices.
a lot of pounding on the desk
Come
there.
on.
A couple on 2-week notices says you don't have to. Companies can terminate you at any time without notice. You don't have to do that unless you want to.
I heard that question driving in. I
Yeah.
heard several of the questions driving in. And I agree, you should put your 2 weeks notice in. But you can do it in a way. They're probably just going to let you go anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
They'll just say, don't worry about coming back.
Yeah, they're like, you know what?
We barely trained you.
Particularly if you come out with the opening sentence. I think Heather said it. Look, this just isn't a good fit.
Yeah.
So if you want me to put in 2 weeks, I'll be happy to put in 2 weeks. Or, if you're okay with terminating me now, that's fine. But
Yeah.
this isn't.
But you handle it in a professional manner.
Yes, you have that
You-
conversation.
Yes, you have that conversation. You
Goes
offer
to
the
the
2
company or
weeks,
something.
and they probably, to your point, would say, you know what, we don't think it's a good fit either, and so let's just, don't come back tomorrow. In a nice way.
Yeah. Also, when you say something like Martha Stewart is a smoke show
She is.
for 80.
For
she's a
80.
smoke
That's
show.
what I'm talking about.
But you didn't
That's what
say
I'm saying.
for 80. You just said she's
She-
a smoke show.
Right.
Like
She's
at some
83
point,
years old.
that's great. And
Put her
she-
up against another 83-year-old.
I got it. But if you keep, comes a point that you have to, when you keep lowering the bar, like because she really is attractive for someone who's
83.
80s, whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. My mom's 84. This is kind of uncomfortable. But when you get down the list and you say, okay, is she really attractive for 70? And it's like, kind of, yeah, but how far down? And then you just stop and you're like, all right,
Right.
maybe we don't have to.
Okay, that's what I meant, though. For an older woman, she looks incredible. She does.
Doug, you have
There's
no-
no denying it.
Doug has walked in, no context. Martha Stewart smoke show.
I was drinking water when you asked me. Dude. I'm not going to answer that. That's a terrible.
Okay.
you know.
Heather said it, so it's
Yeah.
that's why it came up.
I think she looks awesome.
For
For 83.
Yeah. And then,
She does.
then it's up to you.
For
on-
When you say
yeah.
for 83, it sounds insulting. Like, for her age.
Well, that's why she didn't say the age. I'm saying she needs to say it because
Yeah.
to say Martha Stewart's a smoke show. All right, hold
Is
on.
a little misleading.
Well, now we got to totally change our show.
Uh-huh.
So once you get through this,
Yeah,
I assume
yeah.
Tiger
Then
baseball.
in the we'll fill the 1 o'clock hour with Tiger baseball. No, we got some Tiger. We got Tiger stuff right out of the gate, of course.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whew. What a night. What an afternoon. What a day. What a great day yesterday was in Detroit. What a great day yesterday was in Detroit, Gator. And boy, did we have fun down there. Not a ton of fans.
Oh, yeah.
A ton of fans. I think it was Kathy in Ferndale came up to us before the game and said, we're winning. I said, okay, why is that? She goes, because I've been at every game in the postseason we've won. The only one I missed was game 1 in Cleveland. I said, well, yeah, Saturdays are hard to get around, but she's undefeated and 1 win away, man. 1 win away.
I'm loving this. This is so much fun to see this team play as well as they have.
Mm-hmm.
I love that they're doing it in their own way, their own style. You know, this is the way they've done things. It's almost like every other team that we love, right? The Pistons did it twice unconventionally,
their own way,
right? They beat teams up in the 80s and won a couple championships. They played nothing but defense in 2003 and won a championship. You know, the Red Wings had such trials and tribulations just to get to that point. I mean, they kept building and building and building, and it wasn't until well into Steve Yzerman's career, his 14th year in his 14th NHL season, that they're able to win the Stanley Cup. It looked like that they were, going to do that earlier, and they didn't. They had to keep reinventing themselves, rebuild themselves, and it was a nice ascension. The Lions, what they've done, they haven't won a championship yet, but they won a division championship, and they got to the NFC championship game by winning a couple of playoff games, and they did it in a way that was their own. You know what? We're not going to listen to the outside world, outside noise.
We'll take a running back.
Yeah, we'll take a running back. We'll take a tight end. We'll take a linebacker. It doesn't. None of this matters. What you say doesn't matter. What we believe in matters. And then you get the Tigers, and it's like the ultimate test of all of that. Not one person thought this was a playoff team going into the season. And then when you get to the trade deadline, again, not one person thought this was a playoff team. Now, maybe some people thought, okay, they've got a couple players here that I'm curious to see how they perform now, because I think by that time, Colton Keith started to wake up and started to play better. And like, maybe he's part of the core, but you didn't think we're going to be talking about games this October, the way they completely flipped over the roster and all these rookie players that they have on this team. It's mind-blowing, and it's fantastic, and they've done it their own way. Nobody has built a team like they built this team for the playoffs. Nobody goes into this with a two-man rotation unless you have two aces and you got all this, and you're going to use these guys on 3 days rest or whatever that maybe teams have done in the past. But nobody does it the way the Tigers have with openers. And A.J. Hinch did it again yesterday.
Yes, he did.
He let the Guardians know on Tuesday night who the starting pitcher was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
So he lets them know, hey, we're going to go with Kader Montero. If you're the Guardians, you know what you're thinking? Okay, Kader Montero. We faced him. What was it? 8 1/3 inning. He went shut out baseball against the Gribe.
Yep.
He was great against the Gribe. Okay, and complete game recently against Colorado towards the end of the season. Got it. We're looking at everything he's done. All right, guys. Here's what we're gonna have to face. And he's gonna get a lot of movement on his pitches, and let's watch it. And all right, make sure you get a good look at all those pitches. Get in the dugout. Get the tablets out, watch how he works, so the next time you come up against him, you'll understand it better, and you'll get better swings, better at-bats, and by the time, if he's still there the third time around, we're going to get him. And he's gone after the first inning. He hoodwinked the Guardians.
Yep.
You start a guy who everybody knows can go 5, 6, 7, 8 innings, and you pulled him after one to go back to your formula. And here comes Brant Herter. Have they seen Brant Herter? I don't think they saw Brant Herter. And this is what the genius is of A.J. Hinch. I heard some of the Gribe players saying that, the opener that they do, it's difficult to prepare for at-bats like that, but at least we played this team enough times that we know their staff. No, you don't. You don't know the staff. Oh, tell me about the at-bats you had against Sean Gunther. Oh, you can't. Tell me about all the bats you had against Brant Herter and Hannafy and those guys. Tell me about that. Oh, you faced Jackson Jobe, did you? No. You have no idea. And that's the genius of A.J. Hinch and what's going on right now. Part of the genius.
This morning on MLB Network, I think it was Matt Vasgersian said,
Matty.
well, A.J. Hinch got his steps in
Walking out to the mound.
Out to the mound and back, and out to the mound and back, and out to the mound and back. Look, man, this has been incredible, and it just continued yesterday. A 3-1 win. They're up 2-1 in the series, and they haven't announced a starter yet, right?
No.
You know who they should start tonight? Cater Montero.
Why not?
That's who they should start tonight. And you want to know something hysterical? Kang said, has anybody ever started back-to-back World Series games? And something in my mind went, yes! Deacon Phillip. And I know you're going to go, what? And I'm like, it just jogged the memory. When I was a kid, I had a World Series almanac. It was basically the game story and box score of every World Series game.
Gotcha.
And as a kid,
I can appreciate that.
You flip through the pages, and I remember going, wait, Pittsburgh did what? Deacon Phillip, in the 1903 World Series, when the Pittsburgh Pirates played the Boston Americans, he started game 1 and went 9 innings on October 1st. He started game 3 on October 3rd. He had a day's rest, went 9 more innings. On October 6th, he started game 5 and went 9 innings, and he was 3-0. So in 6 days, he started 3 games, went 9 innings each time. On October 7th, they rested him and lost to Cy Young.
Well, they made a mistake.
Yep. On October 8th, game 6.
That's so funny. They rested him and they lost to Cy Young.
On October...
Oh, to the Cy Young winner?
Yeah.
No. to
Cy
actually Denton True Cy Young. That's who they lost to.
October 6th, game 6, they rested him and lost. The series was tied at 3. Game 7, October 10th. Game 7, they start Deacon Phillip for the 4th time against Cy Young, and Cy Young beats Deacon Phillip in game 7. But wait.
Yeah.
In game 8.
What?
Must have been a best of 8 series.
Excuse me?
On October 13th, Deacon Phillip starts again. This time, he only goes 8 innings because they were the road team. He started 5 games in 13 days and went the distance in all of them.
Well, the pick
you know
is
who the
brain
next
today.
and Cater Montero is the new Deacon Phillip.
yeah, exactly. He went 1 inning. Maybe he'll start the next game.
That's right.
And go 1 more inning.
Yep. As long as they're not throwing Cy Young, I think this could work.
Deacon Phillip?
It might be Deacon Philippe. I don't know, but 1903, man, he started 5 games in 13 days.
That
went the distance every time.
Absolutely insane to hear.
By the way, on October 16th, he had Tommy John surgery. Carson Anderson, open lines, 248-539-9797.
There he is.
You see him?
I'm going to go, okay, because the actor Ryan Phillippe, it's spelled, I think, similarly.
Yeah.
So I'll say Deacon Phillippe, but I like it. Born in 1872.
I like Philippe.
Philippe works good as well. This guy. Are you kidding me?
And we just saw Stoney yesterday. We should have asked him about it.
You missed out.
Yep.
We had a missed opportunity there.
True story.
What year was it? 1908?
Yeah, and
Oh
to
my
think
God.
to think we could be talking, and if they did it right today, we'd be talking about. I think Tarek Skubal might win the Deacon Phillip Award.
So in 1908, Deacon Phillip pitched in 5 games in the season. Did not start a single game.
Yeah, his arm was toast.
No, that was 1908.
I know his arm was toast after 1903.
Oh, 03. I'm sorry. I thought 08 was here. My bad.
High standard skater.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, he started 33 out of the 36 games he pitched in 1903. The other 3 games he finished. 31 complete games that year. Oh my God.
Yeah, but did his arm even fall off?
No, he's still around.
That's why Cater Montero needs to start
Cater
tonight.
Montero, let's go.
They got
Sack
a chance
up.
to close this thing out. Gator, I am not.
Channel your inner Deacon Philippe.
That's right. Carson Anderson, open lines. Let's get to your phone calls and feedback. Tigers on the brink. They got 9 innings tonight at home, chance to advance to the ALCS. We got a lot to get into with yesterday's game and look ahead. By the way, the Red Wings open their season later in the show at Bold Ass Predictions. We got the Blitz thingy at 10:30. All coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, this year, FanDuel is giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night with FanDuel Squares. It is the same as Super Bowl Squares. the game you've always known and loved, only this is kind of better because your numbers aren't just randomly assigned. You get to pick them yourself. You can pick as many as you like. You'll get to see the odds beforehand, and you can bet them live during the game. So what are you waiting for? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug and bet on squares. Plus, if you're new to FanDuel, you can bet $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. So go find a prop bet, an easy prop bet. They have alternative spreads and alternative totals. Find one you know you're going to win. You won't get much of a return on your $5, but you get your $300 in bonus bets. Do that. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. From an unnamed texter, Doug emptied the bucket on a bye week. Well done, 1903 Pirates. Yep.
That's emptying the bucket.
Deacon Philippe, 5 starts. No, yeah, 5 starts in an 8-game series. Apparently an 8-game series.
It was a best out of 8 series back then.
First to win 5 games.
Even Gronk don't math up on that one.
David Work, that's why it's the Cy Young Award and not the Deacon Philippe Award. Scooble's winning, LOL. Next one, if they throw Montero tonight, his new nickname is going to be the Deacon. That's from Tom in Flat Rock. Sure. In 1903, men used to build houses with their bare hands and eat the spade spare lumber for lunch. So Deacon Philippe thing makes sense. That's from Dan and Ipsy.
Those are facts.
Next one was Deacon Philippe throwing real gas at 53 miles per hour in 1903. He might have been a soft tosser. But it just triggered that memory. I was like, oh my God, Deacon Philippe or Deacon Philip or whatever the hell his name was.
Was it just one pitch back then? Throw?
Yeah.
What's in his arsenal?
You want the
Jim?
one or you want the one? Give me the one. He walked 3 batters in the 44 innings that he pitched.
In the World Series?
In the World Series. 3.
44 innings in 12 days.
And he built 2 houses.
Yeah.
With his bare hands.
And he lived through whooping cough.
Yeah. As they lost to the Boston Americans.
He was a probable that day when he had the whooping.
Anybody else want to pitch? Anybody? I guess I'm ready to go, Skip.
That's great.
I think Skip gave him the whooping cough.
Wonder how many Tiger pitchers haven't even thrown 44 innings this year. Hannafy hasn't.
I was going to say probably at least a handful.
Yeah. Ty Madden hasn't. Sean Gunther hasn't. Jackson Jobe obviously hasn't. McKinstry hasn't. All right, let's go to Benjamin. You're on 97 a ticket. What's up, Benjamin?
Hey, guys. So I've never stopped being a Tigers fan. Baseball was my first love as far as sports goes. And it's weird to me, when you look at the 2012 team and we have, Rick Porcello, Max Scherzer, Justin Verlander, we have, Avila, Miguel, all those different guys. It is so weird to me that I feel more confident with this team in the playoffs that they can make a run. Like with that team, I always felt nervous. Like, when's the shoe going to drop? Like, what's going to happen today? Like, I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but I feel more confident in this team, and I wonder how many other, Tigers fans feel the same.
That's a great question. This team is just, first of all, they're so easy to get behind. They are so easy to get behind. And this feels like, it feels like a bit of hitting the sports lotto. But the question is, do we hit all the numbers in the Powerball? I don't know. I would be winning the World Series.
Exactly.
But it's, I don't know if I'm more confident in this group. I was pretty confident in some of those Tiger teams that had JV and Scherzer for sure. Porcello, David Price. They took some really, really good teams into the postseason.
They did.
Yep.
So apparently King's got some more facts.
What else would just empty the entire bucket?
Yeah.
Right?
On Deacon Philippe?
Yes.
Oh, God.
So it's definitely Philippe or
Is it?
Felipe. Philippi, sorry. Because apparently, according to IMDb, he is a distant relative of Ryan Phillippe, the actor. Do you know who he is, Doug?
Of course not. Was he the coach in Remember the Titans?
No, that was Denzel.
Oh, okay.
Never stop.
Do you know who Reese Witherspoon
Love
is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
know
he
who
was
Reese-
married to her.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Cool. Good
They're
for him.
divorced now. Yeah, but
Oh,
anyways, he
that's
named
not
his
bad for him.
Yeah. Anyways, they named their son Deacon after this pitcher.
No way.
Yes. Philippi. So that's
See?
how
And you say I don't know movies.
Yes, we say you don't know movies.
That's a good point. Dude started 5 of the 8 games in a World Series, was going back-to-back complete games in 1903. And I'm saying, do it, Montero. Cater Montero, the new Deacon Philip Witherspoon.
I like that. That's good.
Deacon didn't have a war back then. He was at war. Like he was fighting. Like
Oh, so funny. That's so great. Somebody on Twitch said between games he worked in the coal mines.
Didn't everybody?
That's not eye black.
Fairness, he was pitching for Pittsburgh, so he probably had to do his shift, his full 10-hour shift at first.
Right.
And
Steel.
then
They didn't have steel back then. They have steel back then.
Coal mines there.
Okay. The incline. He worked the incline.
He worked the incline. He built the incline. Oh, you want let's go up and down the mountain? Oh, we should do that.
You do a really good Pittsburgh accent. How would you say the pitcher's name in Pittsburghese?
Oh, his name's Deacon Philippi. Oh. He stabbed his finger one time, but he was still able to pitch.
that stubbed his finger, or as someone from Pittsburgh would say,
Stoved. You should know that.
Didn't you?
Yins.
Everybody likes that beer too. What's the one from Pittsburgh?
Yingling?
Yeah.
Solid. It's solid.
I've never liked it.
No?
No, but I'm weird. I mean, this is not new news to anybody. Everything I like goes away.
Were you a Rolling Rock guy? Did you like Rolling Rock?
It's all right. You know who was a big Rolling Rock guy? Musburger.
Oh, was he?
Oh, yeah. Brent Musburger, big Rolling Rock guy.
We win a bet.
Didn't he, probably, didn't he get...
Make it a case of Rolling Rock.
Yeah.
From Latrobe.
Yeah.
Old 33.
He was a big Rolling Rock guy. So I was told. But
It's a lot of things about Brent.
Yeah.
I'm good.
That might be the best story it has. Well,
wait, don't stare at a celebrity.
Yeah, look,
when you're in the urinal.
I guess now I have to tell the story. Probably early 90s, Michigan State played Miami. And I was working TV at the time, and I took a camera, got an extra credential, took my buddy Tom Kish, and we went to the game, and I had him in the press box. I said, okay, you're not a fan today. Like, you can't cheer in the press box. You just watch the game. And if you see anybody famous, don't make a big deal out of it. So we walk into the old Spartan Stadium press box where it was a tiny little bathroom.
Oh, it was.
3 urinals. And being 2 guys, you walk in, you don't go to urinals right next to each other.
No, you
go to one end, he goes to the
uprights,
other. Yeah, and then the urinal in the middle is open. And who walks in? None other than Brent Musburger. And Tom was all fired up, but remembered in the middle that he wasn't supposed to be. So he's sitting there taking a leak, and he turns and looks and sees Musburger, and he goes, Brent, I'm good.
Immediately self-edited. My bad.
He yells out Brent, then turns back to his business and drops, I'm good. All right, lots to talk about with the Tigers. We will get to some very specific stuff about yesterday's game and this unbelievable run that this team continues to be on. But straight ahead, it's the Y9 Omaha 4-Down Round League Blitz thingy. We swing around the NFL here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Oh, the Tigers. Up 2-1 now on the Guardians. Chance to close them out tonight at Comerica Park. Boy, if yesterday was any indication, I think tonight it's going to be like yesterday, except better. Because there's a chance to go to the ALCS and take on the Yankees or Kansas City, which is just incredible. It's absolutely incredible. All right, it's time for the Blitz thingy. If you're not familiar with the show, we got a 6-pack of NFL questions. Gator, heads or tails?
Go with tails.
Gator calls tails, and tails it is. Would you like to receive or defer?
I will defer.
Okay,
All right.
so I'm going first.
Here we go, Doug. Question number 1. Was it too early to fire Robert Saleh?
Wow, it's early in the season, isn't it? But you could kind of see this one coming. And it seemed like Saleh and coach GM and sometimes quarterback when not darkness fasting perjure in Egypt, Aaron Rodgers, it seemed like they didn't get along. And I did look for quicker firings to find out, like, if this was any kind of record, and it's actually not even close. Rams owner Carol Rosenblum fired George Allen after 2 uninspiring preseason games.
Oh, well, that sets the bar.
1977. But yeah, this is. I think it's too early, and I mean, I feel like Saleh got dealt a bad hand here. He got dealt Aaron Rodgers, who is setting the bar for diva behavior, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, you have to ask Aaron Rodgers whether or not it was too early to
Why
fire
ask
him.
us?
I mean, what do we? Yeah, the fact that he was fired, it clearly means Aaron Rodgers thinks no, it wasn't too early at all. I love how he's trying to distance himself. I didn't have anything to do with it. It's ridiculous. I resent it. And then he talks about how the owner talked to him about it. So clearly, the owner made the decision while consulting with Aaron Rodgers. But whatever, man. Was he fired too early? Probably, but what an awful fit it was for Robert Saleh in the beginning anyway. I mean, he goes there, and who knows if he had the final say-so in the first draft pick when they had the top 5 pick and they took Zach Wilson. The idea of trading everything you could just to get Aaron Rodgers and then all of his cronies around him, the possibility of maybe giving up more assets if you're going to try to get Devontae Adams. It's just a terrible fit. And actually, I'm glad he's out of there because I kind of like Robert Saleh, and I feel like his whole legacy was getting ruined with the Jets. But also, he had a terrible win-loss record. You can't deny that either. So, I mean, there's reason to fire him, but do I think it's too early? Yeah, a little bit.
So Aaron Rodgers resents those accusations, Gator.
Yes.
And you, Doug, that you guys are making.
Mm-hmm.
But do I think it was too early to fire him? I kind of do. But I don't know what was going on behind scenes, how bad the relationships were. I mean, if he was losing the locker room, that's not a good thing. As far as trying to win this year, because that's what the owner is trying to do, is win this year. He felt that he came out and said, we got a really good team, and things weren't going where they should be. So if that's the goal, I don't know if this helps that goal. I think they would have been better off keeping him and trying to right the ship than going this route. I could be wrong, but I do think it was too early. All right, speaking of the Jets, Gator, who will be the Jets head coach in 2025?
Well, you know how these hiring cycles go. You take a chance on a coordinator who had no head coaching experience, and that doesn't work. So what do you do next? You go and you find a former head coach with lots of head coaching experience. So it's Bill Belichick. They're going to throw stupid money at him, and he'll take it. He wants to come back and coach. He's got the ego, and, hey, kicking the can with maybe you get another season of Aaron Rodgers there, more than likely, and, make some moves in the offseason. Bill Belichick will test your true genius if you can still get it done.
I agree with you, but I'm going to add another layer to the story. They will go with Bill Belichick after they interview Ben Johnson, and he says, no, I'm staying with Detroit.
I like that.
Yep.
I think they absolutely go after Ben Johnson. And the question is that bag too big for Ben Johnson to turn down this time around? It is a New York market, too. Maybe Ben Johnson doesn't want that big of a market. Or maybe they sell him on the fact you win here, you're king of the world. That's kind of what they sell a lot of free agents and coaches and things like that about New York. In the end, I don't think they land Ben Johnson. I'm going to go with Mike Vrabel here. But, yeah, I agree with maybe probably a veteran coach would be better.
You think Ben Johnson wants to work with Aaron Rodgers?
I think he wants to work with whoever gives him the best chance. I mean, if you a good quarterback, hey, say what you want about Aaron Rodgers, and he clearly isn't the same quarterback he was in Green Bay. He can still sling it, man. You see it out there. I don't know if he's going to be any better next year, though. But like I said, maybe the bag is too big for him to turn down. But Vrabel's my choice. All right, a couple of QB changes were made this week. Should the Cleveland Browns do the same and bench Deshaun Watson?
Yep. And go with DTR and see what they got in a young quarterback and play for a tank for Shedeur. I mean, Cleveland's a mess. They got to try and get out of that contract. It's not even just bench him. It's what recourse do they have to get out of that awful, historically bad contract. But yeah, I would bench him and I would go just roll with Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work and no big deal. Try to get Shedeur Sanders.
Look, I was a fan of the talent of Deshaun Watson when he was with Houston. I thought it was an awful lot for Cleveland to give up to land him in that trade. And then everything else happened, and it looks like, how stupid is that? At some point, you just got to cut bait and realize it's not working, and it's not working. So, yes, you should change the quarterback. However, I'm not going with DTR. You want to eat yourself a W this week. You go put in Jameis Winston.
Tastes like crab legs.
And butter.
Well, of course,
tastes like incompletion.
You can't.
Tastes like interception.
Can't forget the butter. Listen, Deshaun Watson clearly is not the same quarterback he was in Houston. This is not the guy they traded for. His numbers don't look the best. But I got to be honest with you, watching Cleveland games a little bit, his receivers aren't helping him either. I don't think it's all Deshaun Watson's fault. With that being said, it clearly isn't working, though. They were actually better last year when Flacco came in. I'm with you, Gator. Teams just don't give up. If you put DTR in, you're giving up on the season, Doug, and I don't think they're there yet. I think Winston is the choice. You go with Jameis. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to be better, but this team clearly needs a spark, and if they're not going to give up on the season, they're still trying to make the playoffs and win games, I think you got to go with Jameis. All right, 5 games into the season, guys. Is Jaden Daniels the MVP of the league?
My initial reaction was going to be no, because to be the man, you got to beat the man, and Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs are 5-0, but Mahomes has like 6 touchdowns and 6 picks, so I can't do it. Jaden Daniels is the MVP at this point because his team is 4-1. It's not because of his stats. He's only got 4 touchdowns to 2 picks, but he's got 4 touchdowns rushing as well, and he's averaging over 5 yards a carry. He's got 300 yards on the ground. He's completing 77% of his passes, and more importantly, he's just leading his team down the field to scoring drive after scoring drive after scoring drive. It's amazing what they've done there with Washington, and he's the leader of that team.
You may recall one of my bold-ass predictions prior to the season was that Jaden Daniels and Sam Darnold would be battling for league MVP.
Right.
I mean, seriously, this is the world we are in. I would go with Sam Darnold, and it does come down to the stats here. Because as you mentioned, Jaden Daniels, it's kind of a stunning stat that he only has 4 touchdown passes. The guy's been incredible. They score like 75% of their possessions. They look unstoppable, and he's a big reason why, but only 4 touchdown passes. So I'm going to give the slight nod to Sam Darnold at this point.
So right now, 5 games into the season, I think it is a 2-horse race between Sam Darnold and Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, his completion percentage is unreal. And if you talk about MVP, winning games matters a lot. That's why Sam Darnold's in there as well. He's got good numbers, but the fact that they're undefeated, you can't ignore that. Yep. No one could predict that the Commanders would have this record at this point in the season. So I probably would right now give the slight edge to Jaden Daniels, but keep an eye on Lamar Jackson. If they continue to win games, his numbers are very good. Again, he could be winning his 3rd MVP by the end of the year, depending on if Washington and Minnesota fade a little bit. I think Lamar Jackson could surpass them. But 5 games into the season, I got Jaden Daniels. I can't believe it. A rookie as the MVP of the league. All right, another team that's struggling, the Bengals. Are they done, guys?
Okay, look, I'm going to put one of my modern-day football philosophies to a test here. I'm going to say no because offense wins championships, and there's nothing wrong with this team's offense. And I really believe that in the modern-day NFL, you win with great offense. And they got a top 10 offense in yards, top 5 offense in scoring. Joe Burrow's having a good year. And they have a relatively light schedule. There are no easy schedules in the NFL because any team can beat you on any given Sunday. But they have a relatively light schedule. So I'm going to say they are not done yet. They're in a deep, deep hole, clearly. But I'm going to say if I were a Bengals fan, I wouldn't give up.
Well, offense can win championships, but you have to do it with some kind of defense. And they have the 2nd worst defense in the NFL and giving up 29 points a game. So you just had to be somewhat respectable to be able to utilize that top offense. I
I like the Bengals. I always have. I think Joe Burrow is great, but I don't think I've gone on record and saying I don't think he's going to win a Super Bowl. And this is the reason, because they haven't corrected those problems on defense. They're not done yet, but they're perilously close. If I were Cincinnati, I would right now be on the phone with Robert Saleh to bring him over to be a defensive assistant right freaking now and try to help that defense out. Robert Saleh is a great defensive mind. He did amazing things with San Francisco.
I think the offense, I agree with you, the offense is really good. That's why the offense is so good. I think they put up a fight. But the problem is the record and the numbers. They might be in too big of a hole to dig out of. The numbers, when you look at it historically, are against them making the playoffs. Now, they have added the extra playoff team, so that's changes the numbers a little bit. But like I said, historically, you start off 1-4. You're not going to make the playoffs, and I think the NFL is just too good of a league to be in that big of a hole. I think their division is tough. The AFC is tough. I think the Bengals are done as far as making the playoffs. All right, last one, guys. Steelers wide receiver George Pickens had the phrase always blanking open on his eye black last week, and he's going to hear from the NFL about that. But if you guys had to wear eye black with something written on it, what would it say?
It's a great question. I thought about this, and I came up with two answers, but it's down to I have to give it to one. So my first thought was something that if it were there, it'd be kind of hokey, I think, to say. The one I went with was one that I want to get under the skin of the opposition, because that's what you want to do. You want to play mind games with them. So I think what it would say is, how's your mother?
Wow. And
that's pretty savage.
You'll evoke some emotion. That's
you
for sure.
You want to get under their skin.
All right, so I'll just beat people to the joke. Under one eye, I would say near, far, and on the other eye, I would say wherever you are.
Going all Celine, huh?
Someone going to pick you up?
Wear your bike helmet or treat each other with respect. I don't know. I might say, okay, hook 'em. Like, I don't care. I think I'd go with wear your bike helmet.
There you go.
Yep.
Or wear your mouth guard.
Safety first.
Come on, guys. Wear the mouth guard.
So I took this a little differently. I took it as if I was going to wear this out and about, because I'm an NFL player. So if I had to wear eye black with a message on it, just walking, to my car, going to the grocery store, mine would say always effing tired, guys, because I am always effing tired at this point in my life. Got the two little ones, the wife, the job. Everything's going on. I have no time for anything.
At the playoffs.
I'm always effing tired.
It's so great. You are me like 16 years ago. And that concludes the Wide 9 Omaha 4-down around the league blitz thingy. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get to some Tiger stuff next. Wow, what a win yesterday and what an opportunity tonight. Can this team close out the Guardians? We will get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Driving on our roads in Michigan can be tough, and with the winter season right around the corner, it's going to get tougher. It's Doug here, and I'm here to tell you that if you ever get into an accident, I hope you never do, but if you do, you want an attorney who not only specializes in auto law, but who also cares. You want Michigan Auto Law. They specialize in auto and truck accidents, and because of that, they've recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other law firm in Michigan. Check them out for yourself. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, Gator, do you want to start with the amazing, the truly amazing, or the amazing bonus of yesterday's game?
Let's build up to a crescendo.
Okay.
Let's start with the amazing.
Okay, the amazing. Cleveland, since the first inning of game 1,
Yeah.
they had 5 hits, 3 extra base hits, and 5 runs in the first inning of game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Since that first inning, the last 26 innings, they've scored 2 runs.
Yeah.
They're 12 for 78, a 153 batting average with 3 extra base hits. They had 3 extra base hits in game 1. They've had 3 since.
Mm-hmm.
It has been an absolute total domination by the Detroit Tigers pitching staff.
It has been.
Yep.
And Cleveland's done a good job pitching as well, but not as well as the Tigers have.
It's incredible. Like that game 1, you get early in game 1, like the first inning, and it feels like, okay, the Tigers beat the Astros, and then you go, uh-oh, this one's going to be different, right? The first data point we have in this ALDS with Cleveland couldn't have looked much worse.
Oh, it's the first batter of the game 1 was Stephen Kwan hitting a ball, a foot below the line, which would have been a home run?
Yeah. So, I mean, that is remarkable how good they have been since that first inning. And if you had said to people, yeah, for the next basically 3 games, because they've gotten, the truth is it could be 27 innings because they didn't record an out. So they've recorded 3 games worth of outs since they gave up 5 runs.
Right, basically.
3 full games worth of runs. And that is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'll wait to hear your others because I don't want to steal thunder from.
Oh, go ahead, steal away. I don't mind.
I mean, back-to-back shutouts is what this is. When you look at this series, the series starts off with Cleveland winning 7-0, the Tigers coming back winning 3-0. So it's that is historic to see that come across the plate. I forget what the final score of game 2 against Houston was.
Was that 5-2?
May have been.
I think it was 5-2. But I mean, you're right. They've basically thrown 3 straight.
5-2, well, and 3-1. They've won. So the Tigers pitching.
They did give up 2 runs after they gave up the 5 in the first. But yes.
But this team has been absolutely amazing in the 5 games they've played. They've given up 10 runs in 5 games. So that's an easy ERA to figure out. So just nice job. Nice job. You know what's truly amazing, Doug?
Truly amazing. Can you name the Tigers with the most hits in the postseason?
So this is interesting because nobody's got a ton of them, right? But it's I don't even know what the total is. It's like 4 or 5 with the most hits on the team. Jake Rogers?
I want to take a guess, too, because I don't know what the answer is either. But it's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
You got Jake Rogers? That's a good guess.
Yeah,
good
I'll go with Jake Rogers.
That's a good guess. I'm going to go with Justin Henry Malloy.
That was another one. That was probably my top 3.
So Jake Rogers has 5 postseason hits. He's tied with someone else as a leader in postseason hits for the Tigers. Justin Henry Malloy is in 3rd behind the top 2 with 4. He's tied with somebody.
So is it Matt Vierling?
Vierling also has 4. But you know what? He's leaning on all that playoff experience. It's not surprising that he has had 13 plate appearances before this.
Goes without saying.
The Malloy thing would have been crazy because he hasn't played in every game.
Dude, he's got 6 at bats.
I know. That's why
hits.
I said it. I'm like, couldn't be, could it?
Does Riley Green have 4?
Nope. He's got 3.
Okay. I know it's not Torque. I know it's not Colt Keith. Pretty sure it's not Sweeney. It's not Sweeney.
No, it's not Sweeney.
Parker?
Bingo.
Parker Meadows. Yeah, he's got a hit, and he's like led off each game with a hit or something, right?
Mm-hmm. So basically, a couple of mud hens, a journeyman catcher, and a utility guy. Could you imagine being on the Cleveland side of this thing going, who are these guys? Who the F are these guys?
Yeah.
And they must be thinking, is this a new Jake Rogers? Like, who's the Jake Rogers that we've been playing against for years? Because Jake Rogers has been money in the postseason. All right, and the truly amazing bonus of this was not only did they win yesterday, 3-0, but it was like the perfect get-right game for so many guys.
Yeah.
You think about the players, and there hasn't been many that were
Who
like...
did we talk about yesterday?
Who did we talk about? We talked about Spencer Torkelson. Did he come through with a huge hit?
Big double.
That's a get-right moment for Tork, an RBI double in the 6th. Did we talk about Colt Keith?
We did. He hadn't had a hit in the series to that point, in the playoffs.
His first hit of the postseason that led to the RBI. He was the one that was on base when Torkelson. Did we talk about Riley Green not doing much?
We did.
First inning, RBI single up the middle.
Yep.
Did we talk about Tyler Holton getting knocked around in game 1?
We did.
What'd he do in the 9th?
Well, he shut him down 1, 2, 3 and got a strikeout to end the game.
It was almost like anybody who had been questioned and got to get this guy right or got to get that guy right, or I don't know if I'd start Holton. He wasn't really good. They gave him the baseball in a save situation yesterday after getting knocked around and being responsible for 4 of the 5 earned runs in game 1. He goes out and just mows them down 1, 2, 3.
Just about everybody offensively in the game yesterday, because there were a lot of people that came in pinch hit and all that. Just about everybody had a role of some kind. Meadows had a hit. Carpenter had 2 at bats. He was 0 for 1, but he also walked, so he got on base. Malloy came in, pinch hit. He drew a walk. Jace Young didn't do anything in his at bat. Vierling had a hit. Riley Green had a hit. Wenzel Perez was another one who didn't do anything. Offensively. Colt Keith, he went 1 for 3. Ibanez was 0 for 1. Torkelson had a hit. Sweeney did not. Rogers had a hit and a walk because that's what Jake Rogers does. There's magic in that mustache.
Do you know in the last 2 games, the Guardians have drawn 2 walks, and one of them was an intentional walk?
Yeah. Actually, funnily enough, I did know that. Yes, because I know they didn't walk anybody in game 2, and they walked 2 in yesterday's game. And yes, one of them was the intentional pass.
It's pretty crazy.
And
remember we talked about winning on the margins? That's the Vierling catch. Look, they're not going to be perfect.
The Vierling catch is like the Torkelson catch.
Yep.
In Houston.
Yep.
I mean, that's just what you're doing.
If you're not going to be, what they've gotten is elite pitching without question. Their hitting is what it is. I don't know that they're ever going to be. When it's good, it's average.
Yeah.
And so how do you win games? You got to win on the margins. You got to play good defense. You got to get outs when you can. What's the saying? 75% of the Earth's surface is covered by water.
Something like that.
And the other 25 is covered by Parker Meadows. He's just running down everything in the outfield. Everything, and he makes it look easy.
I like it. Yeah, and I don't know who's responsible for lining up the players defensively, but kudos to you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
For getting the players lined up appropriately. It's got to be great with the outfielders, with the outfield that they have. When you throw Perez with Meadows and Riley Green, the 3 of those guys cover every square inch in the outfield. You feel pretty confident when a ball is hit out there that someone's going to catch it. But the defensive placement of the infield is of key importance. You can't do the shift anymore. Well, so when do you decide that you're going to put the guy all the way just on this side of second base so it's not illegal? And, I don't know if they do that all the time, but these guys are positioned so well that at the end of games, when you have a hot shot to first, Torque's right there to snag the liner. When you have a hot shot to third, Vierling's right there to snag the liner and come on into the dugout and get a warm reception.
All right, interesting comments from someone on this radio station that I want to get into a little bit here, Gator, and see where you side on this. We'll get to that today at 11:02 here on Carson Anderson. Hey, let's hear from you as well. Tiger fans 1 win away from the ALCS, which stands for American League Championship Series for people who need to jog their memory. 97-1 the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. It may be one of those days where you want to get downtown earlier than usual for a game and buy your parking ahead of time, but the Tigers, they're going to try to clinch in Game 4, and the Red Wings will debut their regular season at the LCA within 2 hours of one another. A record attendance at Comerica Park was set yesterday with 44,885 fans. Right now on StubHub for tonight, standing room only tickets going for about $120. Jake Rogers has had a hit and scored in each of their past 2 wins. He says the Tigers are just going to continue moving forward. Yeah, why not? Just keep winning. 6:08 will be the first pitch downtown, a 5:40 pregame on the ticket, and then pregame for the Red Wings will be over on WWJ at 7:45. Their regular season gets started at 8. Billy Huso will be in net against the Penguins. Hoping to keep a clean bill of health, the Lions continue working towards their clash in Dallas on Sunday. No players on their active roster have been missing from their workouts as of yesterday. And while we wait for their game, Week 6 of the NFL will begin tonight in Seattle. The Hawks and the 49ers kick off at 8:15. San Francisco 0-2 on the road this year and continue to be without star running back Christian McCaffrey. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket at Odyssey.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Red Wings openers tonight. Let me tell you something. One of the great dudes there is out there is Ken Kal. He was at the Tiger game yesterday. I got a chance to talk with Kenny, who is the best. You know what he told me? Guess which Red Wing is really into the Tigers?
Dylan Larkin.
He might be, but that's not who he said. I don't know if you.
Well, then if I throw another name out you, you might say the same thing.
Right.
Why don't you just tell me who he said?
I may as well. But he said the guy that is way into it is Germany's own Mo Seider.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't it? Well, see, apparently dude's into baseball. Mo Seider's into baseball.
Well, it's hard not to get and catch pennant fever here with things going the way that they're going. And this is what happens when the Tigers make the playoffs. Everybody becomes a Tiger fan. I think the Tiger fans, they don't die. They're always there.
Yeah.
You know, they lay dormant for a while when things aren't so good, and you know maybe they'll pay attention, but they're dying for the team to be good and relevant so that they can perk up and puff their chests out. And that's kind of what's happening now. This is extraordinary what's happened.
248-539-9797. Okay. So you know I'm not a jinx guy.
Right.
Yep.
I'm already uncomfortable, King. Already uncomfortable.
Wait, that's all I said.
I know. But what's going to follow here is either license for you because you'll throw it on somebody else's shoulders for something that they've said.
It's like when you say with all due respect,
Exactly.
and then you just insult somebody.
Yeah.
Well, that's not my intent here at all. Okay, so yesterday, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Kang, very generously, are you wearing the same hat you got us? You got
Oh,
like
I'm
everybody
rolling.
at the station.
Yeah.
Where'd you get these hats?
A buddy of mine, I've mentioned before, John owns Pro Sports Zone over in Laurel Park Place.
So Kang does this every once in a while, and it's one of the things that, amongst many reasons why Kang is awesome. Last year he shows up to work, and he was at his buddy's store, and he bought us all grit hats.
Bought us all the grit hats.
And now today, this year, he gets us the Tiger postseason hat, which you got to get it to the camera as best you can for people to see it on the Twitch feed. I don't know if it's going to work or not.
Did you take off the sticker?
He had the sticker on.
I kept this World Series sticker underneath because I hope they go to the World Series.
That's funny. Anyway, it's got the 2024 playoffs logo on the side. And it was the hat I was wearing yesterday that Kang bought us. Immediately, I was accused of breaking up the mojo because I wasn't wearing my other Tiger postseason purchase, which is this light blue Detroit Tigers hat with the old school logo, which has gotten mixed reviews, including a mixed review from you.
I don't know where you got this.
Well, you say you like the hat, but you hate.
I hate the flat brim.
And there's the mix.
Well, but you could.
I don't know what.
Is it possible to bend that brim at all?
And ruin the hat?
And ruin the hat?
By the way, this is a bent brim. the flatter brims are much flatter than this.
And also that hat look. I like the hat. I like the logo. I like the color scheme. What I don't like is it looks magnificently giant on your head.
Well, thank you. So anyway, I didn't wear this hat yesterday for the first time in the postseason. I wore
that
the
oversized?
No, I wore the one that Kang got us, and I immediately noticed that the streaming chat on Twitch was claiming that I was breaking the mojo, and if the Tigers lost, it would be fully my fault.
No, sir, you're fine.
Okay,
gear. You can wear gear as long as it's gear.
Okay, so but I'm not a jinx guy, not at all. Did you hear Costa this morning?
You're making me uncomfortable. I did not, and we're going to speak this into the universe again.
Well, he said it, and I guess he said it a lot. He said this series is over.
Some guys feel that need, Gator. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
They feel that need to just.
They want to be the guy.
Yeah, they want to be the guy. I called it.
And
I knew it was over.
I saw something similar to that this morning, reading in the Free Press, and it came from a source that doesn't surprise me. But Carlos Monarrez had something similar to that with the headline on his story. And when I saw it, I'm like, I'm not reading the story because I despise the headline. I feel like boycotting the morning show for a little bit because of Costa. I won't do it, but Jim, you know better.
Well, the thing is, if that's what you truly believe, and you are as confident as you can be, I guess go ahead and save it. You know where I feel right now we are? Up 2-1 in this series with a home game and a Scooble start in the holster. You know where I feel we are right now? I have a similar feeling to being up 17 points at halftime of the NFC title game.
And what happened?
They lost the game, and that's why I'm not going to go through. That's why I don't think it's over. I don't feel we've been close to something that felt so close you could taste it, something you never thought you would see. We never thought we'd see the Lions in the Super Bowl, and they were so close they could taste it. Now here we are. We never thought we'd see the Tigers in the ALCS, and we're so close you could taste it. But I can't shake that feeling that this is far from over. They still have work to do, and we don't have to go back that far to think of a recent example where everything was going well and it was so close and it didn't happen. So that's why I wouldn't go anywhere near what Costa had said. Now, I don't believe in jinxes, so it has nothing to do with that, but ultimately, to me, there's still a ton of work to be done here, man.
There is. It can get done today if things work well. Go ahead and do that. You saw one of the last bullet points I had regarding the Tigers. I don't even want to mention somebody's name, so I'm not going to. It's about today and what this team can do.
Are you going downtown without ticks?
I said one of
the last bullet points.
Two above that.
Wait, what? You'd pitch Scooble today?
What is wrong with you? That's not what I said.
No fallback plans. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't even want to mention this name Scooble today. No fallback plans, only about today.
Because you keep mentioning his name and saying, in game 5. I don't know.
No talk.
Today.
Yeah.
Don't mention his name. I don't want to talk about fallback plans and to start to cushion the blow if things don't go their way today. That's not it. Today is about today.
But let's be clear here, and in the context of today is about today, without question. The big picture is, if this team is truly going to win something more than just this series, it's kind of a big deal to win tonight.
It is.
It's kind of a big deal.
It is. And look, I love what A.J. Hinch has done with the pitching staff. You have no idea what's coming at you. And that is fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
With today's game, I mean, I would expect Reese Olson's going to pitch a bulk load of the innings, but does he start the game? I mean, that's what's crazy about this is that you don't have to. He hasn't done this. A.J. Hinch has been like, somebody go out there and throw the first inning. Hopefully you get the first 3 batters out, or at least you go unscathed. Don't give up a run. Maybe you have to go through 5 or 6, but don't give up the run, and we're fine.
then turn it over to somebody else who can go 4, 5, 6 innings, whatever the case is, which is what happened in game 1. You know, Reese Olson didn't start game 1, but he came into the first inning in game 1 because Tyler Holton got lit up a little bit. So I'm really curious to see where he goes with this pitching staff and the lineup tonight. Now, the lineup, I suppose, is going to be pretty obvious. You're facing a right-hand pitcher in Bybee, who you saw in game 1, so you're going to have a ton of lefties. It'll be a similar lineup to what we saw yesterday. I can't imagine it'll be terribly different.
Do you think that the Guardians would Voit would do something similar just to get back at AJ? And because the Tigers would load it up with lefties, like you said, and he goes, "Nope, I use an opener just like you did. I'm screwing you over like you screwed me over yesterday."
No, because he would be screwing his own team over because Bybee was masterful against the Tigers in game 1.
I know. I'm just saying out of spite because he got so outmanaged yesterday.
Fantastic. So
Voit got
fantastic.
so outmanaged yesterday.
It's like, hey, listen, it's AJ Hinch. Letting you know we're going to start Montero, okay? All right, good talking. Good luck. Bye. And then it comes out in the second inning, Brant Herter?
Yeah.
Like what? Watching the game, we're saying Brant Herter's in the game. Montero just won 1, 2, 3, but Brant Herter. Why? Oh, don't question it. It's AJ Hinch. I'm good with it. I'm good.
Tigers, Cleveland, game 4 tonight at Comerica Park. Want to talk to the people next. How you feeling, Detroit, right now? Are you confident? Are you nervous? Are you feeling like they got to win it tonight? Is there something that doesn't sit well about having it go back to Cleveland? Are you trying to not see the big picture and just say, hey, win one of these next 2? Where are you at with this team and where they stand right now? What are your emotions telling you? It's Carson Anderson. Get the finger of the pulse of the fans next. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot. It's hard not to in terms of being a sports bar. No one does it better. It's a good time to be in a sports bar, isn't it? They don't just serve up bar food. It's elevated and impressive. They have a scratch kitchen. Their team is in there every day at 7 a.m. preparing the food that you're going to enjoy. You'll see them on your drive-in when you drive past at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks has something for everyone. For starters, they smoke their own ribs, brisket, chicken wings, and thighs. They cut their own New York strips, craft their own meatballs, hand-cut their chicken tendies, their boneless wings. They make their own salad dressings, even their own croutons. And now, let's talk about the bar. They have a bourbon list you don't see anywhere else. High-end favorites like Orphan Barrel, Jefferson's Reserve, Blanton's. High-end tequilas like Sincoro Añejo, Don Julio 1942. And you should know by now they pour the coldest beer in the state, teeth-chattering, 29 degrees, and pair all that with wall-to-wall TVs, the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Forget about it. Check out football tonight, postseason baseball tonight, Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Yeah, Tigers, what a game yesterday. A get-right game. I mean, first of all, most importantly, a win and another shutout win. Back-to-back 3-0 wins for the Tigers. They're now up 2-1 in the series. And you think about all the guys that people were questioning all came through. Guys that were, hey, we need this guy to step up or that guy to step up. Well, Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Colt Keith, and Tyler Holton all answered the bell yesterday, which is awesome. It's awesome because when you get to this point in the season, it's not about what you've done. It's about what you do next. Mm-hmm. And those guys answered the bell. I mean, there's 2 of your 3 RBIs. There's Holton, who's really the only pitcher that's been roughed up, getting a 1-2-3 ninth. I mean, this has been, continues to be just incredible. 248-539-9797. Sean's in Farmington, and he's on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Sean.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Long-time caller. First postseason game I went to yesterday. Man, the atmosphere was unreal. It just felt like we are meant to be here. I know that, everybody keeps bringing up the past and how we had a chance and such a slim chance. But honestly, we're here. We're on fire. We're playing with confidence, and that's how baseball should be played. Going into tonight, after leaving tomorrow, I feel really confident. And even if we lose, I still feel confident because this team has faced so much adversity. And, when push comes to shove, they find a way. They're playing with a lot of heart. They're playing with a lot of energy. And at this point, I really feel like we can beat anyone. I was talking to somebody yesterday at the game, and he's like, "Do you think it's sustainable, like what we're doing with pitching?" And I was like, "I mean, it is. I mean, the pitchers are coming in fresh. They're pitching with heart. They're pitching with everything that they got. Even if they go 1 inning or 2 innings, it doesn't matter. This is playoff baseball, but we've been doing it for some time now, leading into playoff baseball, and we're like, it's our thing. We don't need multiple starting pitchers. We just needed pitchers that have heart, that play with passion, and that's what they're doing."
Well, it's sustainable in a playoff format because you have days off in between games. Now, today is the first time, in the divisional series that you'll play the back-to-back games. It's the only time in the divisional series you'll play back-to-back games. And to that point, that's why it's sustainable for the playoffs. It's not for a regular season, yet they did it for 2 months, which is crazy to think. But
yeah,
I have to believe they're going to go back to being a more conventional team next year. But that's next year.
It's funny because you don't want to even talk. And I'm not criticizing you at all. You don't want to talk about the next game. You are so locked into AJ's mantra. I don't want to talk about next year. I don't want to talk about the offseason. I just want to talk about how this team wins a World Series, and they've got a legitimate chance. You're right, Sean. They have a legitimate chance to win the World Series.
Oh yeah. I was looking at the Royals and the Yankees game, and like somebody was asking me, like, "Oh, who would you rather play?" I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter. When these boys are on fire, they're on fire, and that's what they're doing. And I'm so happy to see it. None of us expected this, and the city is just thriving. I got a small business in Detroit, so I'm happy that this is happening right now. It's doing good for business. So thanks for answering my call, guys. Go Tigers.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Not gonna lie though, I was watching the Yankees-Royals game last night, hoping that the Royals were going to come back and win.
So, I mean, I looked it up because it's very relevant to us. The Tigers played the Royals 13 times this year. They went 6-7. They played the Yankees 6 times, went 2-4. If they have the good fortune to advance beyond that, and the Tigers took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers, they took 2 out of 3 from the Mets. The Padres, they dropped 2 out of 2. They went 1-2 against. I mean, this might not be anyway relevant but it's just important to note. And those were Tiger teams that weren't this team. Like, this is a completely different team. So they were competitive against everybody.
Well, they beat the Yankees 2 out of 3, right?
They beat the Yankees.
This team.
With this team, yes. If you go back to, when did they play them?
We start from August 11th.
And by this team, we mean this
look
last
at
2 months.
The stretch here from August 11th. Who they played the Yankees. I think didn't they go 2-1?
I have to go back and double check it. On August 16th, they lost to the Yankees 3-0. They beat them on Saturday after that 4-0, and they won the 10-inning game. That was the Williamsport game that I thought signified the turnaround. The truth is they won 5 of 6 going into that Sunday night game at Williamsport.
And then you go back to Kansas City since August 11th. They didn't.
Yes.
I think they.
So this iteration of Tigers swept Kansas City.
You're
right. I mean, it's almost like we said, these season records are irrelevant, just the way their season stats are irrelevant.
Yeah. It's just, what are you doing now? And right now they're playing fantastic baseball. And yes, they could beat anybody. You throw any team out there right now, they could beat them. The team that's there, it's Cleveland. Can they beat Cleveland tonight? Can they get this done? The answer is yes, they can get it done. And we're going to be watching. It's going to be nerve-wracking. That pit in your stomach. But hopefully they got to the start like they did yesterday. You got to run in the first inning. Wow. You're breathing easier. Get off to a great start.
I love this. We got from a listener, Garth, who's listening in Scotland. What's up, Garth? I should have you read this in Scottish.
I can't.
It's English,
it's tough.
but you don't do the Scottish accent.
It's tough.
All right. Here's what Garth writes.
Start to gargle things in it.
Yeah. Where am I at with the Tigers? My default is complete confidence that they will take care of business tonight. But it's this unshakable confidence that is also making me feel nervous. So I guess I'm nervously confident. That's from Garth.
Yep.
He's so confident it's making him nervous.
Yes. I understand.
I do too. 248-539-9797. Matt in Commerce, where are you with the Tigers?
Hey, man, you guys got to me quick. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Can you hear me okay? I got you on headphones.
No, we got you.
Okay, man. So I got to tell you, first of all, you guys are the best in the business, and what you're doing is nothing short of the Lord's work, because you cannot get coverage on this team. I mean, the Lions kind of got popular nationally, I'll say, finally. I think Dan Campbell and all the bravado and the WWE effect kind of plays into that. But this team is nowhere. Like, you cannot get their coverage anywhere.
Have you watched MLB Network, Matt?
Yeah, MLB does it.
Yep,
All
MLB
right,
Network's
so I'll give
been
you that
pretty
one.
good. I mean, here's what you got to consider. There are 2 New York teams still in the postseason.
I know.
And
LA.
that's going to, and Los Angeles, that's going to drown out everybody else. The Tigers, look, hey, as far as I'm concerned, you don't need to talk about the Tigers. What's going on is working, but I think MLB Network does the best job of including us in the storyline.
I'll give you MLB Network, and I think they do a good job.
Okay, cool.
But I went to ESPN.com, and maybe you can pull this up, one of you two, if Gator, if you want to pull it up on your phone or something. You can go through the whole homepage of ESPN.com, and you will see everything from Rafael Nadal's retirement to the WNBA playoffs. You'll even scroll down far enough to find a segment that is called Postseason Magic in the MLB. And it's got a picture of Shohei Ohtani and a picture of Aaron Judge, and it's talking about those 2 series. How can you have a Postseason Magic segment on your website as ESPN and you don't even show this team with the $18 million payroll? Doesn't that make more Postseason Magic sense? You know what I mean? And it's just like, cliche, and I get a bit tired of the bit, but the Detroit versus everybody, I'm feeling it, and I'm pumped for tonight.
Well, they got 7 headlines on the baseball homepage, and you have to go down to the 6th one before you see anything about the Tigers.
On ESPN's main front page,
they have a story about Jameson Williams.
They've got all kinds of stories, and they've got the Tigers Guardians under my games, but it's because I follow the Tigers. Right. But I could also read.
I was going to say, I don't know if there's like an algorithm effect where it's different for all of our phones. I don't know if their website works that way, but I think you get my point. And it's just irritating. And it's like, I don't want to be a woe is me, but it's like, and right now I have my TV paused on that show where they all yell at each other all day on one of the popular sports networks. And the bottom ticker says, "Are Yankees in prime position to reach World Series ? Coming up next." Like, they still have to play another series, you guys, right? And it might be Cleveland. Maybe it will. Like, it might be Detroit.
I'm watching last night, and it's I forget what I was watching on the True Network. I was going back and forth because I had different other shows I was watching. But at one point, they ran a promo for the postseason, and it was I don't know if this is what he said earlier, but it was only Yankees Dodgers with like 10 shots of Shohei and Aaron Judge back. They kept flashing back to him. I'm like,
where's the Jake Rogers love?
Yeah, right,
Shohei.
Where's my Tyler Holton?
Aaron Judge, Tyler Holton.
But it was literally just those 2, and I'm like, is this like a just because they're promoting this? No, wait a minute. No, it's the American and National League they're showing here, but they're only showing, now, given the 2 biggest stars in the game without question, but that's all you're showing.
Keep it up.
No Bobby Witt Jr.
Keep it up.
No Fernando Tatis or no Tarek Skubal, none of that.
Keep it up.
But the thing is,
Jose Ramirez.
Gator, if you're selling stars, I can kind of get Ohtani, Judge. I get it. Those guys are the biggest stars in baseball. But I saw one of those, yelling at each other shows that the caller was mentioning about, and the topic they had was, Are the Mets a team of destiny? The Mets? Have you looked at the Tigers' payroll? You mentioned this playoff roster is $18 million. The highest paid player is Colt Keith.
248-539-9797. Hey, before they announce who the starter is, let's take 10 texts right now. Who's going to... Who's the Tigers' starting pitcher today? Who you think starts this game tonight, actually, that you'll hear here on 97.1 The Ticket? Remember to sign your text, first 10 texts. Who do you think starting this game? We'll read the first 10 on the air. Coming up next, plus your phone calls and feedback, 97.1.
Hey, look, the weather's getting a lot colder out there. You probably cranked your heat up over the last couple of nights, and hopefully it's working for you. But if it's not, or if it sounds like maybe it's not working as well as it should, look for the red, white, and blue trucks all over the place. They're there for a reason. The great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are out there to help you out. It's the only plumbing and HVAC team that I trust. I've used them several times. They've been amazing. Make sure you get everything checked out because they're going to help you keep up nice and warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, some of their 5-star reviews they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, whatever it is, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Well, the Tigers have been working the pitching staff like crazy. That was an AJ masterpiece, and you just heard there from Brant Herter, who was the second arm in. Dude,
that's a phrase I never thought you were going to say. In the playoffs in October, we just heard from Brant Herter.
Yep.
And like what?
Yep.
Brant Herter.
Yep.
That Brant Herter, the guy who was.
He's no Deacon Philippe.
No,
he's
Philippi.
Philippi. Sorry. My bad.
It's no Denzel Washington.
No, he's not that either, or Reese Witherspoon. But he is playing a role. Playing a role in this thing.
Yeah.
We'll get to the 10 texts in a minute. Let's go to Jake first on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, guys. Morning. How's it going?
Great.
Beautiful day for baseball, eh?
Yes.
Sure.
Fantastic. You know what's funny, Jake, is yesterday we were down there. I'll give you your time, but since you brought up the day, yesterday we were down there, and it turned into a beautiful day. It was chilly at the beginning, which is fine. We dressed appropriately. We were fine. But then you're like, yes, it's cold out for baseball because this is playoff baseball. The World Series ends in November. Now, that might not be our problem, okay? But it ends in November. So
right.
Hopefully
no, I
it's
couldn't
our
agree
problem.
more. It's amazing. Wear a sweater, you'll be fine.
Yep.
In regards to the confidence I have in the Tigers, 100%. How do you not have confidence in them? But as a Tiger fan, you're gonna have that nervous feeling, obviously, going into this huge game. If they can, keep up the defense and the great pitching they've had in the last couple games, I think they're going to be just fine. I think the sellout crowd, the record-breaking crowd, is absolutely going to help. That Vierling catch, I think, was absolutely clutch yesterday. It was filthy, and I think if they keep that up, then we'll have no issue winning tonight.
Well, look, I mean, it's kind of one of those just keep doing what you're doing type of deals is what it feels like.
I hope the bats are, look, they've seen Bybee enough and recently. I hope the bats start to wake up here. And let's push across like 5 runs, and make it easy for everyone's mental health. I also, just to give this team a boost that offensively, you guys can do it, okay? You're doing it with 3 runs, and you've done it each of the last 2 games, and it's fantastic, but I feel like this team needs to know that they need to remember, we can hit the ball over the fence. We can hit it in the gap and run for a triple. We can score and have some crooked numbers up on the board more than once in a single game. Let's go do this. I want to see the offense explode.
Some interesting responses here to the 10 texts. We asked the question, before they announce a starter, who do you think starting tonight's game?
Mm-hmm.
Jim in Heartland writes in, Jason Foley. For one turn through the lineup, he's fresh, and Cleveland hasn't seen him yet. Next text, Tyler Holton. That's from Out Work. From Matt in Swartz Creek, Jackson Jobe. From Bruce and Evan, Foley. From Linda in Milford, Foley. From Adam in Royal Oak, Reese Olson. From Randy in Plymouth, Reese Olson. From Crazy G in the D, Jackson Jobe, Joe Boo. From Alex in Monroe, Don Kelly. That's funny. From Scott, I really want it to be Montero because Vogt's head would explode. Or Deacon Philippe, sorry. Yeah, I'll get it right eventually. Look,
I think Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, well, Deacon Witherspoon.
It's good stuff right there.
I mean, there's all kinds of that. I hadn't thought about Foley for the first time through the lineup. I hadn't seen him yet. But, I mean, could you imagine? I mean, they'll be the first team to start their closer in a playoff game. Like, they'll start with their closer. And Reese Olson is a possibility. It's a strong possibility. I said on yesterday's show, and I don't expect everyone to listen. I actually do, 4 hours every day, right? But in case you didn't listen for 4 hours every day, I think the X factor of this whole thing is Reese Olson, because I feel like we know what Skubal is. We know what the bullpen is. We know what the offense is. The truth is with Skubal, it's going to be hard to get more than 2 appearances out of him in another round should they advance. So at some point, Reese Olson's going to have to step up. And I feel like Reese Olson is capable of it.
Well, he did. I mean, I know the first pitch that he threw in this postseason was hit for a 3-run homer, but it was, there were runners on base. He steps in a tough situation, gives up that, gets ambushed, literally first pitch. And then he settled the F down and went 5 scoreless innings. So, yeah, Reese Olson can be that guy. I'm excited about him, that he's healthy and to get back to pitching. And does he pitch today? Yeah, I'm guessing he's going to pitch today. But you can't nail it down that he's going to start the game. I think he's going to get the bulk load of the innings, but I don't know if he starts or not. It's so interesting what the Tigers have cultivated here, that they don't have to go with your traditional starter. And they could go a number of different ways. I don't know who's unavailable. I'm assuming that Brisky's unavailable because he went 27 pitches yesterday. Will Vest threw 20 pitches yesterday. But if you're only counting on an inning, is it possible?
I think it is.
I think anything is really kind of possible here, but I guess my mind tells me that it's going to be, I don't know who it's going to be.
We
He
gotta
didn't
pick
start
somebody.
Olsen last time.
We got to pick somebody. I'm going Montero, back-to-back starts. He threw 6 pitches, and he's still the same guy. In fact, his numbers against Cleveland this season went from great to greater than that because he just had a 1, 2, 3, 6 pitch inning.
I'm going to go Jackson Jobe.
Wow. Look at this guy.
I think that the opener is a way that they're going. And then, okay, after the first inning, and it comes out, Reese Olson for the next 6 innings. And then he could turn things over to Hannafy and Foley and whatever you have to do.
I think at this point, guys, Hinch he's so far ahead of Voit. It's not even funny. So I think he puts out his whoever it is, Montero, Jobe, and then Voigt's going to counter with, well, I can't stack my lineup one way because what he did the last time. And then AJ's going to be like, well, I'm going to pitch this guy's longer than an inning. You know what I mean? Like, I seriously think that everything Voigt's doing is reactionary now.
Voigt's going to do everything he can to be ready for the changes, and AJ's not going to change a thing.
Exactly.
That's hysterical and probably more accurate than anything that's been said today. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, attention fans, UMCU is the official credit card of the Detroit Lions, and they're proud to partner with Lions superstars like Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold to celebrate this winning combination and the Lions' new sleek black uniforms. UMCU has something special for you. It's exclusive access to the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Now's the perfect time to become a member and join the Detroit Pride. This exclusive Lions Black Debit Card is only available to UMCU members. Choose the Black Card or one of other 3 designs. UMCU has been servicing customers for over 70 years. I'm a member now too, and signing up was easy. Show off your pride and passion with the new Detroit Lions Black Card only from UMCU. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves celebrating. 6-0. AJ Hinch following yesterday's 3-0 win. Tigers lead now 2-1 in the American League Division Series. How about this? One game away. And look, we're asking Tiger fans how they're feeling today. Like, where are you at with your baseball team? And I think the best that's response we got from Garth in Scotland, saying he's so confident he's nervous. And I get it, man. I get it. 248-539-9797. Todd's in White Lake, and he's next. Hi, Todd.
Yeah, hey, I just want to say I'm not a Tigers fan, but, I live in Detroit and obviously see everything going on, and I'm a huge baseball fan. But I just want to add a different perspective to this that I'm not sure, I've talked to a lot of Tigers fans. I don't know that they realize what's going on. You guys are doing something that movies are made of. I really think when this is all said and done, they're going to make a sequel to Moneyball, and this is going to be Moneyball 2. With what A.J. Hinch is doing. And I do think that baseball is going to change the rules to disallow what he's doing because what it results in is such low scoring. I mean, it's no fluke that you guys have held Cleveland, who's a good offensive team, to no runs for like 20 innings, right? And that's good for the Tigers. That's good for making a big push here, but it's really not good for baseball long term.
There it
is. This is just like the Pistons.
There it is. Yeah, it's not good for the sport.
Well,
tell me
it's
more.
True, guys.
Tell me more why it's bad for the sport.
Because everybody loves offense. Right? Look at the NFL.
You know what people really love? You know what people really love, Todd? People love to win. And this is not sustainable. I wouldn't imagine it is in a regular season, but in a postseason where you have days off in between games, it's absolutely sustainable. And get used to it because I think other teams are going to emulate the same thing.
I'm with it, but Gator, you got to follow the money. What sells? And baseball's not going to.
Oh, it's not going to surprise them when the city of Detroit, a team we love, that's going to do some great things, gets called out, and we're not going to do this anymore. Just like they did it to the bad boy Pistons, they did it to the going to work Pistons, they did it to an extent to the Red Wings using the left wing lock and all this stuff.
They didn't outlaw the left wing lock.
Well,
you know what? I salute you guys for doing it. I think it's fantastic. I really do. And I'm a huge fan of the sport. I'm a huge fan of the numbers. AJ is working the numbers, right?
Who you're really a huge fan of, though, Todd?
Who's your team?
I'm a Cubs fan. All
right.
All right, in Gator's wheelhouse there.
I mean, this guy got under Gator's skin early.
Yeah.
And then, burrowed even deeper. I'm a Cubs fan, he said. Oh!
It's all right. They're not in the playoffs. Okay. It's not good for baseball.
His next point was Jim Belushi is the greatest actor.
Why? Why is this not good for baseball? Well, there's no offense. Okay, so
here's the thing about it. It's not just the philosophy. It's the guys that are executing it. Were they thinking about outlawing it when Cleveland put up 5 runs in the top of the first before the Tigers had recorded an out? The guys have to go execute it. They just happen to have a collection of pitchers that this is working with.
Look,
I'm going to bet big money just because you do this doesn't keep the offense down. You have to have the guys that can execute this.
But here's why I'm going to, and as much as I was having fun with that previous caller, I will agree with him on this. I think baseball is going to do something about it because that's what sports does. And he's right. It is about offense, and they've made all these changes to the sport to speed up the game and try to create some more offense at the same time, which seems counterintuitive to speeding up the game. But if you're seeing high scores, you don't care so much. What happened with the shift? It's gone. Why? Because it wiped away offense. So am I going to be surprised when Major League Baseball implements rules on starting pitching like they're talking about? The starters have to go 5 innings. This is what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. There's no way you can implement that. Like
They
you can't.
can, and they likely will.
Hey, my arm's sore.
Yeah, well, okay, if that happens, then there's going to be consequences for the person that comes out of the game. Then you know what? Then you're not going to be able to pitch for 10 days or something like that.
I think we are so far away from that becoming a thing. Just because one team has the guys that can execute this, I think it's so far away from becoming a thing.
They're far away from it now because the Tigers are the only team that are doing it. Now, if other teams start to adopt this, or if the opener becomes more of a thing in Major League Baseball than it already is, which I suspect it will become more of a thing, that you're going to see teams do it for absolutely one spot in the rotation, and some teams might even try to do it for 2. But baseball will step in. I agree with the guy. I think baseball is going to step in and say, enough of this. We're going to implement rules that try to prohibit this from happening.
I don't think it's going to happen anytime before 2028. Like this would have to become just an epic problem.
Well, that's not that far away. That's 5 years.
Well, and the reason why I don't think it's going to happen before then is because you would have to have mounds of evidence that all you need to do is implement this strategy, and I don't think that's it. You have to have the horses. You have to have the horses, and the Tigers do. Mac is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mac.
What's up? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yep.
I think taking away the opener is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. It's like taking away cover 2 in football because you can't complete a deep ball. Like, just be smarter. Like,
Right. No, I agree with that. But did you think it was dumb to take away the shift?
Yes.
Okay. Because I agree with you. I thought it's a strategy and it works. If you want to be better, then go beat it.
Like Joey Gallo putting 4 outfielders, lay down a bunt. Like, you're a major league player. It shouldn't be that hard to execute a drag bunt.
Well, bunting is harder than people know, but you're right in that it felt like what they didn't want is they didn't want their power hitters trying not to swing for the fences. They didn't want their power hitters just playing small ball because home runs, chicks love the deep ball. But the bottom line is we are so far away from this becoming an epidemic that's ruining the game.
Here, I'll give you another reason why I think this is going to come down to Pike, and it's the Players Association. Because the Players Association wants players to make more and more money, right? Well, if teams start using this opener and start using the entire pitching staff to get through games like the Tigers are doing right now, it limits what those players can make.
Wait, which players? Because the Players Association also represents the relievers that are doing great that can get paid from this.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the high end.
They're going to get more. Like
I don't
if
know.
I were a reliever and the Players Association diminished my role, I'd be pissed at the union.
But it's already hard for relievers to make money anyway because of Well, I'm saying because of the free agency rules, because you're not making the money until you hit free agency, and they're not seeing that until they're close to 30.
That's every player. That's not unique.
I know,
to
but
relievers.
this is what I'm just saying. It's going to be a money thing when it comes because teams aren't going to want to pay. The bullpen arms are going to start to get like running backs in the NFL. For a while, we're not getting paid at all.
I
And
guess,
Le'Veon Bell
but to
sat
say-
out, all these things happened, and now you had a couple of running backs sign some decent contracts again, but for a long period of time, they weren't. I'm just thinking that money's going to play an issue where the players are going to be like, I can't make money.
Well,
a pitcher's going to say, you're using me 1 or 2 innings at a time. I'm a starting pitcher, damn it. Pitch me 5 or 6 innings, 7 innings, so that I can go earn my money.
If a Bo Brisky and a Will Vest and a Brennan Hanafy, their value goes up and they get paid from this, they are represented by the players union as well. They are not representing all their constituents. If the players union goes in and says, let's change the game to benefit offense, and then decrease the value of all these bullpen arms that are doing the job.
But you know how things work.
And you also know what it's like to be part of a union that wasn't representing your
Yes,
best interest.
yes, I do. I know, and you have to speak loud and proud in order to get out of that situation. But what ends up happening is they cater to the guys that make the money.
Well, I guess we disagree. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, playoff preview. Cubs guy doesn't like it. That's really a shame. 97.1 The Ticket. What a night last night in Detroit, Comerica Park. It was elite stadium pulse. The place was jumping. People were having a blast. Party inside the park, party outside the park. Gator, we got the tailgate. I never get the tailgate. I think the last time I officially tailgated was outside of Soldier Field before a game. Outside of Soldier Field prior to the Michigan State hockey game that was played there. Like Notre Dame played Miami of Ohio, Michigan played Michigan State. And that was like 2012 or something. I mean, it's been forever since I've gotten the tailgate before a game. That was a blast. Thanks to our friends Ryan and Lisa for hosting us. And we saw Stoney.
Yeah, Stoney, his wife Cindy came by, and
wife and the kids were there.
Yeah.
Met a ton of listeners yesterday down there. You people really brought it. I was so impressed with Detroit, and the place was crazy. It was electric, as they say. And
it's a fantastic atmosphere. You know, we obviously were down there at 10 o'clock for the show, and normally when we're there for day games, we're out of there by 12:45, and then the game starts at 1:10. So we see a little. The crowd's not the biggest crowd for those day games during the season, but this is a playoff game, and it started at 3 o'clock. So we did the full show, and then we had a full hour between.
Yep.
And afternoon, that's when they started to let people kind of in this area for this this block party kind of thing that was going on.
It got crazy,
and it started getting loud, and it was fun. It was a fun atmosphere. Didn't see any issues. Now, hopefully that carried on. I was watching news stories last night, and kind of recaps of how downtown was, and people seemed to behave and had an awesome time. And of course, it helps that the team wins.
Sure does.
Now tonight's different because this is a night game. It's a 6 o'clock, 6:08 first pitch. So it's going to be a different atmosphere, I think, maybe even more of a powder keg because of what's at stake here. You've got people that can get downtown. Hey, I only have to take the last hour or two off of work instead of leaving it at the midday. Now you can get down there, and I think people are going to be downtown to enjoy the experience of being part of the party and then going to the bars and watching it there, or going to LCA and watching it at the plaza before the hockey game starts. We got the beginning of the NHL season for the Red Wings beginning tonight.
Did you get your bold ass predictions ready?
I do.
Okay. You want to do them? When do you want to do them? Because we do this before every season. Bold ass predictions.
Should we do them at 105?
We could. That'll give people an hour to get them in. Is that enough time, Kang? You good with 105? All right. Bold ass predictions for the Red Wings today at 105. How about this Tiger team? How about this Tiger team, though? Look, we talked about the amazing part of this being, that they've held Cleveland to 2 runs since the first inning of Game 1. In that first inning, Cleveland had 5 hits, 3 extra base hits, and scored 5 runs. Since that first inning, and they didn't record an out, remember, the Tigers pitching staff has recorded 27 innings worth of outs. They've allowed in that time 12 hits in 27 innings and 3 extra base hits. Cleveland's batting 153 since the first inning of Game 1. They're 12 of 78. And I think it's total of
153.
Yeah, but I don't. But what I don't know is the number of walks. How many walks did they have after the first inning of Game 1? Because they didn't have any walks in Game 2.
They had 2 in yesterday's game.
Yeah, and 1 was intentional. I mean, it's just been an absolute great job by the Tigers. That's amazing. Secondarily, what's amazing about yesterday's game is it became a get-right game. And by that, you think about players that were, kind of not called out. It might be strong, but hey, it'd be nice to get some offense out of these guys. If there's one pitcher who didn't get the job done, was Tyler Holton. Well, what did those guys do? Riley Green. God, got to get some more offense out of Riley Green. He had a huge first inning RBI to take the lead. And we've talked about this series is a race to the lead. If you get in the lead, you are in the driver's seat, given both these bullpens. The team that took the lead in all 3 games has won all 3 games. Riley Green, first inning RBI. Cole Keith hadn't recorded a postseason hit, got his first hit in the 6th, and came around to score on Spencer Torkelson's first hit of the postseason, an RBI double in the 6th. And what did Tyler Holton do when given the opportunity? Well, after getting knocked around in the opener, he answered the bell, got a 1-2-3 ninth. This is guys answering the bell.
Yeah, I love to see that. I'd like to see them answer the bell again tonight because they're going against Bybee, who went 4 2/3 innings in Game 1, gave up just 4 hits, no runs, only 1 walk, and he struck out 6. The Tigers struck out 13 times in the 9 innings in Game 1, and they only drew 2 walks. So along with the 2 hits, the 4 hits. So they had 6 base runners in the game. That's not enough. They've seen this pitcher enough. They know what he's about. Hopefully today they get off better swings and better approaches at the plate. But Bybee was throwing strikes when he got in there. The Tigers just have to be smart about when to swing the bat.
248-539-9797. Jeffrey, on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello?
What's up?
What's up? So I was at the game yesterday, and I just want to comment how it was so electric. Probably for an 80-year-old deaf person. I mean, that's one of those. I mean, I understand that people were at work, but, man, I mean, it felt like a Guardians home game.
What?
What do you mean by that?
The game yesterday, Tigers game.
It felt like a Guardians home game?
It felt like a Guardians home game, yes.
What does that mean?
It felt, I mean, I couldn't hear the Detroit faithful. I mean, it's a front-running city.
Oh,
Jeffrey. Oh, bitter Jeffrey.
Oh, Jeff.
Bitter Jeffrey.
Did they lose? Did they lose that game yesterday? Is that what happened?
He must. You know what it is? When your team hasn't had any players round third and touch the plate in a number of games, you get bitter.
It's tough. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a minute.
You can't possibly, if you're the Guardians, first of all, I'm not sure we can possibly close this thing out with our little team. Our little team.
I mean, it's a little engine that could, but sometimes you chew as hard as you can up that mountaintop, Doug, and just can't get there.
We're not even really sure how they've done this.
I don't know.
I
don't know how it's possible.
Yeah, must be something wrong with Cleveland. It has to be that.
I mean, well, that's got to be it.
Yeah.
It's not anything the Tigers have done.
No,
it's what Cleveland hasn't done. That's the
wrong.
thing. Yeah, but I'm sure that things will change tonight.
Yeah. Sounded like a Guardians home game. The last time we saw a Guardians home game, the last thing I remember, I seem to recall dead silence.
Was that what happened?
The last thing I remember that happened at a Guardians home game was dead silence.
I don't. So that was what, game 2?
Yeah.
What happened in game 2?
Tigers won.
Oh, they won?
Yeah.
Well, you said dead silence. Can you refresh me? Why would there have been dead silence?
Because the Guardians lost a Guardians home game.
Oh, they did. Did it? Well,
and I got to say, of all
was
the
it
things,
was it dragged out, or did it kind of happen at the end?
It happened at the end. And of all the things that Comerica Park wasn't yesterday, it was not dead silent, was it?
Hell no. That's funny.
Yeah. Somebody is bitter. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Mel. You're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Mel.
Yeah, hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good. Well, I'm calling from Fort Pierce, Florida.
All right. Are you all right?
Yeah. We were in the area where the tornadoes were crazy. We had them all over us, and it was unbelievable.
Wow.
But we don't have any power, so I'm in my car sitting here listening to you guys. So, and recharging my phone because we don't have any power. But anyways, I just wanted to make an analogy to something you guys could relate to.
Yeah.
With these baseball pitchers that A.J. Hinch has turned into all-stars.
Yep.
To golf. Now, just consider if you could play golf every day, play 3 or 4 holes, have a pro with you while you're doing it, helping you out each way, do you think you'd be a better golfer?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's what's happening to these pitchers. There are 6 pitchers today, 7 tomorrow, 6, 7. They're all pitching every day. They're fresh. They're accurate. They're golfing. They're pitching like out of their minds, like they never had. These are a bunch of mediocre minor league pitchers that are pitching like all-stars.
Yep.
It's A.J. Hinch brilliance. He's genius.
I think it's organizational. I mean, I love A.J. Hinch and what he has done. I love what Federer has done as the pitching coach. They're not alone. They have a couple other members on their pitching staff, coaching staff that work through this.
Right.
And it's a mantra throughout the organization of pounding the strike zone and throwing strikes. And A.J. said it the other day that it was, they find a way to make your pitch, a super pitch. And just exploit that. Hey, you got a good fastball? We're going to make it an amazing fastball, and everything else is what it is.
But Gator, consider practicing at a driving range versus playing the game. Okay.
Yeah.
You can practice at the range all you want, but it's nothing. As I know, it's nothing like when you're on the golf course.
It's interesting.
Guys are on the golf course. These guys are on the golf course every day.
I've taken some lessons, and they always make the option of a playing lesson. Have you ever done a playing lesson with a pro?
Yes.
Did it help? I'd love to try it.
It did. Yeah, actually, it did. It definitely did. But the best experience I ever had with any assistance on the golf course was with a caddy who was a caddy at Pinehurst for 40 something years.
Yeah.
And
What was his name?
Eddie Mack. And Eddie Mack saved me probably 20 strokes.
That's incredible.
I shot in the 90s at Pinehurst number 2 because of Eddie Mack.
Pinehurst number 2. That's what it sounds like at a Guardians home game. It's Carson Anderson, open lines, 97.1 The Ticket. Take advantage of this great offer from CGC Water. Save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener with a Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. For a limited time, CGC is waiving the trip charge on all related plumbing calls. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Take advantage of this special offer. Great time to call 855-339-4242. sound effect they use when the Guardians score a run at Progressive Field. It's like the video game thing.
That's what it sounds like in a Guardians game.
Yes. Tigers up 2-1 here. Incredible. By the way, at Comerica Park, the stadium operations people, we had a texter yesterday. I don't remember who it was, but it was an awesome text. We were talking about how the Athletic ranked the home field advantage for the 8 remaining teams, and Comerica Park ranked 8th, and we thought that was hysterical. And they had nothing to go on. They should have just said not applicable because the team hadn't hosted a playoff game. And now that they have, I wonder where the ranking would be. But somebody screenshotted the scoreboard. They did put that graphic up there.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, one of our listeners said whoever runs the scoreboard should screenshot that story from The Athletic and those rankings. They put it up there.
That's awesome.
I don't know if they got the idea from our texter or they were planning on doing it anyway, but it's such a great idea. And that place was awesome yesterday. Absolutely awesome. 248-539-9797.
Probably just putting Kang on the spot here. Do we have the Kerry Carpenter home run? I'm just curious. That was at Cleveland.
Yep.
Aside from Dan Dickerson's obvious excitement and from the hit, I wonder what does the crowd sound like there when that happens versus the end of the game yesterday?
I
take it back. I think he's right. It does sound like because you hear all the Tiger fans that are there in Cleveland.
He's exactly right. It did sound like a Guardians home game with all
Lots
the
of
Tiger fans
there.
I don't want to belabor the point. We've given him probably too much airtime already, but that is hysterical. You're right. It is. That's exactly like a Guardians home game. Tiger fans cheering. 248-539-9797. John is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, guys.
Boy. John, you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's pretty bad, but let's give it a shot. Go ahead.
Okay, you got me now?
Yeah,
there you
way
go. Much
better.
Yeah.
I'm driving. Hey, listen, I just want to say, with the way our pitching's going and the way we're going through 5.
And there it goes.
Yeah, there it goes. John, thank you. We appreciate it, but it's not going to work. 248-539-9797. Anthony writes into us via ticket text. Hey there, Doug and Gator. How are you guys doing? Oh, well, thank you. We're doing well. Yeah. After your question, as a Tiger fan, I'm really nervous about tonight's game. I just have this funny feeling, but I hope I'm wrong. Would be nice if the Tigers close us out at home tonight. We'll see what happens, but I got a funny feeling. Go Tigers. Look, it's far from over. On a serious note, this is far from over. And I talked about how we it's not that long ago that we here in Detroit felt really good. We were so close to something. You could taste it. You could smell it. Like it was halftime of the NFC title game, and the Lions were up 17 points. That's what I kind of feel like right now. It's right there to be grabbed. It's right there to get the unthinkable, which is through another round and on to the American League Championship Series. But there's still work to be done. So, do everything to safeguard. I'm not expecting a letdown. I'm not expecting anything to change with the Tigers. Baseball's a funny sport, man. Baseball's a funny sport. Like, it's staving season. And last night, the Dodgers.
Staving season.
It is staving season. The Dodgers staved off elimination.
Yeah,
they staved off elimination against the Padres in San Diego in emphatic fashion.
Yeah.
That was a Greg Hargrave term. And this is one of the reasons why Greg is brilliant.
For the morning show?
Yeah. Staving season. That's one of his.
The only time you hear the word stave is in the playoffs.
Steven in a Kroger delivery truck. I feel comfortable to say the Tigers will take this series with a win tonight or Game 5 with Scooble. Also, I want to say thanks to the Tigers for bringing Detroit back to life. Now we just need the Lions and Red Wings to make the playoffs. Go Tigers.
Well, I feel confident about both of those teams.
Do you?
Yes.
Bold Ash predictions for the Red Wings season coming up today at 105. Daryl in East Point, there's nothing to prepare for except for today's game. Don't look forward. Don't look back. Focus on right here, right now, which AJ will do. He will keep them focused. Everybody's just got to go out there and do their job they've been doing. And I'll be good with whatever the outcome is. Whatever outcome, I think he meant to say outcome is, but kind of got messed up there, Daryl. But anyways, yeah. Yep. 248-539-9797. Dave is in Ann Arbor. You're next. What's up, Dave?
Hey, great show, guys.
Thank you.
Two things. One, I just wanted to say, I'd answer your question. I think it's going to go to 5 games, and I think with Scooble on the mound, we're going to close them out there. Largely because, finishing any series in any sport is the hardest thing to do, and I just think Cleveland's going to battle back. The other thing was, for giggles yesterday, I listened to the the voice of Cleveland Guardians radio. I think his name's McDonald.
Their play-by-play?
100.
Or
Yeah,
is it
yeah.
post-game? Is it Tom Hamilton?
Tom Hamilton's
Hamilton, that's it. Who was really good, by the way.
great. He's great.
And but boy, his theme throughout the whole game was very down. He kept saying, the Tigers the last 2 games are doing every little thing right. They're making every good move, and the Guardians are not. He boiled it down to those 2 things.
Well, it's pitching and defense and average hitting, and it's gotten it done for 2 months. And in the playoffs, it's brilliant pitching, brilliant defense, and just enough offense. It's not even average offense. It's below average offense, but because your pitching and defense have been so good, you've been able to get away with, a couple of wins where you scored 3 runs. It's amazing to watch this.
At one point, he was mentioning, I think they had put in 4 pinch hitters, and none of them got on base.
It's gotten to the point where it's almost surprising when a Tiger pinch hitter doesn't get on base.
No, Cleveland pinch hitter.
I know, but I'm saying I'm contrasting that with the Tigers. It's surprising when a Tiger pinch hitter doesn't get on base because they seem.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
pushing
it's okay.
all the buttons.
It goes back to your original point, and that was made on the Cleveland Network. That it feels as though the Tigers, AJ Hinch, his moves work, and Voigt's moves aren't. Gator, it's time to empty the bucket.
Oh,
yes. Okay, so we do this every week following the Michigan game, stuff that never came up on the air, but I found interesting. One of them did, but I thought you would like this. Husky Stadium in Seattle, home of the Washington Huskies. The original stadium was built by the Puget Sound and Dredging Company.
Mm-hmm.
The Puget Sound and Dredging Company. Did they also do the designs for Comerica Park, the Puget Sound and Dredging?
They did not.
Oh, okay.
They did not.
If you need a stadium built, though, call the Puget Sound
on the waterfront.
Bridge and Dredging Company. Here's the other thing. Do you know who shares an office? They might have said this on the TV broadcast. We never got around to. Who shares an office at Husky Stadium? There is an office that is shared by Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick.
Really?
Now, remember, those were the 2 coaches matched up in the Super Bowl.
Right.
When Pete Carroll's Seattle team threw at the end when they had Marshawn Lynch in the backfield, and Bill Belichick's defense got an interception to hang on for a Super Bowl championship. They share an offense at Husky Stadium because Steve Belichick is the defensive coordinator, and Brendan Carroll is the offensive coordinator. Their 2 sons are the coordinators for Jed Fish's staff, and Washington gave the 2 of them an office together in the stadium.
That's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll. That's it.
That's it?
That's the bucket.
That's all you got?
Well, I got a lot more, but that's the most interesting stuff.
Let me ask you this, because I did not listen to the broadcast. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Any difficulty with the Polynesian names?
No, there was one kid who, it's like cramming for a test once the game's over. I forget him. There was one kid that made a lot of tackles. Tupatula, but I think it was Tupatula, something like that. But no, it wasn't as bad as last year. Last year, they were a nightmare.
Because I was hoping you could catch John, like put it on John and say, "Hey, what'd you think of that play?" And then see if John would have to
say the name. John would say, "Yeah, number 11."
Yeah,
hell of a job there. But no, they weren't. Look, last year they were way worse than they were this year. But great setting, fantastic setting, beautiful campus. All right, let's get back to the Tigers. Have they ambushed your fall? Because they have, for members of the media and for a Tiger himself. We'll explain today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. The MLB postseason is in full swing, and there's no better place to get in on the action than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers, they can get $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on everything from stolen bases to strikeouts, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Plus, with live same-game parlays, you can make same-game parlays from the first pitch to the final out. So don't miss your chance to score $300 in bonus bets if you win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It was like a perfect day yesterday down there at Comerica Park. Beautiful weather, sun out shining, fall baseball, which we haven't experienced in so long, and Detroit showed out. What a great showing by the fans and by the team. And what made it even more perfect was all the things that have been questioned and second guessed. And it'd be nice to get some of this, some of that. God, a lot of players answered the bell. Cole Keith got his first postseason hit answering the bell. Spencer Torkelson drove in Keith with a double. That was his first postseason hit. Riley Green had a big RBI hit in the first inning. He hadn't been hot in the postseason. And then Tyler Holton, who got knocked around in game one, responsible for 4 of the 5 earned runs in the first inning of game one. He came in and got a 1-2-3 in the ninth. It was like Tiger fans answered the bell. The team answered the bell. AJ Hinch, great line this morning on MLB Network from Matt Vasgersian.
Matty.
Who said AJ got his steps in, referring to AJ Hinch and how many times he went out to the mound. But 6 pitchers, right? 6 pitchers in total doing what they do. We do not know who is starting. I would come back with Cater Montero again. He only threw 6 pitches, and his dominant numbers against the Guardians only got better. Gator, you would go with Jackson Jobe. You're going to hand the ball to the 21-year-old?
Sure. Only need 1 inning.
Yep.
And then turn things over to Reese Olson, let him pitch the next 5 or 6. Hopefully he's able to do that. And hopefully he's turning a lead over to the bullpen, the rest of the bullpen.
And Kang, your starting pitcher for today's game is?
Oh, man. You went with Reese?
No, I
went with Jackson Jobe.
I went with Cater.
I want it to be Jobe just because that's the entertainment part in me to be Jobe. But I'm going to go with Reese.
Yeah, I can see it. 248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. But this is kind of funny. The Tigers have ambushed Major League Baseball, and quite frankly, it's ambushed our own town. This was not in our plans. But the story of Evan Petzold, the beat writer that covers the Tigers for the Free Press, he booked his honeymoon on August 10th. He booked it. The date he booked it was August 10th.
The next day is the day the Tigers go on this run.
Which is a date that's been cited so many times since August 10th. At that time, the Tigers had a 0.2% chance of making the playoffs. His honeymoon started October 2nd and runs through October 18th. He's in Greece right now. So the Free Press beat writer, before they were eliminated, but just a 0.2% chance, books his honeymoon to Greece. So he's sending pictures from Greece. Parker Meadows, his bachelor party is scheduled for later this month. And he's like, I'm hoping I can't go.
Right.
Because the American League Championship Series runs through October 22nd. The World Series runs from October 25th to November 2nd. So Parker Meadows and Birchie Kid did a story on it on our website, 971theticket.com. He's like, I have to cancel my bachelor party. I hope we do. Have they hijacked your fall in any way, Tiger fans? Whether it be your disposable income has been shifted from one team to another,
right,
or you've used some personal days or vacation days to watch or go to these games, because they've kind of hijacked everything, and it's great. But how have they hijacked your fall? 248-539-9797. I would say 4 years ago, right now, on our program, we would be focusing on the NFL draft. 3 years ago, we started to get a chance to talk about things other than the draft, but there was still a lot of draft talk. 2 years ago, we were talking about the Lions. Last year, we were without question talking about the Lions. We have Michigan football and all that, but our fall has been hijacked as well, and it's so refreshing.
It impacted me last weekend in that, the game was like Saturday at 1:00.
Yeah.
And where Michigan and Michigan State were playing night games on Friday and Saturday night, I thought, okay, great. I'll get some golf in on Saturday. Nope. And I'm okay with it. Going to sit down and watch the Tigers play.
Yep.
That's what's important right now. So I guess that aspect that impacted me a little bit. Took away something I was going to do and enjoy, but replaced it with watching Tiger baseball, which is fantastic.
Here's something else that may happen. If there is a game 5, and there's work to be done here, make no mistake. When the college football schedule comes out, I always look at what happens during the bye week when Michigan's bye, because I know if it's in the right time in the schedule, where's Michigan's bye? Late September, early October. If they have a bye week, I'm getting up north. But what are the other games that weekend? So I can just have a day to be a fan. And I'm like, oh my God, October 12th has, I said it at the time, this is back in whenever the Big Ten schedule came out. I said, if you look at the schedule, October 12th, and we talked about it on the air, because you could see it coming. Washington at Iowa is a noon start. Penn State at USC is a 3:30, and Ohio State at Oregon's a night game. Well, guess what? If there is a game 5, it's 4:30 Saturday, and it's going to hijack my Saturday, which is just fine.
Well, I got to tell you, you sure said Istanbul in a funny way when you said up north. Am I right, King, or am I right?
I heard it too, man.
Yeah.
Come back this week.
You're really growing it out.
Different look. I am. I got to shave.
You want? Well, I understand. You want to give the doctors a full view of what's
exactly.
what you're working with.
Yeah. Is that right?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I see where it's not coming in as strong.
Right? Yeah. Okay. I understand. And
I still got a little bridge there from right to left, don't I?
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I still got a little bridge.
What do you call that? Is there a term for that?
Oh, bridge is it?
I got a bridge. It's an isthmus. I got a hair isthmus. Anyway.
It's like Everglades or something. Like
how have the Tigers hijacked your fall? 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Harry's in Sterling Heights. He's on 97.
Great show.
Thank you.
I want the Tigers to play the Yankees. I hate the Yankees.
I get it.
I'm 74 years old, and my favorite team was the 61 Tigers. And the Yankees came in, and they swept them on Labor Day weekend. And I hate the Yankees ever since.
Well, look, I mean, if they get there and we get to choose the opponent, like if the Tigers win tonight, then we'll get to watch Game 4 of that Yankees-Kansas City series. And I have to admit, at this point, I'm not afraid of anybody because, quite frankly, we should be afraid of everyone. But at this point, I'm not at all. I'd rather play the Yankees.
Yeah. But if you look at the Tigers, we had Norm Cash, Kalen, Calavito, Jim Budding, Frank Larry. What a great team.
Yeah, what about this team's pretty great, too. And
well, I give the Hinch credit. Well, he's done with this thing that they didn't have any chance, and they come around. The guy's a good manager. He should be manager of the year.
He's a hell of a manager. 248-539-9797. Paul and Shelby are on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Paul. Paul, are you there?
Paul?
Got to keep your radio down, Paul. 248-539-9797.
Yeah, previous guy wasn't happy in a 61 season. That's, of course, Roger Maris hit the 61 home runs that year. And in that Labor Day weekend series, one game on the middle game, he hit 2 home runs and 3 RBIs that day.
Just got some feedback from somebody who saw me when I showed my hairline to the cameras.
Yeah, the isthmus?
Yeah, your hairline looks like the dimensions of the Polo Grounds.
It's kind of like a bow tie.
This?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Because you got the bridge across the two.
I can't remember the last time it was this long and you could see any of the.
It's long. Yeah. You're right. It has. I mean, and what is this, a week?
It is almost 2 weeks.
Oh.
Yep.
Keep it going.
Yeah, I say keep it going too, man.
Keep it going. Why would you?
When's the last time you? When was the last time you cut it?
I'm not just keeping it going. I'm going to Turkey.
Well, right. But I mean, we're on a heater here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly.
This is your. We're not asking to keep the playoff beard.
Are you going to grow a playoff beard?
I mean, I haven't. I literally trimmed this the other day, but
can you grow a playoff beard?
I will 100% not shave if you don't shave your head.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we'll allow you to shave your beard. That's fine.
Yeah, go shave the beard. Go for it.
That's itchy. You can't handle it.
Yeah.
But the head.
Up top. Grow those bangs out.
Let it go.
Here's some feedback from P-Tray 100. The remains of what was a great society of hair. From Corby Love. Looks like a cul-de-sac. FBG 25 says still better than Rieger.
Well, this is true.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Can we get a commitment, though?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
Because that's not my thing.
But it's a playoff. They can wear the hat. No one's going to see it. And that hat's so giant, it's going to, even if you mop like your kids got, they cover it up. You're fine.
Just to move on, I'll lie to you and say sure.
What if your wife says,
Yeah, what if
Grow it out. Keep it going.
we get her on the phone?
Yeah.
She's at work.
Oh.
Yeah. But maybe. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, if you got a leaky foundation that's putting your home at risk, it's time to call Brickworks Property Restoration. They'll assess your foundation, pinpoint the source of the problem, and give you a custom solution to help keep your home dry and safe. I get it. Unexpected repairs can be a hassle. Brickworks makes it easier with 0% financing for 12 months or low monthly payments to fit just about any budget. They are locally owned and operated. Don't wait. Visit brickworksmi.com today for a free quote. That's brickworksmi.com. Your experts in foundation repair, brick restoration, tuck pointing, chimney services, and more, because nobody works like Brickworks. Brant Herter, of course, Tigers. They just get it done. They just get it done with 6 pitchers yesterday in a 3-0 shutout of the Guardians. And now it's Tigers, Guardians tonight, game 4. Chance for the Tigers to close this thing out. No guarantees. You think home game, you got a chance. You got all the momentum in the world. So did San Diego last night, and they got shut out 8-0. So still got to take care of business, work to be done. Tigers still listing undecided as the starting pitcher.
I mean, why wouldn't you have called up Brant Herter and his 5.8 earned run average in Toledo? Why not? Of course you bring him up. And of course he's going to have a 2.58 earned run average with the Tigers. 34 hits in 45 innings.
Of course.
Of course.
We asked people if the Tigers hijacked your fall. John in Macomb Township says, my parents' 50th wedding anniversary party is Saturday at 4:30. Please clinch today. Hope your parents are baseball fans, John. From an unnamed texter, my productivity at work has certainly been hijacked. Tigers have hijacked my fall in the sense that I don't really think I would be pulling out my basement TV and setting it up outside to watch a playoff game. Scott and Carlton, Doug has the Zilwaukee Bridge of hairlines. Does it look like the Zilwaukee Bridge?
Uneven?
That's not really uneven.
Scary?
It's pretty even. Symmetrical.
Sketch?
It is sketch.
Reroute around it?
Yeah. There's kind of a reroute back here. Yeah, I need to get rid of this hair. I have an estate planning appointment coming up, and my wife keeps reminding me that we have to prepare for this appointment. I keep reminding her how crazy this Tiger run is, and I have to plan for life and death another time. Hashtag pitching chaos. Hashtag further from. That's from Brian. From Steve in Brooklyn. Of course they've hijacked my plans, and I couldn't be happier to be held hostage. Go Tigers. 248-539-9797. Mike is next. Oh, Mike's got us on hold here. I'm going to go with an estate planner. Mike's an estate planner and soothing tones.
What the hell is this?
What do you think Mike does? You know, sometimes the songs we get when we go to someone and they put us on hold, sometimes the songs we get are bad. Not this time.
No, this one's worse. Dental office.
Okay, yeah. We'll circle back to Mike. Let's go to Dave next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Dave from Chattanooga.
Oh, what's up, Dave in Chattanooga?
So my son's wedding has been booked forever at the top of the Renaissance Center, November 1st.
Nice.
We always come back every year for Lions games, so we're going to the Tennessee game on the 27th. And, dude, if they are in it that week, I'll have to break the news to the whole wedding party that the liquor bill is going to get a little less expensive so I can get tickets to the series.
Yep. That's
so
right.
they're not hijacking. It's just now I'm like, I'm all in. They just really want them to get there.
Well, if you're at the top of the Renson, you might be able to see into Comerica Park.
I'm not. I didn't check. I don't know if there's a game that's a Friday, so I don't know if
I think there is, but there's no guaranttees it would be here. Look, that's a long way down the road.
Long way, Dave. Long way.
We're getting it. We're getting. You know, I'm not a jinx guy, but you do have to make plans.
Well, I'm not a jinx guy either, but I already have hotels down there. You know, our whole family's coming up. We all live in the South now, but just super excited about it. But anyway, just want to throw that in. It's not a hijack. It's like it's going to just amplify my fall if it actually happens.
So if Game 6 of the World Series is Friday, November 1st. Game 7 of the World Series is Saturday, November 2nd.
That's if.
And I don't think the Tigers can host those games. I don't think it's possible for the Tigers. Well, there's a better record between the Tigers and the Mets. They were both
Mets.
6 seeds. Was it Mets?
Mets 189 games. Tigers 186.
Okay, so there you go. That's it's not possible if those games are Comerica.
So, Dave, what kind of liquor are we talking about at this wedding?
Well, right now it's the high-end package, and I'm thinking about going back to the lowest-end package I can get for everyone, just so I have the extra few grand, you know, for whatever it takes to get in there. But again, I'm going to the Lions game on the 27th, which is the Saturday before, so I got all week. Whatever games are there, I'm in.
Well, let's hope this is a problem you have. Mike is next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Mike.
How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I was just wondering if you think that Major League Baseball will make a rule change regarding starting pitching.
Yep.
I don't.
Teams don't know whether to, prepare for a righty, lefty. I love it, but
Well, they know, and I mean, AJ Hinch lets them know ahead of time. Like they knew who the starter was going to be when it was Montero. They knew the night before. What they didn't know was that Montero was on the go for one inning.
6 pitches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they didn't know.
Well,
But no, I do think this is going to be something that maybe in the next 5 years that they will implement, because they're already talking about it. They're talking about it before this even began. That they're talking about, forcing starters to go 5 innings with some exceptions. If they get hurt, obviously it's not going to happen. And, they can't, if they're going on shorter rest, then they don't have to. And, but I do think I think it's coming down the road, because somebody brought it up earlier. They love offense. Everybody wants offense. And, when you're doing something like this, a new little wrinkle here that prevents teams from scoring, they don't like that.
See, the reason Gator and I have a disagreement on this is because I don't think it's the wrinkle that's working. I think it's the individuals. Everybody could try this. I don't think it would work for everybody. And so I can't see them coming up with a rule to limit a team that has maximized and gotten all that they can out of these guys. And if everybody could do it, they can all try it. And unless it works for everybody, and I don't think it will, then you have a problem. And I really think it's more about the individuals that are doing the job more so than the strategy.
Well, they're doing a hell of a job.
Yes, they are.
I mean, we mentioned Brand Herter with a 5.8 ERA in AAA, but it's a 2.58 with the Tigers, and it's a perfect 0 with them in the playoffs. I mean,
you got Fetter made,
and he's not the only story, which is the amazing part.
They're all stories.
Everybody on the staff is like that.
Do you think Major League Baseball will ban Chris Fetter because he's bad for offense?
Yes.
248-539-9797. Paul and Shelby, you're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry. I wasn't going through a bad cell and I didn't hear you.
All right.
But anyway, I wanted to say for the first time I had people barbecuing for a Tiger game, tailgating. I've never had that happen. We have the parking lot downtown, the Veterans, and we were packed. We were packed at 1 o'clock, and I see that happening pretty much later on today, around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, we'll be packed. So,
that's awesome. That is
and
awesome.
For the first time, I'm seeing people walking from the boulevard all the way down. It's not just downtown. There's little parties going on all over the place. I've been down here 52 years, and I've never seen that happening. Milwaukee Junction and Eastern Market, literally everywhere, there's little parties. So our city is overcome. We're in a good position. I hope we can keep going with the Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers, and Lions.
It's really great. It is really, really great. And congratulations to you. I'm sure business is good. Thank you, Detroit Tigers. We had a guy call us that he has a small business downtown. Hell, we're having a ton of fun with this because it's completely fresh.
We miss it.
Yep.
We miss it.
We were still though enjoying the resurgence of the Lions.
You're right.
Unprecedented heights with the Lions.
But I mean, we get, to be able to take off, people taking off work at lunch and going downtown, and it was a beautiful day yesterday, and enjoying the block party that was. I mean, that's an opening day thing. No, this is a playoff thing. That's what we love. We love to celebrate the team and have a great time.
Carson Anderson, we'll get to our Red Wing Bold Ass predictions today at 105. If you want to text them over, go for it right now. Give us your Bold Ass predictions for the Red Wing season, and we will have ours. Remember, bold, walk up to the line, make it bold, but don't cross the line. Because if you cross the line, your BAP becomes a DAP.
From bold to dumb.
Yeah. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
The Tigers look to take their series with the Guardians tonight with a win at Comerica Park. Cleveland sending Tanner Bybee to the mound. Detroit starters still TBA. For context, they used Montero, Herter, Brisky, Gunther, Vest, and Holton yesterday. The Guardians used 7 arms against them as well. Tanner Bybee starts for Cleveland. He went in Game 1 Saturday and didn't allow a run in 4 2/3 innings. First pitch at 6:08, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Billy Husso starts for the Red Wings tonight as they open their regular season with the Penguins at LCA. Pittsburgh already 0-1 this season. They got blasted by the Rangers in Game 1 6-zip. Face-off at 8, coverage at 7:45 over on WWJ News Radio 950. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn today said that he's displeased with the pressure the D-line has been getting so far this season. It was also apparent after reviewing tape in the bye that Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch have been playing well. Live from the Comerica entrance at Little Caesars Arena at the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are moments away from our Red Wing Bold Ass predictions. If you want to get them over, we do like to we seal these things and open them at the end of the season. There's not right now the Red Wings. We talk about getting ambushed. I will say this about the Red Wings though. They're leaning into this a little bit with their opener tonight. They're activating Hockey Village. A couple things to be aware of before tonight's game. Mike's Pizza Bar, the Mixing Board, and PointsBet Sports Bar will open at 3:30. All the restaurants are accessible from outside Little Caesars for both ticketed and non-ticketed fans, so you don't have to have a ticket to get in those. And you can enter them on the Woodward side there. The Chevy Plaza with the Budweiser Beer Garden will open a Fan Fest at 4:30. The Team Store is opening at 3:30. And they will be showing the Tiger game on the big screens, I've been told. So that's at Hockey Village. The band Collision 6 will be performing live as well.
Okay.
Yep. So if people want to get down there and take advantage of that.
Much better than Collision 5.
Not quite as good as Collision 7. Sorry, I just should have left it at your Collision 5 joke. I didn't need to chime in.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Leave the comedy to you. But yes, so if you want to get down there and watch the Tigers at Hockey Village, you can. And the Red Wing game starts at 8. They pushed it back an hour. Try and cut back on some of the clutter downtown because it's going to be packed, which is great. Let's get back to your phone calls. Brandon, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's
up?
up,
Brandon?
Quick backstory. Back in July, right before the All-Star break, I believe it was Jim and Costa. They had a question. They said, "Do you guys it was when they were on one of their 10-game win streaks or whatever. He said, "Do you guys apologize for underestimating the Tigers?" I called in and said, "No, I don't. We're still a couple games under 500 and got a little bit more to prove." This is me finally calling in and saying I apologize because I have no clue how they're doing this. I don't know how it happened with one starting pitcher. Granted, he's a Cy Young, but this is just insane to me, and I love watching every minute of it.
It's crazy.
They don't back down.
No, they embody everything that Tarek Skubal is, which is fearless and confident, and everybody is playing like that. They say that he's their leader. He is their leader, and you know AJ Hinch is just instilling that confidence. He's letting them play. Everybody play. Hey, no pressure on you guys. We just do what we do. Just go out there. We play fundamentally sound, and everybody has their role. You know what you're going to do, and be ready for it, and prepare the way we prepare, and the results will come, and that's what's happened.
Absolutely. Like Kerry Carpenter didn't play the whole game, comes in the 8th, 9th inning, or I believe it was a 9th, 3-run home run.
Well, he popped out to the catcher prior to that, but yes, he'd been on the bench of AJ Hinch, and he was impacting the game before he was in because they left Matt Boyd in to face Justin Henry Malloy. They preferred to pitch a lefty to Malloy than bring in a righty and have Kerry Carpenter hit there. So they left in Boyd one batter longer, and of course Malloy hit that ball into the corner where he eventually got gunned down at second. Had he not got gunned down, he'd been safe. That would have been Carpenter positively impacting the game just by his mere presence on the Tiger bench. But yes, there's a lot of matchups that AJ Hinch has just been a maestro. Absolute maestro. It's like, you know what's so refreshing? It's almost unanimous. We don't need to take calls bitching about the coaching.
No, not at all. I mean, the second you question a move that he makes, I feel like there's an automatic response from inside each person that makes that starts to question and goes, wait a minute. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. It's AJ Hinch, and whatever is doing is working. How dare me to come out there and question why you're not having Kerry Carpenter hit against lefties. I'm sorry. You're right. Let Malloy do it because Malloy's 2 for 3 in this game. You're right. My bad. You use him for a pinch hit. You use him for a pinch hitter. Okay.
Let's be clear. He's not going to get them all right.
No, but
he's getting so many right.
But what's the percentage? It's a high freaking percentage, man.
It really is. There really is. Darren is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Darren.
Hey, you there?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hey, we were talking about rule changes based on all this.
We really don't want to.
No, I don't think it's going to happen, really, because I remember the brotherly shove last year?
Yeah.
And everyone was up in arms. And nobody else could really do it. And now, I mean, I don't remember hearing anything about it.
Well, but they outlawed the shift. You know, they have made baseball makes changes all the time. You know, they
for sure.
I mean, back in the late
doubt,
60s, they reduced the mound became 6 inches lower. The shift is a big thing. Now we got the DH in both leagues. They'll change rules so that they can get more offense because that's what people like.
Yeah, I agree on that, but I don't think this is going to have a big enough impact in its own right because I don't think that anyone can duplicate it. I mean, they kind of accidentally.
Yeah, they can. Teams can try.
I think teams will try,
and I don't think they'll be successful. And I think that's why it won't get outlawed. But whatever. I mean, I don't want to. But we got a game 4 tonight. Like off seasons for the off season.
I'm sorry. Was this a playoff game tonight?
Yes, it is. But we also have a Red Wing opener. You ready for your bold ass predictions?
Yes.
All right, we'll get yours in as well at 248-539-9797. My first Red Wing bold ass prediction: the Wings will trade for rental goalie Linus Ullmark from Ottawa and a trade deadline deal for a playoff push.
I think they're fine with their goaltending, but okay, that's bold. Vladimir Tarasenko will stabilize the second line. He's going to add 30 goals to the mix and benefit greatly from having Patrick Kane's uncanny ability to pass the puck.
Wow. Gator will break bread with Cub fan Todd from White Lake in a suite at LCA for the New Jersey Devils game Friday, November 29th.
I don't think it's going to happen.
It's bold.
Yeah, that is bold, but it's borderline dumbass. Marco Casper will be called up before Thanksgiving and spend the rest of the season with the big club.
My final bold-ass prediction, World Series MVP Tarek Skubal will drop the ceremonial first puck before the Red Wing game with Buffalo on Saturday, November 2nd.
I like it. Last year's team gave up 274 goals and was +4 in goal differential. This year's team will yield less than 255 goals, and they'll make the playoffs.
Get him in, 248-539-9797.
Did have one more.
Of course you did.
With Mo Sider's love for the Tigers, Doug?
Yes.
He's going to work with Chris Fetter and AJ Hinch to become the first hockey-baseball two-sport athlete and record a shutout inning for the Tigers just a month after the Wings season concludes.
Dumb.
How dare you question Fetter made?
Well, if anybody could turn Mo Sider into a I don't know if he's a righty or a lefty.
Doesn't matter. One inning. Right. They only need one inning.
Hockey, I feel like they're lefty only in hockey, and they do everything else right-handed.
That's me. The only thing I do left-handed is I have a left-handed stick.
I'm a left-handed
in
shot.
hockey, and I don't do anything else left-handed.
Why is it that like shooting a hockey puck or a tennis ball or whatever left-handed feels so natural, and then trying to swing a baseball bat left-handed,
dude,
you couldn't feel more
my
awkward?
Forehand is with my right hand in tennis. I don't use my the only thing I do is hockey. And I'm so bad at golf, it has made me consider, should I try swinging with my left-handed clubs?
Am I sure I'm not left-handed?
That's a great line when you see somebody. You sure you're right?
Yeah, right.
That was Todd Jones. That was his. I mean, that was awesome. That was absolutely awesome. Todd Jones was asked what's the best insult was ever hurled at you by somebody chirping you at a game, and he said, I was in the bullpen warming up, and somebody yelled at me, "Hey Jones, are you sure you're a right-handed pitcher?" That is a funny line. More of your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, attention fans, UMCU is the official credit union of the Detroit Lions, and they're proud to partner with Lions superstars like Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch, and Terrion Arnold. To celebrate this winning combination and the Lions' sleek new black uniforms, UMCU has something special for you. It's exclusive access to the new Detroit Lions Black Debit Card. Now is the perfect time to become a member and join the Detroit Pride. This exclusive Lions Black Debit Card is only available to UMCU members. Choose a black card or one of the other 3 designs. UMCU has been servicing customers for over 70 years. I'm a member now too, and signing up was easy. Show off your pride and passion with the new Detroit Lions Black Card, only from UMCU. Just visit umcu.org. Some restrictions apply. Visit website for full details. Insured by NCUA. UMCU, where success deserves celebrating. All right, so a couple things here. One is there's an adage, an old adage we have in this business. Do not ever, whatever you do, don't ever make a mistake and go to commercial break.
Don't do that.
No, because what happens is the texts won't stop coming. And once you get correct, you're, oh, damn it, that's right. And then another 100 texts, and then another 100 texts, and now Twitter's chiming in. Yes, Linus Allmark signed a 4-year extension. Damn it! I made that mistake. Thank you, though. We have people out there, content. People are making sure that our content is good, and I gave you bad content. So the police were out there. My apologies. But when you have your own show, feel free to make mistakes. You're going to talk 4 hours every day. You're going to make some mistakes. Just don't ever make them and throw it to commercial break. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mark. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Hi there. How are you? I'd just like to say thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
This is the first time I ever called in 97.1 The Ticket. I really enjoy your show.
Great. Thank you.
I just had a comment, and my comment is the Detroit Tigers really warm my heart. Years ago, back in '68, Detroit was a mess, riots and everything. And just to see the fans in the stands, the last couple of times I've watched them on TV, really makes me feel good. It's just something about the Detroit Tigers that brings everybody together.
It really does.
And I love it.
And I've said this a bunch of times that after Magglio Ordonez hit the home run in 2006 to put the Tigers into the World Series, that I made it a point to drive downtown that night. It was at another bar in Metro Detroit. I drove downtown to meet up with some friends after the game, and we hung out there for a long time afterwards. And just seeing people on the street of all races and colors and creeds didn't matter.
Yes.
Everybody was happy and high-fiving. People were hugging each other.
Yes.
Complete strangers. It was awesome. And baseball, I think sports in general does that, but baseball for sure. And I think the Lions have brought people together too. It's been great.
Absolutely. And I just want to tell you, I love the way you guys present your show. You do a wonderful job. And please continue by all means to do the job that you're doing. And I'd like to hear something about what Norm Cash doing, Gates Brown doing, Aurelio Rodriguez is doing, and all those guys from back in that era.
It's probably Google, but bottom line is, yes, there's a lot of great Tigers back in the day. We kind of focus on this year's group, and this year's group's been great. And you're 100% correct that this is it does unify a community. And the best part is, like, I know some of you were on board the whole time, and that's cool. You can't blame people. Like, this is such a unique story because, sure, there have been teams that faded in the middle of the season, and there have been teams that have sold before. But you know what I'm not sure there has ever been before? A team that faded in the middle of the season, that sold, that got better, and oh, by the way, were inaccessible to a large portion of the fan base when the Bally's deal got yanked, and this team spent 3 months in the dark. I mean, I think the interest level in a professional sports team in a town between where it is now and where it was, say, back in mid to late July, might be the greatest differential in the history of sports, because there was actually animosity given. There was animosity towards them not adding. There was animosity towards the TV deal being pulled, and it wasn't animosity. It was some, but it was, you know what it was? It was apathy. It was probably unprecedented levels of apathy, because even when the Tigers were bad, you could get people interested. People would still talk about them and watch the games, and because it's our team, go to the games. It was a great summer pastime in Detroit, even when they're bad. But when you pull the plug on the TV deal, I think we reached unprecedented apathetic levels, and now we're right back to about as high as it could be. I don't know there's ever been a greater delta between two things than that to this.
It's unbelievable how this whole thing is fleshed out. By the way, Gates Brown passed in 2013. But this season is just, there's so many twists and turns to it. And like even now, the future is uncertain with the whole Tigers TV deal. But fortunately, now they're in the playoffs, so it's out of the hands of Bally's or Comcast, Xfinity. So now it's just, fortunately, it's on cable TV that everybody can get, which is great. But when you add that to the mix, this season kind of snuck up on a lot of people because they weren't able to watch it. They weren't able to pay even the casual attention that they normally would because of that situation.
248-539-9797. Lou in Birmingham, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Lou.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
I got two things. One, the Quan catch, or not catch.
Yeah.
Had they overturned that, what would have happened? And did they not overturn it because it was such a cluster and they wouldn't have known what to do with the base runners? I mean, like, if he was like laying out and he was 2 feet in the air, and that ball would not have been in his glove. The ground obviously helps. It looked like it hit grass to me.
Well,
So-
look, I think they would have returned the base runners to the closest base because remember, right after that, there was a rundown. Even Cleveland went through
I
with the
know.
rundown, and Quan popped up like a guy who didn't know that was going to be considered a catch. So I think they
But
would
if
have
that
just
was a catch,
returned.
we would have scored for sure.
Yeah, I think the
they
run
would've
would have
gotten a
counted.
run,
The
yeah.
run would have counted, and I think it would have been first and second for the Tigers. I don't know that for sure, though.
All right. Well, then the other thing is AJ's kind of coaching like all-star managers coach in the all-star game because they want to showcase everybody.
Yep.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And they give everything they got in that one inning. Like
Totally.
and do our guys like Risky? Did he know he was only pitching one inning and he gave it all he got, or does he tell them ahead of time, or you know what I mean? I'm just wondering if that's the case, or if he knows if he pitches good, he's going to continue. I just kind of a what if question.
I would assume that they know the plan, but I mean, Cater Montero, right? He goes through 6 pitches in the first inning.
I know.
I got to be honest. I was stunned when he didn't go back out there for the second.
I know. I wanted him to go back in the second inning and keep going the way he was going. But, I mean, I wonder if he knew that he was only pitching one and just gave all he had, like threw it all out there.
Well, that's
maybe. I don't know. Well, I was expecting to hear some kind of injury report on him, and yet it wasn't. And then you just start to think, oh, that's the plan all along.
Well,
and that's why I thought it was diabolical of A.J. Hinch to do that. Yeah, I'll let you know. Let the manager vote know that, it's going to be Cater Montero to start game 3. So just so you have it, there he is.
He's on a pitch
great.
limit. It's 6.
Not knowing, that, he was only going to be pitching for the inning, and then we're going to change things up.
Well, remember, when they put in Herter right away, it was 2 aboard with a couple of singles, and we're like, uh-oh. And I'm thinking, magic touch. Did the magic touch fade? No, it didn't fade.
Mm-mm.
Not at all. And Herter wasn't like super sharp. I have to go look at his numbers, but
I think he gave up 5 hits in the 3 innings.
but he gave up no runs, which is all that really matters.
Nobody gave up any runs.
No,
last I checked.
Okay, 3 1/3.
2 games in a row.
3 1/3, 5 hits and a walk. So
that's
there's traffic on the bases, but he got out of everything.
Your walks plus hits per innings pitched is not good, near 2. So.
And now here comes Bo Brisky. How freaking good is Bo Brisky?
I don't understand it.
The first time Bo Brisky's name came up was Gator doing one of his classic. Have you seen this guy at low A? He's thrown 7 innings. He struck out 11, 1 walk, 6 hits. I'm like, cool, Gator. Nice name, Bo Brisky. And then like 2 months later, remember that Bo Brisky? He's now at high A. Have you seen what he's done there? And I was like, why do you always ask me if I've seen what he's done there? No, I haven't seen what he's. That Bo Brisky, he's in Erie now. And Gator followed him all the way up. Now, to be fair, he's followed up like 19 guys along with Bo Brisky in the same era that never made it.
It's true.
But Bo Brisky stood out because his name is Bo Brisky.
Right. Don't confuse him with Bo Burrows.
I can't remember his Mitch Albom or might have been Sean Windsor. Somebody today in the free referred to him as the lyrically named Bo Brisky. And nobody can touch Bo Brisky.
I have a nickname for him. It's Mariano Rivera. He's unbelievable. Like, this guy comes in there all jacked up, throwing 100. Like, I feel like he's untouchable. He's unhittable at this point.
Well,
he's so confident.
So far in the postseason, he hasn't allowed a hit. He hasn't allowed a run. He hasn't allowed an earned run. He hasn't allowed a home run.
Couple of walks.
Walked 2, and that's it. 2 walks, no hits, and 5 1/3, 4 appearances.
Yep.
Every game he's pitched in, the Tigers have won in the postseason.
Well, this guy was a starter. He was a starter for his whole minor league career, basically, and until the 2023. They said, why don't you go in a bullpen? Because he pitched a little bit with the Tigers in 2022. Pitched out of the bullpen in 2023, but was coming off an injury. And then they're like, yeah, why don't you stay in the bullpen? You'll be our guy. And that's exactly what's happened. Once he got his arm strength back up this year in the minors, they brought him up to the majors. And he was good during the season with the Tigers. 3.59 earned run average. It's good. But he's been great down the stretch, as everybody has on this team. Since August, these guys are insane.
Somebody, Michael just tweeted us, said AJ said in the postgame that Cater did not know he was pitching just 1 inning. So he didn't go out and say, empty the tank, get me 3 outs. He emptied it nonetheless. Tigers try and close this thing out tonight. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. We'll talk some NFL next on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is ready to celebrate Halloween football and the best deals of all. You're not going to believe this deal. 2024 Equinox EV. Right now, Sarah is offering a brand new 2024 Chevy Equinox for just $99 a month, $99 a month. That's a 2-year lease on an Equinox EV LT front-wheel drive, which is $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with their GM employee discount, Bolt EV or EUV, and a current Chevy lease in your household. Take advantage of this hot price on the remaining 24s while they last. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all this fall. Say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Gator, we got a bunch of bold-ass predictions for the Red Wings. Tonight, Red Wings on brother station WWJ, is that right? If we confirm that. All right, so they're on our brother station WWJ because we got a Tiger playoff game, Game 4 of the ALDS Tigers and Guardians starts at 6:08. No lineup out, no starting pitcher announced yet. For those of you that are going to be downtown looking for a place to watch the game, they're activating Hockey Village, that beer garden area. I believe access is free, and they will have the game on outside of LCA. And a lot of the bars and restaurants there are available to non-ticketed fans to go in and get some pre-gaming done. And you can watch the Tigers in there. Maybe you're making your way to the Tiger game. Hell, maybe you're going to the Red Wing game. Just hang out down there and watch. But we did get some Red Wing bold-ass predictions that I have recorded here, Gator. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right. From an unnamed, this is from Brian. Bold-ass prediction. The Red Wings finish second in the division and play Toronto in the first round of the playoffs. Chris in Farmington.
That'd be fun.
DeBrincat, Larkin, and Kane will each have over 30 goals.
I don't know if that's bold-ass.
I kind of think it is. All of them.
Isn't that kind of an expectation?
It is, but I feel like it's, we can give it to him, sure. I'm not.
Oh boy.
Bold-ass predictions. Larkin, Cat, and Raymond combined for 100 goals.
I mean, if you gave it to me before,
yeah, go ahead. Red Wings bold-ass prediction. Despite starting the season in Grand Rapids, Marco Kasper will take home the Calder Trophy. That's from Will.
Now, that's bold.
Yep. Andrew in Livonia. Newsy will be fired by game 30.
Stop it. That's a mean-ass prediction. I don't like that.
Brian in New Huddy says the Wings coach will be fired by Christmas, replaced by player coach Patrick Kane. Red Wings will score 5 goals at least. Red Wings will have 5 score at least 20 goals. Larkin, Raymond, Kane, DeBrincat, and Tarasenko. Kyle in Auburn Hills. Scott writes in, Kerry Carpenter will drop the ceremonial puck for the first Red Wing home playoff game, and when he drops it, on his hand will be a ring. I'm going to give one sort of negative prediction.
Oh, no.
Well, it's just something I've kind of very leery of.
Okay, what's that?
I do not have high expectations for Tarasenko. I'm not sure it's going to work out.
Okay, all right.
A little skeptical.
Well, be a downer.
Well, I'm going on the record now, and then go out and prove me wrong. I mean, that'd be awesome. I do not have high expectations.
Always like the name. Vladimir Tarasenko.
Let me change my prediction then.
Look, I'm just mentioning that I always like the name.
Fair enough. I just did a
segment.
segment.
It's a cool name.
I know. I just did a segment on Bo Brisky, so I'll just shut up. Let's go to Bridge in Farmington Hills. You're next. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
My bold-ass prediction for the Red Wings is based on a crazy idea, and it relates to our other pro teams.
Sure.
So last year, the Lions were that team. You know, they came close, and then they became the favorite around the league, and they made it to the championship game, the conference championship game.
Yep.
The Tigers, well, they didn't start. They weren't close last year, but this year they have a good shot at making the championship game.
Okay.
So the Red Wings, they were so close last year, just a tiebreaker away, just like the Lions. And I say they go to the conference championship game.
Red Wings would go to the conference championship game, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Pre-Stanley Cup final.
Okay, yep. Okay, gotcha.
All right.
That's bold ass.
And so they're following the pattern of the Lions and the Tigers.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, they'll be the next in line. And they'll probably become the gritty Red Wings.
Yes.
The gritty Red Wings, whatever. Then what would be really crazy if the Pistons didn't do that in 2 years.
Well, now you really,
let's not push it.
Forget the break.
Well, I mean, Red Wings aren't gritty; they're grinders, right? And that the way the grind line.
Yeah.
Another G word means the same thing.
Essentially, yes.
Yes.
Let's bring in Mike Valeni, who joins us from down at Music Town in the Hockey Town Cafe. Studios there. Are things starting to jump down there yet, or is it a little too early?
No, it's Zombieland.
Okay, gotcha.
No electricity right now. It's 1 in the afternoon, 2 in the afternoon. It'll be fine.
Everyone will be fine. Kenny Cott will be attending the Red Wing game tonight.
Look at that.
All right, no
Look at that.
surprise. No surprise.
Bold ass prediction.
Let's hear it.
Slick back hair, Kenny,
and 14 drinks.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wearing shorts everywhere he goes, no matter the temperature.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's in his cider T-shirt today. Don't worry.
Oh, he is.
He actually is.
Have you settled in? Are you ready? You're rooting. You want the Yankees now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I want to win this series first.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying. Like I heard the topic you guys were doing earlier. It's like that's who you want. I mean, the Royals, whatever. Like you shouldn't be scared of anybody at this point.
Feels as though, and this is going to sound weird, but if they get the Royals and don't beat them, I will actually be hugely disappointed. Which is not this has been incredible, but if they get the Yankees and don't beat them, it kind of makes some baseball sense. But
I guess I left baseball sense behind. Weeks ago.
Smart, and I should.
You know what I mean? It's just none of it makes sense.
In the nine innings, like when you watch a game in the 9 innings, it looks like it makes sense. The totality of all this over and over and over and over again has just been remarkable.
Which makes more sense? Cater Montero throwing 6 pitches and that's it for him in a game, or Giancarlo Stanton stealing a base in a playoff game?
Wow. I'd say Montero. Stanton has been running like a guy who really has to drop a grumpy.
Yes.
Like he should basically be holding on to his own ass running to first.
Yeah.
The fact that he stole a bag, I was in disbelief.
Yeah.
Look, here's the other thing. This is why you should want the Yankees right now. Like I joked with you guys about like the missive from the front lines. What do these 3 numbers mean, fellas? 8, 5, 9 in the Yankee Royal series. Game 1, 8. Game 2, 5. Game 3, 9.
I don't know.
Walks by Royals pitchers.
Wow.
You're never getting that against the Tigers.
Nope.
The Yankees are barely functioning, and they're being handed 8 walks, 5 walks, 9 walks. And now, again, are the Yankees better at work and counts than the Guardians? Sure, but you're never seeing that from the Tiger pitchers.
Well,
so Aaron Judge is a head case right now.
Hey, bottom line is get there first, and we'll worry about
I know,
it. But
I know.
There's a lot
I'm just
of work
having
to be
fun
done.
with you. That's all.
It's cool. And I got to tell you, yesterday, and you talked about it in the show when we did the crosstalk about what Comerica Park would be like.
Yeah,
you were right.
It's just, Doug, I think it's something, obviously, and you and Rico, Gator, you guys are all born and bred out here. Like, for me, I've spent my whole adult life out here, but I get tired. I think I've earned the right to get tired of national media either not respecting us as a sports town or outright dumping on us. Like, it's just lazy. This is one of the best 4-sport pro towns in America, and these people, if they're godforsaken, given a product, our fans show up and they're crazy, and it annoys me to see stuff like that.
It almost makes you want to come up with like a T-shirt or a phrase like Detroit versus.
Oh Christ! Oh God!
I don't know.
Rico wins.
There it is.
I lose.
You guys have a great show.
All right, boys.
We'll
Enjoy
be
the day.
leading into Tiger baseball. What a time to be a Detroit sports fan. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Go Istanbul.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Tigers and Guardians battle at Comerica Park tonight, and right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 6:08. The Tigers starter still TBA. Cleveland sends their ace Tanner Bybee to the mound. The Guardians have not scored a run in 21 innings as the Tigers have logged back-to-back 3-zip wins. Comerica Park is once again hosting a block party on Withrow Street beginning at 3 p.m. Coverage begins right here on The Ticket at 5:40. Dan Dickerson and Andy Dirks with the call. A couple hours later, the Royals will try to fend off elimination against the Yankees. First pitch at 8:08 in KC. Michael Wacha against ace Garrett Cole for New York. The Red Wings open up the regular season against a familiar foe tonight, the Pittsburgh Penguins. Pittsburgh was blown out in Game 1 against the Rangers 6-0. Ville Husso gets the start for the Wings. He made 58 saves on 61 shots in the preseason. Hear the game over on WWJ, News Radio 950, pregame at 7:45 there. Tobias Harris returned to Pistons practice today after recovering from COVID. He said he's been impressed with the team's play so far in the preseason. Former NFL quarterback Cam Newton has signed a deal with ESPN. He will primarily contribute to First Take. He'll make his debut tomorrow on the air. Live from the Comerica entrance at Little Caesars Arena at the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, kill the music. We got to get to business, David. Kill it. Hard fade. Wow. So here's the deal. For 20 years, I have tried to give you everything I got, people. But today, I ask you for help. Rico, it is an idyllic fall day here in the Motor City. It's gorgeous. Not a cloud in the sky, 65 degrees. Foliage is starting to happen. We're in process of foliage. I think we've done a decent job with the Tigers, both making fun of Fangraphs at the early stages, to calling it a mortal lock before anybody else, to then saying, no, you want Houston, and you're going to beat Houston, to me saying Tigers in 4, to even after Game 1's disaster. Me, of all people, the bleep hole guy from New York going, everybody calm down. It's fine. Rico, I need some help today.
Okay.
Because everything is coming up aces. Okay? Gorgeous weather. You look tremendous today in a fashion Tigers hat.
Oh, thank you. I had it before they were good.
This baseball team has had back-to-back shutouts against the Guardians. They are on a 20-inning scoreless streak against the Guardians. And they are on the precipice at home today in front of what will be a capacity crowd, in front of what, despite the Athletic thinks, will be a huge home field advantage. And they're playing a Guardians team that looks lost, and A.J. Hinch just managed the pants off of Stephen Vogt yesterday. More on that later. So all of this is great, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I need people's help with. I got a bad feeling about tonight. I got a bad feeling too much has gone our way, that it's a back-to-back, that the Guardians can't possibly go 29 innings without scoring, that they continue to get traffic on the base paths, they just haven't broken through, that somehow Jose Ramirez is not going to finish the series 1 for 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know. And again, guys, I've been Tigers in 4. I've been resolute. But the one thing I don't do to you is I don't lie to you. I woke up today and I've had an uh-oh. And I ain't talking about an uh-oh in my pants. I'm talking about an uh-oh for Game 4 where I'm going, wait a minute, we've been flying so high. Everything's coming up Detroit. The people here deserve it. This team doesn't even know. They don't even understand what they're doing. Rico, I need your help. I need the people's help. I need you to reinstill my confidence in tonight. Why do I feel this way?
You feel this way, Mike, because the fact that you're looking at the Guardians team and they're not scoring, and you know they're better than this. It may be somewhere in the middle. They're not as good as the very first inning of Game 1,
right,
where they were just knocking the cover off the ball. But they're not as bad as they are right now. They're somewhere in the middle. And you got to think that, okay, every now and then there's going to be a hiccup in the voodoo. I think you have enough to win the series. But, yes, I think if you were winning the games 3-2 or 2-1, or they were scoring, you would just feel like, okay, we have them. But the fact that they have not scored leads you to think that they're going to have one of those games very similar to what the Dodgers had, where you 8 runs, 8-0. There you go. We're back. Okay, it's not over yet. The problem is, where is that relax factor? And by that, I mean kind of you saw that when they clinched and they still had 2 more games against the White Sox, and they kind of relaxed. Because you know you have Skubal on Saturday, are you still hungry enough to end this thing tonight? Yes, you want to win. Don't get me wrong. They're not going out there to lose the game. But are you hungry enough to just end this thing tonight and just say, hey, you know what, Tarek, take a couple extra days off. We'll see you in Kansas City, or we'll see you in New York. So I'm with you on that. Because you now have taken that lead, do you have the killer instinct? Are these guys, these young guys, smart enough to know opportunity is here, right? You're at home, go for the jugular, keep them down on the mat. Do not let the Guardians in this game. Because yesterday, when the Tigers scored early at 1-0, I mean, it was almost like the walk-off. I just had the finger up like, yep, we got this game. Game is over. They're going to do what they have to do.
But it's everything, Rico. They hit a line drive down the line, it's 6 inches foul. You hit one down the line, it's 6 inches fair. The hardest hit ball of the day, of course it was a 110-mile-an-hour rocket right to Matt Vierling. Like, everything's coming up aces. Yeah. And I said Tigers in 4. And now that the ability to be right is here, I'm almost like, wait a minute, why do I feel this way? Like, even Tanner Bybee. I didn't think Bybee was that good in the opener. He wasn't able to locate his fastball. He was up in the zone. Now, he didn't get hit. He got a ton of run support, but I didn't think Bybee was that good in game 1. I woke up today expecting a better version of Tanner Bybee. I want to know from you guys, like, it's not wrong to be nervous because this team is on the precipice of actualizing a dream sequence.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just would love to know where you're at with it. And again, I fully expect, Rico, 100 people already hammered to call up and be like, it's fine. We're just going to win the game. But I'm just trying to be honest with people. Why am I worried today of all days?
I think you feel that way, Mike, because remember, when they clinched and they, AJ was like, hey, you guys look like a playoff team. And then against the worst team in baseball, they kind of took the next 2 days off.
I don't see that here.
No, but I wonder if because you have so much faith in Skubal, will you lose that killer edge to just end this thing tonight, knowing you got the ace in your back pocket on Saturday? So it's one of those where, if we win, great. If we don't worry. He'll take care of us.
I think you said something that's actually playing into this a little bit, where you said, look, because the Guardians aren't scoring, it almost feels not real.
Mm-hmm.
A 20-inning postseason shutout streak is unfathomable. Even when you had Verlander, Porcello, David Price, Max Scherzer, even when you were a star-studded team, right, you couldn't roll 20 straight innings out.
And now you're getting it with this cast of characters. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, it's amazing. But yes, you feel like, okay, Guardians, not as good as game 1, not as bad as the other games. Where is the middle ground here? And if they hit the middle ground, is that enough to beat them?
And look, you do have Skubal game 5. No one is talking about not winning the series, but like, why today on a beautiful day did I wake up going, you know what, I got a funny feeling about tonight? I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I want people to have a good time at party, close it out at home. And frankly, I don't feel like watching this on Saturday afternoon. It's for college football. Will you do me a favor and close out today?
I heard it's a few games.
Yeah, we got a hell of a card. I want to be watching Texas and OU on Saturday.
And then Central Michigan's homecoming, right?
Who could forget? Kelly Short Stadium, one of the true cathedrals of college football.
Get there, yeah, get there early, leave early.
248-539-9797. David, now listen. David, you've been the deflator throughout. I God help us when I'm the beacon of positivity. I'm asking you, can you instill confidence in me here? Or do you feel some of the way I feel? It's been going so well. I'm kind of like, all right, is this really going to continue today again?
Mike, you're so off here. You're so off here. In fact, when I expressed this same reluctance going into game 2 and worrying that, Scooble can't just win every game, can he? Because we can't hit and we can't do this. It's just not going to continue. I was called a P-word. I'll just say that. I was called that a lot on the ticket text. I was called that a lot by the man next to me.
You're a cat enthusiast.
I was called a cat enthusiast. That's what I was called.
I thought they were calling you a pastor. Okay,
right, because you had the best pitcher on the globe going. And yes, I had full confidence you would get a split in Cleveland. Today, you know who's on the mound for you? TBA.
Exactly. I'm not worried about it. After what happened Monday, I'm not worried about anything with the Tigers. They're just fine. We're going to the CS tonight. That's what's happening.
All right, this is good. Gas me up. Hey, I don't think it's wrong to be honest with people and go, you know what? I got a bad feeling about tonight. And I've given you some reasons why. I mean, here's the other thing. This series, this was like the stat of the day. This is the first playoff series in 119 years. 119 years. That has featured first 3 games, 3 shutouts. The 1905 World Series is the last time you had a series like this. And again, it's not that the Tiger bats have been that good. They haven't. You had a 17-inning streak against this team. You couldn't score. So it's, yes, the timely hitting, the moments, they're all going the Tigers' way. But it is still a team I look at with the Guardians and I go, all right, are they really going out like this? Is this really? And again, it has nothing to do with the series in Game 5 and Scooble. Tanner Bybee, is he going to be better than Game 1? Is Jose Ramirez really going to Aaron Judge his way out of the playoffs here? He looks horrible.
That is a concern because at some point you're right. He's going to hit something, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
See, I don't know. He looks very frustrating. Like he is really pressing. And that's what you want to see as a Tigers fan because that's when you overswing. That's when you overthink. And, yeah, just, you know what? Let him go up to the plate and just go back and soak on the bench.
Now, are we allowed to talk to Kenny, or is Kenny just Kenny, by the way, we are going to ask your opinion about hockey for 5 minutes in the 4 o'clock. But, I mean, Kenny's usually a worry ward. If I got any shot of somebody feeling the way I feel, it would be Kenny, pre-alcohol. Kenny drunk later? Forget it. He'll be top.
He's happy.
Charts.
Yeah, I haven't been that happy in a while, guys. Come on, let's go. Mike, I don't know where the negativity on your end is coming from. I don't know.
Hold on. I give you all the time you need.
Yeah.
How is any of what I've said negative?
Okay.
I'm just a little worried tonight.
I'll rephrase. I'm sorry. Mike is not negative. He's just a little nervous. That's all. And I still don't know where that comes from.
Kenny, let me help you out here. He's that bleep hole from New York. That's why he's negative.
No, that's not what I'm
even though I'm the guy who said Tigers in 4. Even though I was the bastion of positivity on Monday. This is incredible.
Why would the vibes run out now is my question, because now you have a full stadium full of Tigers fans. This place is going to be a snake pit tonight. It's going to be absolute lunacy downtown.
Doesn't it feel like you've hit 7 hands in a row at blackjack?
Mm-hmm.
It does, but go ahead.
But what?
Oh, no, but yeah, I think because it feels like for Detroiters, it's going to be the coronation tonight. Like you're coming down here expecting to see.
That's the way you want it to be.
I think they're expecting it tonight.
Okay.
And maybe that's why you feel that way, Mike, because
I hope they're right. Because it would be awesome for these fans who've been put through hell by this organization. It would be
go out on the field and celebrate and let the fans see. Not in the clubhouse.
Sorry to be the guy with actual, as a fan, playoff experience. I know y'all don't have that here. Kind of hard to close teams out. But I do have one power stat. You want one stat that'll make you feel good about tonight? I'm going to give it to you next. Oh. It is possibly the stat. It cuts both ways. But I got a Guardian stat about closeout games that should pique your interest. So we'll get to that as well.
I also have the starter for the Detroit Tigers.
I thought you were going to tell us what else you have that we hear about all the time.
Wait, TBA is not the starter?
Nah, TBA's got the flu.
I wonder how many TBA jerseys are going to get sold.
248. That's actually a funny idea if somebody had TBA 0 on the back. 248-539-9797. Tell us the confidence level tonight. And I admit it, I woke up a little nervous about tonight. Let's talk about it. We'll do it next, 97.1.
Hey guys, now through, today. Today is the last day. You need to head into your Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You can join Planet Fitness today and get everything you need for just $1 down and $15 a month. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, once you start going to Planet Fitness, you're not going to want to stop. Many Planet Fitness have brand new strength training equipment and cardio equipment. And if you're saying, you know what, I'm a little pressed for time, Rico, don't worry about it. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes in the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And did you know that all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training for no additional cost? Plain and simple. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now. Check out the gym. $1 down, $15 a month. You can cancel at any time, but trust me, you will not do that. It ends today, though. $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Well, hi there. Listen, being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. Serta's got all three, with 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses right here in the great state of Michigan. Have a great night's sleep on a great mattress, and a Serta one this fall. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, we got some breaking news, and I do have that power stat for you. And then we'll get ticket text, get to the people. We are going to touch on football each hour, and we will give Kenny a chance to do wings in the 4 o'clock because I'm going to demand Kenny say something on the air. And it's not anything that we're going to turn to a drop. Maybe. David, you have breaking news. We know the starter today, and that's not all. Go ahead.
Yeah, we do know the starter today. The lineup is out. The starter has been announced. It is Reese Olson that will be your starter. And yes, I said starter, not opener, because according to Chris McCoskey, it is a straight start for Reese Olson. He's not an opener. He will start.
So no pitching chaos.
Doesn't look like it.
So not doing what you've done to get here.
Yeah, completely changing it, and the back-to-back games may have changed everything for their strategy.
Well, that's again, that is part of it. It's also the flaw of the playoff model in baseball where you shouldn't have off days between games. Again, if you're playing 2 in Cleveland, you play them back-to-back, travel day to Detroit, back-to-back, travel day back to Cleveland. Done. But again, baseball's dumb. So here's the deal. That goes against everything that has gotten you here. Am I wrong to look at that and go, wait a minute, aren't you playing a little bit into Cleveland's hands? Stephen Vogt has gone out and said, I set the lineup for the guy starting the game. I don't set it in a predictive manner to what AJ's going to do. He said that. Well, now he gets to start a lineup knowing it's Reese Olson. Now, if this is the ultimate troll by AJ, that you leak it out that Reese Olson's going to be a straight starter, only to then have Reese Olson throw 8 pitches and go chaos, well, then I tip my cap to you. That's one of the best poker moves we've ever seen. But if this is Reese Olson pitching, look, maybe he duplicates game 1 where he pitched really well. But you've done this by not having starters.
Right. See, I think that Reese Olson will play. I don't think it's going to be a troll job because I think it's the just in case of emergency, you go to game 5 unless I know Skubal is great, but what if he's not? And then you have the whole pitching chaos to try to help you get that victory in game 5. So let's see how many innings he can eat up today.
I think if he could give you 4 innings and you're tied or ahead, the game's over.
Yeah. I agree with you.
I don't know, although there's some negativity.
But I don't think you can go chaos, and then in the event that, if you're winning, yes, it works. But if you get to game 5 and you threw everybody out there all week long, I don't know how much juice will be in the arms.
Now, again, you'll have a rest day between today and game 5. Plus, it's Skubal. It's all hands on deck and a closeout.
Right.
No, look, okay, David, I know you won't admit this, but don't tell me for a second that didn't take you aback a little bit, right?
I trust AJ Hinge. That's what I do. I trust AJ Hinge through this entire process. Everything he has done has worked.
He went straight from the White House press secretary.
I'm going to trust AJ Hinge.
You're the White. What's the press secretary's name now for Biden?
I have no clue, but I'm on her side.
The one I remember is the one for Trump. What was it, Sarah Huckabee Sanders or whatever?
Yes.
You went Huckabee on us. Unbelievable. Just listen. Okay, now here's your power stat for the Guardians, David, and Rico, and all of Metro Detroit. Can this number continue? The number is 11.
Okay.
Do you know what that relates to? Cleveland Guardians playoffs, 11 straight. The Cleveland Guardians have lost 11 straight elimination games. 11.
That's a power
Here comes 12.
Well, okay, that's totally fine to think that. But again, when I heard that stat last night, I go,
really?
Yeah.
So they've never just extended a series.
Nope.
And then got eliminated in the next game?
When you put their back against the wall, you suplex them through the wall.
Wow.
So that could be a source of great confidence for Tiger fans, or wait a minute now. Well, they're kind of due a little bit, right?
You would think so. I mean, but once again, everything that the Tigers are doing, you don't think it's going to last, but it is. So
is it crazy that me, the person who loves starting pitching and who hates this style of baseball, is actually pining for pitching chaos versus a starter?
It's not, because it's fun, because it's unique, because you haven't seen it. Now,
because it works.
Now here's the thing. it's a copycat business. So then you wonder, are other teams going to say, you know what?
They won't
Maybe
do it in
this
the
one-
regular season because you can't execute it. AJ himself said you can't sustain this over a season. Can't do it.
I'm talking like in the playoffs. Like, okay.
Oh, you just upend everything you've been
Right,
doing?
and now we're going to go, like the Tigers will become a money ball thing.
I pray not.
Maybe they'll even be
Hey,
a movie.
walleye.
Okay.
We're not doing that because I can already hear Kenny screaming about spending. We're not
No,
doing that.
no, not that. I'm saying that we will talk about the Detroit Tigers and the pitching chaos the way people talk about the Oakland A's and Moneyball.
Yeah, I will.
The Tigers will become an adjective.
I hated the A's.
Right.
248-539-9797. David, what did the ticket text have to say early on today? And then we'll get to the calls.
2 words, Mike. Jose Ramirez. I'm worried about those 2 words tonight.
I always fear like when a superstar, which J-Ram is, when they've been this bad, don't you feel like they're about to erupt?
See, I don't, because Mike, you've watched enough playoff baseball. I have as well. It's something about the pressure hitting a superstar. Either you turn into Reggie Jackson, Mr. October,
or Aaron Judge.
Right, or Aaron Judge, where you just can't get out of your own way. And somehow or another, it never turns around. I don't know why.
Famous last words. David, strike this man down. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, I'm going to record that, keep that in my back pocket there.
You know what? You do that. And on Monday, give me the same intensity.
Yeah,
go show Michael Irvin. Same intensity. Rewrite, reprint, same intensity.
Go ahead, David.
Whoa, Mike. It's voodoo. What are you talking about? Why are you worried? It's voodoo.
I don't know. It's the way I woke up today, all right? I know. Everything's been voodoo. All of it.
Totally agree with you, Mike. I don't feel great about tonight. Think this will go to Game 5, and then I trust Scooble.
Okay.
You've been in Detroit too long. You can't even believe good things will happen to you. They will win 4-2 tonight. Go to the AL.
That's not true. Okay, true or false? I've said the Lions win the Super Bowl this year. True or false? In February of last year, you're winning the North and you're winning a home playoff game. Man, don't put that evil on me. Just because Steve Yzerman disappoints you continually, don't put that on me. More on that at 4. David, go ahead.
Mike is right to be concerned. There's no way the Guardians will be that bad again with runners in scoring position.
Do you put anything into having an actual starting pitcher now? Do you believe that works against you? Remember, look at what AJ did to Vogt yesterday. Look what he did. He deked him.
Oh, he did.
You had Montero for the first 6. You get a few runners on, and all of a sudden, oh my God, you got Vogt emptying the bench because Herder's in. Well, fooled you. Herder's a reverse split pitcher. The righties hit him. He thinks, he gets righties out more than he gets lefties.
Right.
He empties his bench. Now you don't have any moves for later in the game when the Tigers go righty exclusive. I'm just, listen, I wonder. Now you're going to give Vogt and this lineup a chance to see the same guy, hypothetically, 2 turns through the rotation. Or the order, rather. Excuse me.
But then again, a starter that's going to stand there for a while for AJ, could be just 3 innings.
Maybe. And again, if Olson's on, if this is the good Reese Olson, like what you saw in Game 1 where he came in and really, now again, after the initial he settled in nicely.
Or it could be after he faces the 9th batter, hey, where you going? I'm leaving. See you guys.
We'll get to the phones. Gotta go. We'll get to the people next. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks or sells more Trex than Northville. And last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex in Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason. It's all in stock all the time. No special orders, no shipping delays. Just the product at the best prices in the game. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. So what do you need to do? Stop into Northville Lumber. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, straight to the people. Let's see what everybody's got to say today. Game 4, 6:08 tonight. Red Wings also open tonight. It's a closeout game. Things get a little tougher. I've thrown out some data, some stats. Bottom line is I just woke up feeling nervous. And then you find out you're not doing chaos tonight. You have an actual starting pitcher tonight. At least that's what's being reported. Reese Olson will be a straight starter. I just want to know if you got some nerves about tonight, or do you just think it's destiny? They ain't losing. We're closing it out at home, and we are on to rooting. I don't know what you guys want. You want to play the Royals? You want to play the Yankees?
You just want to play.
Right.
I think it's that, Mike, because I think some people want to play the Royals. Some people, you just want to get to that next step. Maybe chaos kicks in the fourth inning.
Okay. Go to Roger, 97.1. What's up, Raj? How you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
You know that feeling you got when you woke up this morning? It's a lot like when you wake up and you see this really hot chick that decided to go to bed with you last night, and then you're kind of afraid to commit. You know, it's okay to say I love you.
Roger wins the day right out of the gate.
Okay.
But hold on, do you have that feeling tonight, or do you think it's in the bag?
Oh, I'm definitely going to say I love you, Tigers. You know, I got this. Got to love them.
Okay. Roger, it's not about not loving them. It's just closeout games are hard. They've been riding
Well, you know,
this
it's kind of hard
insane
to commit,
sequence.
but, you know, geez, got to keep the positive vibes going. You know, then again, I was drunk last night when I took the girl home, so maybe alcohol will help in this situation.
Roger's covering all the bases. Okay. You got,
Right. Okay.
yeah.
Right.
What was that, Snoop?
That's it.
He was.
Yep. He had a little Kenny Cotta in him that day. Because tonight, we know what he wanted.
Uh-oh. My goodness. Let's go to Rob, 97.1. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? You know, Roger kind of took my thunder a little bit, but I was going to say you're the nerd in the AV club, and you're dating the most popular girl in school. You got the one itis, or the too good to be true itis, man. It's okay. We're gonna do it tonight. I think that's where your head's at right now.
Yeah, no, Rob, I don't think you're wrong. Rob, you watch the games. Every time you need something to go your way, it's going that way. Mm-hmm. And you're like, how much longer can this keep up? Well, maybe it's the whole way. Maybe they just win the whole damn thing. I just
you mentioned it before. Destiny. I think they're the team of destiny. There's no baseball reasons besides them having the best bullpen for the past 2 months. What are the other? I mean, they can't hit, and they're still winning these games.
Right, and it's like, Rob, I look at the closeout game today, and pardon me if I think a 20-inning scoreless streak is unsustainable, or like I didn't particularly love the way Bybee pitched in the opener. Like, he'll be better today. And then you just arrive at watching the game, and you're like, no, none of those things are going to happen. It's just going to go the Tigers' way. I don't know. It's not negativity. Please don't take it that way. I'm just nervous.
I'm nervous too, but I'm just going to say with the positivity, go Tigers. Let's go.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's a beautiful afternoon for baseball. You want people to be able to party and have a good time, and I don't want to deal with a Game 5.
No.
Not professionally or personally. I do not want to have to sweat a Game 5 during the 3:30 window on a college football Saturday. Damn it.
No, you don't. Not with the Red River shootout.
No, hook 'em.
So much going on.
No, and you don't want to sweat a Game 5.
No.
Listen, and just so people understand, and I don't know if you want to play the Yankees or if you want them to fail, or I don't care. I don't take any offense to it. You should hate the Yankees. The point is, okay, I'm a Yankee fan, right? I'm not sitting here easy breezy about tonight's closeout game for them. I got Garrett Cole on the mound. I'm not easy breezy. Like, I treat closeout games different. They're hard, man.
They are. And then when you look at the Guardians, you're wondering, how long can you go scoreless? That's really the crux of the issue is, it's going to happen. Is it just going to be the dam breaking, or do they just scratch across a run and all of a sudden the confidence is there? Or can the Tigers keep them scoreless and they just finish this thing out? And what would it be, 29 in a row, just scoreless innings, nothing.
Then let's bring up caller Jeff, because he agrees with that line of thinking. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hey, right now there's a couple things that I think are going. Remember the beginning of the year, Detroit give games away left and right, and we said, how many can we give away? If we just split these games we give away, we'd have been okay. And then the last part of the season, it just totally went our way in every facet. But a couple things. Cleveland looks lifeless, and we have our home crowd against them. So those are the reasons why I think we can. And 2 runs feels like a win for us right now. If we scratch out 2 runs, we feel pretty confident the way it's been going that we can make that enough to win. Those are the things I believe are going for us.
Jeff, I'm going to say this, and maybe I'm being overkind. 1 run.
Oh, come on.
No, seriously. You go up 1-0 today.
I was being generous, though.
Nah, if they go up 1-0, everything changes. I think you're going to see desperation from the Guardians, and that's when the Tigers will go for the jugular and just end this thing.
All right, I'll leave you 2 on that island.
Parker Meadows, nice shot right over.
All right, just with a straight face, you think you're winning a 1-0 close?
No. I'm saying if they get that first run, now I think that Cleveland goes into their own personal chaos where they're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. This team's not that good. Talking about Detroit. How are they doing this to us?
But see, I think they are good. I mean, it's more than destiny. It's more than luck. No, they're good. They play great defense. They take the extra base more than any other team in baseball, right? Mm-hmm. They have timely at-bats, and they have great pitching. No, they're good. Do I think they're great? No, far from it. But they're good. But are they also riding an irrational,
and that's it,
unsustainable level of voodoo? Yeah, of course.
Right, but that's it. When you're looking, like, we did this throughout the entire regular season, and these guys just got hot for the last month.
Sign the Phillies.
How are they doing this to us?
But look at baseball right now. All 4 teams. Well, now the Dodgers tied up their series at 2. But all 4 of the teams that got the bye week, if you will, Phillies are home. Guardians are back against the wall, and they've lost 11 straight elimination games. You have what? Who's the other one?
Yankees.
No, the Yankees won the division. They get a chance to close out. And then last night, Padres had an opportunity to put the Dodgers out. Now the Dodgers drew even. They play tonight. I'm saying it's these teams that are great all season, none of them have gone out and so much as taken a 2-0 lead in a series.
Right.
They were all tied at 1 game, all looking up against it, or down 2-1, or outright eliminated.
Right, and I guess that's where you just get angry. Like, what do we get to buy for in order to be down an elimination game where we're not going to be the ones celebrating it? We have to win this just to get back to Cleveland.
I will agree with you that if the Tigers strike early in a meaningful way, like 2-3 runs, I totally agree with everything you guys have both said. The last caller and you.
No,
not one, though.
No. I think if they score a first run and it's one of those crazy way that they scores, mentally, that will break the Guardians.
How many 2-out runs does this team have?
Because they'll say, wait a minute, that was, the ball barely grazes third base and hops over, and it's just like the replay says, nope, that's a fair ball. Detroit scored that
If
run.
I see another ground ball eat up Naylor at first, I'll know the voodoo's real. That still was something unforeseen where I'm going, wait, did he just duck? Yes, he did. I'm like, what am I watching?
A Little League player all of a sudden.
By the way, can we get that dude a helmet that fits? Every time he swings, the helmet flies off his head. I mean, Jesus. I mean, button the thing on there or something. What are we doing?
Strap.
Like, get him a chin strap. Have him call Karsh. Can't we turn Josh Naylor's helmet into a Karsh bike helmet? Get a chin strap on that thing. Jesus. 248-539-9797. David, couple ticket texts. We'll get more of the calls. We'll touch the table on football. We'll go right back to the Tigers because Rico's changing the rules at 3 o'clock. And not in a bad way, but Rico's changing the rules on something. David, what do you got?
I'm not afraid. The Cleveland's back. They look lost. Not sure why the broadcast, though, talks about John Kinsey Noel like he's Babe Ruth. Mike, Rico, no, you have been my security blanket every game. Voodoo, come on, it continued. I have faith they will win with grit. They are fighting for rest. Close this out and come in fresh for the ALCS.
I will. Okay. Now, hold on. No, don't view this as negative. Just view it as factual. You want your best shot to win the ALCS? Yeah, you're damn right. You close this thing out tonight, and we'll see Scooble in Game 1 of the ALCS. You don't want to but you don't want to use him in Game 5, and now you don't have the hammer to open up the ALCS. Yes, that part I will totally agree with. You need to close this out tonight to optimize your chances.
I wasn't worried about this game until Mike spoke. Now I'm
No.
worried. Chris in St. Clair Shores.
Chris, don't put that evil on me. I was honest with the audience. I woke up nervous, and I gave you some reasons. Now, whether they're real or not, well, I don't know. Don't put that evil on me. I'm the one who told you Tigers in 4, and I'm over here now all of a sudden nervous about my own prediction.
Just go full Aaron Rodgers. Relax.
Yeah, you're putting your glove down like Bo Naylor tried to do, and then Kerry Carpenter put it out of the yard. You're just going to keep it down. Ping. All right.
Mistakes were made.
Football season with a twist. If you drive 55 blindfolded on a football field, take you about 4.6 seconds. That's how long it takes somebody to respond to a text while driving. It's stupid. Don't do it. But the point is, people do. And if you're victimized by one of these people and you end up in a pine box, you better hope your family has coverage. That's what life insurance is for. It's what Mike Papur is going to help you with. National benefit plans. He will take care of the process start to finish. Call 877-734-2200, and he'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantee the best possible rate. All you need to do is call 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll touch the table on some football. It's the Tigers' day, of course, but we got to diversify a little bit. Hit the music, David.
It's that time, folks. It's Thursday.
Oh, for your overly biased QB performances of the week?
Yes.
Featuring Brock Purdy?
The QB performances of the week for week 5 in the NFL. You know what? Spoiler alert, Jared Goff, no, he won't be in there because he was on a bye week. But
I know who is.
We will start.
Come
you know
on.
what? Honorable mention.
No.
It's going to be Baker Mayfield.
Oh, okay, good. Yes, I can.
180 yards, 3 touchdowns, and he also ran for 42 yards in a victory.
Okay, that's not where I was going with this. I am more excited about something else. I think someone's going to make their debut on this list.
At number 10, David, Daniel Jones.
Yes.
No.
For Big G. For Big G, for America.
257 yards, 2 touchdowns, and mobile Daniel Goff. Mobile Danny Dimes for 38 rushing yards and a victory over Seattle.
He played well. I mean, he's all he's doing is screwing over our chances to take a QB, but so be it. Go ahead.
At number 9, he's been on this many times. I'm going with C.J. Stroud. 331 yards, 1 touchdown. He did have a pick in the game, but he's still going out there getting it done.
Look, now he's going to be tested. Nico Collins is hurt. Joe Mixon is banged up. He hasn't played in a few weeks. There's going to be a test for CJ. I know it's a sleepy spot this weekend against New England, but let's see what you are now without your toys.
Is this really a sleepy spot against New England?
Yes, it is. It looks like a walkover. You're down your best player. It's a spot. Show me. Okay. Go out professionally. Go out there, get this done. No miracle needed. They collapsed last week against Buffalo.
Okay. I may have to say earmuffs on this one. At number 8, Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboys. 352 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 interceptions.
I just want to say F David. That's really what this comes down to. Him, that cursed, stupid team. That's all.
That was a pathetic 350, whatever he was. That was pathetic.
Oh, really? Well, because all I know at the end of the game, Dak sounded a lot like our new Snoop Dogg drop. Yeah, and he got it.
Okay.
Multiply.
All right, at number 7, Mike, have we hit Purdy time?
Go to hell.
Brand new to the list, Caleb Williams.
Yes.
Caleb Williams, 304 yards, 2 touchdowns. He also rushed for 34 yards in a win over the Carolina Panthers. It is the Carolina Panthers, but you know what? It's also the Chicago Bears.
Yes.
So I went ahead and I put him in on the list.
I think what you're seeing there, semblance of running game, unlocking offense. And now, oh wait, DJ Moore not eating sad pizza. It's getting there. It's a work in progress. But it is encouraging. A couple starts now over 300 yards.
Yes.
Yeah, and it helps that you're right. With the running game, they don't have to throw the ball 50 times. Like, what are you doing with that? He's a rookie.
That's a road to nowhere.
All right. At number 6, this man just like a fine wine gets better with age. Joe Flacco. 359 yards, 3 TDs, no interceptions.
When he threw the bomb late and basically Peterson's soul left his body, I went, oh my God, Flacco's going to do this. Like he's doing it again. Look, can I ask you guys a question amidst the rankings?
Yeah.
Flacco gives this team the best chance to win right now, right?
Mm-hmm. He does.
It's night and day for me.
It's one of those where maybe this was needed for Richardson. Sit, learn, watch the game, catch up to the speed of the game, and then next season hit the ground running, get your body completely healthy, because you're right. If you want any chance of winning, it's Flacco. You saw that. He still has it. He did it with Cleveland last year. He's doing it now with the Colts. David, anything?
No, it's just amazing what he's doing.
Okay. All right, at number 5.
Uh-oh.
Kyler Murray, 195 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, and Kyler ran for 83 yards and a touchdown where he celebrated scoring the touchdown 40 yards away from the end zone. He had his arms up already celebrating against the Niners.
And that performance, that run, actually answered a lifelong question I've had. What would it look like if a bobblehead ran for 50 yards? Because that helmet and his head looked too big for that little body.
It did.
It looked like a Mr. Marbles. Is that you?
It did.
But he just kept on rolling.
Yeah.
You hate to see
Why
it.
do you sound so sad, Rico?
You know what, David? Because
things. Go ahead. Don't worry. He's really going to be sad when they announce McCaffrey's out for the year.
I expect that. That's
You can't hurt me.
right. I've already expected that. At number 4, let's go back to the Jaguars-Colts game. Trevor Lawrence decided to join the season this year. 371 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick in the victory over the Colts, which ended up being an entertaining game. I didn't think it was going to be, but they got it done.
He desperately needed that performance. Desperately. And again, they're bad. He has another test this week as a short underdog, but he needed something now. And it ain't his fault that defense fell asleep in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but now congratulations. You get to go overseas and play in London at 6 in the morning.
That's your greed. Don't
That
worry
ain't
me.
my greed.
That's on you.
They might as well just put that and call that Jacksonville Stadium.
Oh, because you know why? Because the league sounds like Snoop.
At number 3, we will go with a guy in a loss, but man, he put up numbers. 399 yards, 5 touchdowns, and 1 pick in a loss to Baltimore. Be Joseph Burrow.
Yeah, but you know what? I would heavily knock him down a peg for the late interception with about 3 minutes to go. You can't make that throw. You can't make that mistake. But yes, numbers are great. A couple of huge plays by Chase. We'll leave my thoughts on the Bengals for another segment. Go ahead, next.
At number 2, stick with the same game, Lamar Jackson. This normally would get Lamar number 1, but he didn't. It got him number 2, 348 yards, 4 TDs. He rushed for 55 yards in a win over the Cincinnati Bengals where, man, Lamar looks like he wants to continue that at least regular season MVP type of season.
Man, don't look at me. I've said it all. Zach Taylor handed them that game. Keep going.
But at number 1.
There it is.
Because we've been waiting. Nobody was able to top his Thursday night performance in overtime. And then he might as well have put on his Kirk Cousins change and did the swag surf to the crowd. Kirk Cousins, 509 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 INT in a win over the Buccaneers. Primetime Kirk is back. It's a thing. He got it done. I was shocked. Even the game-winning touchdown went to some nobody receiver. Takes it right up the middle. The Falcons win the game. Kirk Cousins, 509 yards.
When your yardage starts with a 5, we can just move you right to the top spot.
I was wondering, would anybody bump Kirk out of this? Nope. No. They did not.
Let me help you. No.
And then seeing him in front of the crowd doing the swag surf, that may be the second best thing. Only him on the plane shirtless was better than that.
What about him reading his kid a Bible story after losing to the Giants? Loser. 2-4-8. You got to take the playoff loss harder. I'll never forgive him for that.
And he's saying, you know what? I have my kid.
No one cares.
Life is in perspective.
To hell with his perspective.
What would Big G say, Mike?
To hell with him, too. We're going to go back to the Tigers next. 97-1. All right, you can bet the NFL action, including tonight's Thursday night game. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. You can build that SGP for Thursday Night Football. Niners at Seahawks, divisional matchup. Purdy's been very, very good. Do you get a K9 Fiesta tonight? Whatever it is, FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online room on a wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. You can see terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Tigers looking to continue their stretch of shutout baseball tonight over the Guardians, which has lasted 20 innings. That's the second longest in postseason history, with a record going back to 2013 when they pitched 23. 44,000 plus expected back at Comerica tonight after they broke the record yesterday. The lineup is in. Here it is. Parker Meadows will lead off and play center field. Kerry Carpenter bats second at DH. Matt Vierling will hit third and right. Riley Green starts the middle of the order in left. Colt Keith will bat fifth at second. Spencer Torkelson hitting sixth at first, coming off that big padding RBI yesterday to break an 0 for 14. Zach McKinstry will hit seventh at third base. Trey Sweeney in the 8 hole as he plays shortstop, and Jake Rogers rounding things out at catcher. Reese Olson will get the straight start today, according to A.J. Hinch. He last pitched on Saturday in relief of Tyler Holton, giving up just one earned run. The Red Wings host the Pittsburgh Penguins at LCA tonight to begin the Wing Reel regular season. Pittsburgh coming off an embarrassing 6-0 loss to the Rangers in Game 1. Detroit favored by 1.5 goals. The Wings have not played a game since Saturday, though. Head coach Derek Lalonde weighs in on how that might impact them tonight. Here coverage over on WWJ, News Radio 950 at 7:45. The puck drops at 8. That's right, 8, because the game was pushed back because of the Tigers' start time. Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson acknowledged how fun it's been to watch the Tigers. He said the bye week came at the right time for the injured players on the team, but on the other hand, it was too early in the season to take a deep dive and change tendencies. For the second straight day, everyone available at Lions practice today. Live from the Comerica Park entrance, from the Comerica entrance at Little Caesars Arena at the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, Rico's changing the rules, people. We're talking Tigers. I opened up. I said to you, I woke up nervous. I've given you some data, some stats. And look, closeout games are different. I had Tigers in 4 to start the series. I'm not trying to, in any way, shape, or form move off of that. But I was super confident in Game 2. Super confident in Game 3 yesterday. I don't have that confidence today. And look, the news is interesting with Reese Olson being a straight starter. It's not going to be the formula you've used for success. Doesn't mean he can't go out and pitch great, but I wanted to know where people are at. But see, you're going to a different place.
I am.
Take him.
Because you were talking about how concerned you were about Game 4. I got a different aspect about Game 4. Game 4 is so important for this team to go out here and just end this. Continue the Guardians' elimination streak of losing the elimination game. Tigers win today. It changes the game because no longer will they become a cute story. No, what I am going to do is charge Detroiters and Detroit Tigers fans with a new responsibility. We don't get to say, it was fun. And no, you win today. You don't have to pitch Skubal on Saturday, meaning you go into the championship series, the ALCS, and I don't care if it's the Yankees. I don't care if it's the Royals. You have an opportunity to possibly pitch Skubal in 3 out of the 7 games. World Series. World Series. Say it with me, Detroit. World Series. Okay? This went from being a cute, fun story. This went from being a little side hustle. They're now your main job. They're your main source of income. This is how you pay your rent. It's the Detroit Tigers. Close this thing out tonight. You set yourself up that you can have your ace for 3 games in a 7-game series in 1, 4, and possibly 7. Yes, I know he's pitched a lot of innings. Don't care. The World Series is right there. Nobody thought that at the beginning of the season. I'm changing how you see this team. That's why tonight's game is so important. Win it, you're going to the World Series. I don't care if it's the Yankees. I don't care if it's the Royals. I'm changing everything. Who is with me? 248-539-9797. David, I do believe you get an opportunity to do something. And you got a starter who is shutting down people left and right. I don't think Kansas City wants to see him. I don't think New York wants to see him. If you win this thing tonight and you do not have to pitch him on Saturday, it sets up well for you. Now, if you end up going to Game 5, that's a whole different thing because now you're probably going to get to use him twice, and you're going to have to do some voodoo magic in 2 games. At this pace, you only have to come up with pitching chaos for 1 victory because I think he'll get you the other 3.
You can miss me with all of that. David, go ahead. He skipped me intentionally. You best start talking.
I am with you on this, Rico. I'm with you on this. They win tonight. It is World Series bound. In fact, I'm already looking for my tickets. I'm already looking to see when the games are, where I'm going to sit, what I'm going to do, how I'm going to enjoy every game of the World Series. I am with you. You set it up to have him pitch 3 times in the ALCS. You just need 1 other win in a series? Yes, we're going to the World Series. They win tonight.
I can't believe what I'm listening to. Okay. That's free country.
Because you're negative.
No, I'm
That's
not.
Why.
No, I'm grounded
You get your
in reality.
negativity out of here.
I'm grounded in reality.
You better get to that wedding.
Okay. Hey, in your pennant drive, didn't you lose back-to-back Skubal starts? Oh, but you're just going to win. First of all, I don't think there's any guarantee you pitch three games in a 7-game set. Second of all, I'm not writing every Skubal start as a win. I wouldn't write Saturday as a win.
See, I am. Because if you believe in all of this voodoo and chaos, he's a part of it. And he goes out there and he wins. Now, whether he gets the victory or he keeps the other team from scoring, I think he's going to bring his A game. I don't see this deviating from that. I just see he is going to be the best player on the field whoever he has to go up against. But you want to save that. You don't want to play him in games. You don't have to pitch him in Game 5 because you want this thing to be over with.
You're saying if they win tonight, they're going to the World Series.
Yes.
Okay, there. A lot less words. There you go.
Okay.
So, no, I'm just saying simplify for the people.
Okay.
People, do you buy what Rico's selling you? I don't think it's that simple. Then if you want to call me names, do whatever you like. No, I don't believe it's that simple at all in any way.
Mike, I'm with you completely. I don't think it's that simple because of everything that makes you nervous about tonight is what makes me say that, I can't just assign you 2 straight series wins in a row. Playoffs are hard. Closeouts are hard. You have every reason to be a little nervous about tonight.
He's doing BOGO, Kenny.
He's doing BOGO. I thought we ruled out BOGO. I thought we swore off BOGO.
No, it's not BOGO. What we're doing is now raising the expectations. They went from being a cute story to, you know what? Why the hell not you? Why can't you go to the World Series?
You can, but what you're saying is different than that. You're saying win tonight, we're going to the World Series.
Yes.
I cannot subscribe to that. No.
So if that's BOGO, fine.
No, that I think that's glamorous BOGO. You're giving out Rolls Royces. Glamorous BOGO.
I'll be standing out in front of the stadium and handing out coupons.
That's right.
BOGO.
You get a Phantom, and you get a Phantom.
BOGO.
248-539-9797. Do you agree with what Rico is saying? That if you win tonight, that somehow in Rico-verse, the ALCS is in the bag? I'm not going there. I'm on to Game 4. I'm just looking at what's right in front of me. David agrees, Kenny doesn't. Ticket text coming in, we can get to those. But I want to hear from the people on it. And again, I admit to you, look, I'm nervous with my own team tonight. I think closeout games are very difficult. I think Bybee will pitch better. No, he didn't get knocked around, but I didn't think he was sharp. He was only able to give him 4 2/3 in Game 1. I don't think that was their design. And I think it's interesting, this Reese Olson straight starter thing, when all you've done is opener, bulk, chaos. And you're switching that up in the most important game of the season. Now, AJ's pulled all the right levers. Maybe they looked at the tape and were so impressed by Olson once he settled into Game 1. Cool. Maybe he goes out and pitches 5 stellar innings and puts the Tribe up to a 25-inning scoreless streak. Maybe it all works perfect. But there's also a part of me that says, you know what? You don't go out and win 90-plus games on accident. You don't just go out with a whimper and simply not score in an entire playoff series. And one of the greatest players on earth in Jose Ramirez, is he really just going to go 0 for the series? I'm a little more nervous. But if you believe they win tonight, they're going to the World Series, I'm not mad at you in any way, shape, or form. I'm not even willing to argue it. I just don't subscribe to it. I don't think life works that way.
No, but I think in the playoffs, Mike, when good players go bad, it normally stays bad. And when good players are good, they stay red hot and they end up winning MVPs. So, yeah.
What happens when bad baseball players are good?
That's called Jim Leyritz. And it
no,
breaks your heart.
That's called what we're watching with this Tiger offense.
No, it is.
Sorry, when you're doing rallies with your 8-9 hitter and neither guy's hitting above 190 and they both get on base to get it to a guy like Kerry Carpenter, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's the stuff we're watching. Hey, I just hit a ground ball. Just kidding. It bounced off Josh Naylor's face. Double. You just get to a point where you're like, all right, well, if you're going to use that hole when good players go bad, well, what happens when bad players go good? Am I supposed to just believe and continue them?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I can meet you there with the bullpen stuff. There's certain parts of me that, no, I apologize. I don't think I'm going to be watching Jake Rogers ripping doubles every game.
Hashtag Ibanez.
Exactly. Dude, it's so much of it. I had him getting to the ALCS. I am not going to be painted negatively. I don't believe a win tonight seals it that you just dominate in the ALCS. I think a 7-game set's a completely different challenge.
You are Fangraphs right now.
No, I am certainly not.
You are Fangraphs right now.
How dare you? 248-539-9797. I think a win tonight is you're on to the ALCS. Rico's got you in the BOGO. He goes, no. A win tonight, you're going to the World Series. Which do you subscribe to? And I get it. Rico's on the corner giving you that free candy.
Hey, man.
Here you go.
I talked with Costa.
I got you. Oh, please.
I've seen the light.
Yeah. You've also seen something else because it's lasted more than 6 hours for him, and he needs to go to a hospital. Man's been doing morning radio with a boner all week. His poor wife. 248-539-9797.
That's how he's turning that mic on.
Well, hold on. Here's audio of Cookie's minute he walks into the studio. Indeed. 248. I could have said something else, Kenny, but I'm going to try to be classy. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico to sell you something.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, by finding you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money on your next Chevy. Hamilton has the inventory to find the car that fits you best, including the new October Rico deal, a new 2024 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4 for just, get this, $259 a month for 24 months. All you do is walk in with $999 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a hardworking Chevy Silverado for just $259 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer and drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the best games, best viewing experience, built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the massive screen, right at Circa Resort and Casino in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, one quick note. Just chatted with Jeff Rieger during the break. I had hypothesized on why AJ and the Tigers decided we're going Reese Olson as a real starter, like a straight starter. And it's what I thought. Not that it's any like great conclusion. It doesn't take Sherlock Holmes. They just liked the way he settled in game one. Thought he was able to really overwhelm the Guardian lineup. And look, AJ basically paraphrasing a little bit said, yeah, like it's okay for someone else other than Skubal to be a pitcher here.
True.
Now, again, he could also be screwing with Vogt.
You think so?
Yeah, man. He destroyed Stephen Vogt yesterday and baited him into some early moves that I thought limited the Guardians later. Maybe, okay, yeah, Vogt gets to set his lineup today. Hey, I got news for you. If there's 2 on and nobody out in the top of the third, wouldn't shock me in the least if you're pulling Olson and we're going chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, I'm not going to overreact to it. It was just something interesting that in the most important game of the year, they're not going pure chaos, that at least they're advertising a real starter.
Yes, but I think the Guardians also know chaos could happen at any moment. Just when you think it's safe to go back into the waters, chaos.
Yes.
You hear the shark music.
248-539-9797. David, what do people have to say about Rico's BOGO?
Rico, I'm getting the shirts made now. Spank the Yankees, ALCS 2024. Jason in Shelby. Rico, you are preaching from the top of the Renaissance Center, and I'm here for it.
Isn't that abandoned?
No,
it's
not
still,
yet.
It's still there.
No, I thought the lease was up. Isn't that what's going on?
Yeah,
over
they'll
there?
be moving within the next couple years, but it's still open right now.
Oh, okay.
I think GM's leaving, but it's building still.
Whatever. Not a place I go.
Hey, maybe we can move our studios there.
Maybe not.
So, someone else says, yes, I'm with Rico, and it's going to be a great because of it. World Series bound.
That was seamless, and you've won the day, David.
Rico is right. Win tonight. 3 Skubal starts equals World Series bound and picking up steam.
You know, David, I've just recognized there's really no point to me being here today. So I'll just take off. I mean, no. It's okay. I just understand we are living in a world of seduction right now. You can't even have a real conversation.
Well, no. There's people on your side. Tell Rico to cut the crap with the BOGO wins in the playoffs. No game is given. Let's just go win today and celebrate. But it's not a given. Someone else says.
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you first, please.
Nothing is guaranteed in any situation. Now it makes your chances better to win the next series, but nothing is for sure in any sport. Let's just wait and see what happens tonight.
Yeah, and just pardon me that I don't want to just BOGO an ALCS 7-game series to go to the World Series against possibly a team that, hate to break it to you, is a lot better than the Guardians. But hey, you know what? I'll live in your world. Why? Because it's fun. The reality is, look, yes, would it annoy me to lose to the Tigers? Yeah. But I'd also be happy, A, because I live here, and B, I could launch Brian Cashman out of a cannon and take Aaron Boone and his poopy face with him. He always has such a bleep look on his face. It's like, Aaron, leave. I could find my way by it.
He just needs you to go hang out with him and go get him a slice. Then he'll be happy.
Go to hell. Ridiculous. 248-539-9797. You want to go to the people? Let's do that. We will go to Rich, 97.1. Rich, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, fellas, it's a great day. Sorry if my voice sounds a little shot. I was at the game last night, spent almost $200 on a standing room ticket, but you know, it's stuff like this is you can't put a price on it. Had so much fun that I'm going again tonight. Thank God work's kind of slow right now, and I can do it again. So we're gonna go all the way out. My main thing, so I know how much you hate when people toot their own horn, but I was like one of 10 people who I was your first caller when you and you guys had the Stoney and Wojo Invitational, and I said that I still thought that you asked that question about, you know, do you think they're going to trade Skubal, and do you think they can still contend? I was one of those few people that was a yes, where I didn't think we were going to get rid of Skubal, and I did think that we still had a possible chance. Now, not as crazy as Mark Ryan, but, you know, I still had a little bit of faith. But I had a question for you. So, You know how when they play games started by Skubal, there's sort of that little bit more, you know, motivation and pep in their step?
Okay.
So the reverse of the reverse, as you like to say, the reverse motivation of, hey, we're not that they're not on their toes. It's a playoff game. I'm just, you know, speaking tongues here. What if they're motivated so much in the aspect of we don't want Skubal to start Game 5, so that's the Skubal motivation aspect, not he's out there so we're motivated, but we're so motivated because we want to have him for Game 1 going up against, hopefully, you guys.
You know what? It's so wacky, I'll go with it. I mean, how could I have no idea, but you said it, reverse of the reverse of the reverse.
Because
I'm down.
Because AJ, he's such a mastermind and a masterclass with this stuff. Whatever lineup Vogt puts out there is going to be the result of what AJ Hinch does. If he has Noel in the lineup, he goes, possibly chaos or something like that. Just to he'll whatever move Vogt makes, Hinch will counter. And I'm knocking on wood as we speak. He's going to bury him. Let's go, Tigers, baby. Let's have a night. Thank you, guys.
You got it, Rich. Have fun at the game tonight, brother.
You know what? I want to add a caveat to this.
Oh, God.
No, Mike.
Let me hear the caveat.
This is for you.
Oh, let me hear it.
Because you said it as we were in the car. Probably you won't get 3 starts out of Skubal. You won't. You'll only get 2 because looking at the way they want to have the days in between, you'll get Game 1, you'll get Game 5 out of Skubal, which means you're going to need some chaos in 2 games, not the 3. But I still think Skubal in 2 games between Game 1 and Game 5, you can do this. I'm not changing. I'm not moving the goalpost. It's going to stay there.
You sure?
I just want to inform our listeners he won't get 3 starts unless there's some rain that happens and it extends the series.
I was about to get you Jansen's goalposts. You know, the ones that come with wheels on them?
No.
You get to move them things around?
No. So unless there's some bad weather,
yeah,
he's probably only going to pitch in 2 games. So I don't want to misinform our listeners.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And again, anything goes, 7-game series, maybe. Hey, man, first things first, to answer Rich's thing, no, you know what move Stephen Vogt has to make? It's called his players have to play better. All right, like when Jimenez comes up and there's 2 men on and you come up and show bunt, and then with 1 strike you decide I'm swinging away like an idiot. No, play better. You know, Jose Ramirez, there's no move to make. He's one of the 5 best hitters in the sport. Play better. Like there does come a point in time where you can't harangue the manager for everything that goes wrong. Like, play better.
Yeah.
You know, would it kill? Like, if I'm Stephen Vogt, I'm looking at it and going, no, we have multiple men on in 4 innings yesterday. Guys, at some point, round ball, round bat, you got to hit.
For Jose Ramirez, if you're the Tigers, just don't aid this man in any way. Let him continue to spiral down. Do not offer him a hand. Do not do anything to help him out. Don't walk him. Nothing. He is doing a great job of disintegrating right before your eyes.
Go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Well, agreeing with Rico is probably the most difficult part here, but I mean, a win today and you get a Skubal start. Yeah. I mean, that's what's bonkers. You get a Skubal start in Game 1, and then I think Hinch outmanages Aaron Boone, or if the Royals make it, he can outmanage and piece together to get another 2 games, and you don't even need Skubal for the 3rd start. But Mike, you said something while I was waiting. Olsen probably is only going to pitch 1 inning, maybe 2 tonight. Osmus is calling him the starter, but they're not going to go away from what works. And as soon as there's a jam or he sees any sign of him getting tired or fatigued, he's going to be out of there, and they're going to play the matchups, because it's seriously like he's playing chess with a blind man right now. I was listening on the way home yesterday, and he took a guy out before he had an at bat, and I'm like, this is going to backfire late in the game. And it's just, I think that's going to happen in the next series as well. And you get a couple Skubal games, and
all right.
Blind
but Jason, here's the problem. All right, and I appreciate it. We're up against it. Projecting the next series, that's not even how the Yankees really play. I mean, the Yankees stagger the whole order. They got multiple switch hitters. It's not like the Guardians.
Yeah, well, it'll be totally different.
No, I mean, it's harder to do. Look, can you beat the Yankees? Yes, especially if the Yankees require 5, 8, and 9 walks a game like they've been getting against the Royals. You're never getting that against Tigers. Plus, Aaron Judge will have to have his head surgically removed from his ass if we have any hope of beating the Tigers. My point is, you cannot continue to just say, well, it worked in a 3 or 5 game set, or it worked against these teams. These teams aren't the teams you're facing. You want to say you could do it to the Royals more. Fine. You know what I'm focused on? Game 4. I'm not focused on hypothesizing about a 7-game series where I don't even know who you're going to play yet. 248-539-9797.
We are on to 6 o'clock.
We're on to 6:08. That's it. If you look at reviews for roofing companies, you'll see a lot of negative comments like they don't stick to their timeline, or I had questions but nobody answered my calls. You don't have that with Victor's, because Victor's, you get a project manager, someone who's accountable to not only the work, but they're accountable to you. They're going to answer the phone. They'll answer your questions. Their other job, 100% satisfaction on a perfect installation. That's why Victor's can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Others, maybe 5 years. Call today. Get a free 21-point roof inspection and estimate. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100. Or book that appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, we'll get to the people, touch the table on some football, and we do need to have Kenny come on the air and say something at 4 regarding his Red Wings. It is opening night. We can at least do one segment in a 4-hour show on the poverty league that is the NHL and why they insist on starting their season amidst the pen and chase and football. Let's go to the people, though, then we'll get some ticket text. Mark is up next, 97.1. Mark, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. I'm the Mark with the futures bet 100K for the Dodgers to win.
Okay.
And dude, this has been a roller coaster of the playoffs. I'm watching the Dodgers last night. I'm scared I'm gonna fucking lose the elimination.
Whoa. All right, the language, that doesn't work. Mark, I was looking forward to the call and the update on your future, but not when it features a word that rhymes with duck. Let's go to Kay, 97.1. Kay, how you doing?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Hi, Kay. Excellent. What's on your mind?
Hey, first time doing this. I mean, I listened to your show quite a bit, but I was in line to pick up my daughter, and I thought I'd just call in and give my 2 cents. I guess. Yeah. So I mean, I was big Tigers fan, especially in the 2012 season when we all thought for sure that they were gonna go all the way, and unfortunately we're swept by the Giants. So I don't know. This time, I guess I'm too scared to hope for more because I didn't think they'd be in this situation. I don't think anybody did. But also, I think I'd be somewhat disappointed if they didn't win today or this series. But I just think I'm just so scared that I feel like we're all getting out of it now. Now we're like, okay, now we get the Yankees, which that's not even a sure thing. So I agree with you saying like we're going to focus on today's game and hopefully pull this one. And I'm just, I was just settling to it, and I hate it.
Take a deep breath, relax.
I know.
All will be well. They're going to handle business tonight.
I don't know. You know what? That's the weird thing is I try to bet on the other team because these parlay bets. I feel like I'm a big jinx. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to bet on these guys who hit home runs, and maybe they'll suck and we'll have a good win. So yeah.
Oh,
the reverse.
Oh, there you go. An emotional hedge. All right. No, and Kay, listen, I think if you get to this point in the season, every fan of a team that's left, you have every right to believe you can keep the dream going. There's a difference between believing in it and then, Rico going full Oprah mode and just giving away cars. Like, oh, no, I mean, ALCS is in the bag. I'm like, no, absolutely not.
I think it goes from being, this was a cute story to, you know what? Expectations have changed. Make the World Series. And I think it'll set up fine, especially you win tonight. It sets up great for you to get to the World Series. It's no longer a cute story anymore. It's no longer a, hey, look at us. We're
Are you
going to
be able to recover if Scuba loses a start, like mentally, with the way you're talking right now?
Won't happen.
Oh, excuse me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Is that Mandarin that you're speaking?
TD Jenks has spoken. Excuse me.
No, not him.
David, ticket text. What do you got?
I didn't get invited to Diddy's parties.
Oh, he was a part of that? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I did not mean anything in that arena. I was just talking in Preacherville. I apologize. I did not. I'd like to strike that from the record.
Thank you.
David, ticket text. Oh, boy.
Yeah, just move on here. Yes, I'm with you. They are going all the way if this victory happens tonight. Rico's wrong. In this era of load management, there is zero chance the Tigers will pitch Skubal on 3 days rest twice in a series.
Well, that's why I changed it and said, you know what? Look, counting the days, it'll probably be game 1 and game 5.
Rico always screws teams when he does his BOGO, so just stop it now so we don't lose tonight or Thursday.
Yeah, I love how Rico's been granted the power to control our fortunes.
I screwed up one BOGO ever, and that was, you know when it was, David, ironically enough? Last Thanksgiving. Yep, I said, you know what, if you win this game, of course you're going to beat the Packers. Whoops. Okay.
Thanksgiving.
Dang it, Rico. First you ruined college football. Now you're ruining the Tigers' chances to make it to the World Series.
I know, and because it's game 4 of the ALDS and you got the Wings opener, I don't even get to ask him about this latest college football kerfuffle.
I mean, I got the Wings in the cup, so is that a bad thing, Kenny?
No, not a word.
Stop it. Walleye.
Yeah. Hey, Kenny, you just prepare yourself because at 4 o'clock there ain't no walleying. We're going to have a serious conversation about if blank happens, you say blank.
You don't know how ready for that I am, Mike.
I know. Listen, I know you're ready. I just like building it up a little bit. Everybody just calm down. Nervous about game 4.
Someone says, from now on, everyone on the broadcast and on this station needs to call him Scooball, and then we'll keep winning and going to the World Series.
Look.
I was wondering why he was doing it. I'm like, okay, is this for
the guy
effect?
thought Osmus was the manager, so I just let it roll, okay? I wasn't going to play school teacher 6 times in the call. I figured the less I interrupt him, the quicker it ends, and then I can just be done.
Pre-gaming started early today.
Right, I know it did, and that's why I'm showing grace to the callers, because they're probably with a BAC of at least 1.2. Actually, that would kill you. 0.12.
I was about to say, hold on now. Whoa.
Be a lot of empty seats tonight.
Look, I'm just making a point. It is a closeout game. These are not easy. And just because you've done certain things doesn't mean you'll continue to do them. The Guardians, they continue to get people on base. They're not cashing in. I do have a hard time believing that all of a sudden you're just basically their best guy, like J-Ram's just going over the series. I woke up nervous about today. Maybe the voodoo just continues. I don't know. But as far as what Rico's saying, no, I'm on a different island. Winning tonight just gets you to the ALCS. If you think the ALCS is some rollover, okay then. I don't. That's not me saying you don't have a shot at it. Not at all. But a rollover? A BOGO?
No, because,
come on.
But see, I believe in Scooball, and I do think that he will go out there.
Scooball or Scooball?
Scooball. And when Scooball gets the ball, then if you can come back from New York or Kansas City with a split, I'm okay with that. And I think he can get you into that split category. And then
I can't wait till he loses in the ALCS, and then you can explain it to people. Because you are betting him like he can't lose. That's just not how this sport works. I savored what he did the other night. It was truly incredible.
You've seen Passenger 57, right?
Always bet on black?
Always bet on Scooball.
Oh. Also not a good movie. 248-539-9797. We will get some football in the mix. And then Kenny Cott's got to step to the main stage at 4 o'clock. Every time you order Flavor Crust Pizza, Hungry Howie's, you're getting great pizza. You're also getting a solution to dinner in 20 minutes. You're getting your ALDS Game 4 in 20 minutes. But you're also donating to a good cause in the month of October. They have a 15-year relationship with the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Every dollar spent with Hungry Howie's, a portion of the proceeds goes towards cancer research. So when you order a pizza for Game 4 tonight or Thursday Night Football or whatever the occasion, you're actually doing some good as well. And to raise more dough, they're giving you free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. Don't just order pizza, order a little love, hope, and pizza in the month of October with Hungry Howie's. All right, let's touch the table on a little football here, even though it's a Tiger Day. We got to mix in a few other things. David, music.
So I like to do this every week. I like to give some best bets that I'm looking at for the college football weekend. Boy, I had no idea what last weekend was going to be like, but that was crazy. So
it was great. I had every underdog of the top 11 upsets. It was fabulous for me.
Good for you, man.
Dude,
No, I'm not
6-2, yeah.
I'm not going Costa here being smarmy.
I know. No, you have a genuine element. You're not a cyborg, a smarmborg like him.
Right.
Yes, David.
Well, the reason why I mentioned that to start is because that's where I want to start with this week's best bets. I want to go with Alabama minus 21.5 to cover against South Carolina because I believe they're going to recover. But the main thing I want from that game is the over. The over is 50.5, and Alabama in 12 of their past 15 games has cleared the total easily. 4 out of 5 so far this season. So that's what I want to go with in that game.
Yeah, totals have been tough to the over. I look, the get right spot angle, I hear you on. Just my issue is get right and then clearing a 21.5 point spread against a decent South Carolina team.
Yeah.
Now I understand you bring in a young quarterback in the mix. David, I'd be very careful on both fronts. If you're playing it that, hey, the Bama secondary is terrible, well, sellers for South Carolina, I mean, one play will make a great play, and the next you're like, can this kid play D1 football? The game was a total stay away from me, but God bless.
See, David, I like both aspects of that because I do think that Alabama got embarrassed in front of the nation, that DeBoer is going to make sure that they are dialed in and they are focused. They're going to go down. Is this in South Carolina?
No, it's in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, yeah, then it's over. Now, and as far as the over, Alabama has no problem scoring points. It's keeping the opposition from scoring. So even, David, if they go out there and score 38 to 40 points, I think the South Carolina can still help you get to the over. I like both.
I'm out on both.
So let's go to the other side of that Bama Vanderbilt from last week. And let's go to the Vanderbilt Kentucky game. Kentucky is a 13.5 point favorite. And I believe this is an easy choice of a Vanderbilt is going to be coming off that high win. They're going to be really bad in this game. Kentucky minus 13.5.
David, on top of that, it's also Kentucky's homecoming game. So, yeah, you're going to have all the Wildcats there. It's the Big Blue weekend for Midnight Madness. Yeah, I think Vandy's going to end up getting curb stomped.
People don't realize might be the second best defense in the SEC resides in Lexington. Mm-hmm. You don't hold down Georgia the way they did, and you don't hold down Ole Miss the way that they did if you're fake. And Vanderbilt plays like a service academy. I don't think they're going to dominate the TOP. I'm with both of you guys on this. I think it's interesting at the under, too, at 45.
Yeah, I was also looking at that for that game, but I didn't want to go back-to-back over-unders on these things. So,
well, I think I would go with the under because I think that Kentucky will score. They haven't been scoring like a ton of points, but I don't know how many points Vandy will get.
Team total this week, if you care, is 15.5.
Okay.
I'm just shooting you straight.
No.
That's Vandy's team total. Go ahead, David.
Let's move over to the Big 12 here. You have Utah going to Arizona State, but this is, again, every week there's a question mark here with Cam Rising. So I would go Arizona State here because of that question mark on if he's going to play. Arizona State plus 6.5.
Man, what about Scatterboo-Boo? That's my dude, the 300-pound running back Arizona State's got. Scatterboo-Boo. Dude, that dude can ball. I'd take Arizona State because I don't trust Utah as far as you can throw them. Good luck figuring them out. What spread on that? 4.5, correct?
I'm seeing 6.5 right
6.5,
here.
great.
That's a Friday game.
Take all the points. Give me Scatterboo-Boo.
And you know what, David? I would take Arizona State as well because even though it's going to be, I guess, like a 7:30 kickoff there, you're still looking at temperatures close to 100 degrees. I don't know if Utah's ready for that.
Yes, I agree with that.
And his name is Cam Scatterboo. Kid's got 100 carries and 615 yards. He built like an absolute tank. He's like 5'10", 230.
Yeah, he is a tank for sure.
Scatterboo. Yeah. He's good.
Move over back to the SEC because you got Ole Miss going to visit LSU. And yes, Ole Miss, they did recover. They won 27-3 last weekend at South Carolina. LSU, though, has been playing well the last couple times out, but it's a night game. So you got to go plus 3.5 for LSU
Man,
here.
LSU's going to come out of that tunnel sounding like Snoop Dogg. It's a Saturday night in Death Valley. They're off a bye. Ole Miss has played 7 straight weeks. What Ole Miss does well ain't got nothing to do with this game. Oh, we rush the passer. Not against LSU, you don't, with 2 NFL tackles. We stop the run. Cool. We don't even try to run it. Give me the Bayou Bengals plus the 3.5.
If I had the bell, ding.
Oh, just hit the Snoop Dogg. They're going to get it.
Let's go over to the Big Ten here because you have Penn State traveling out west to go to USC.
Oh, man.
And it is a 5.5-point favorite for Penn State. And that is what? The Devil's number. Plus 5.5 USC.
Oh, it is? It's 5.5 now?
That's what
funny,
I see,
David.
yeah.
Apparently, you and the FBI were listening to Mike's and I's phone conversation as we talked about this. Here's the funny thing. James Franklin can't beat ranked teams. Funny thing happened to USC. They lost a bunch of times. They're no longer ranked. Now, the flip side is when teams from either coast have to cross that Mississippi River, 1-8. That's the record. So something's got to give, right?
It's almost like teams that have to travel that far shouldn't be in the same conference.
Yeah,
Weird.
But I like it. So we're going to keep it. David, this is one where everything in me is screaming, take USC. James Franklin will go full James Franklin, except James Franklin has a running back tandem. USC can't stop the run. I would just avoid this because I don't know where to go. But if you force me to put $100 on this, 100 units, I would say Penn State because they can run the ball and USC can't stop it. Michigan, Khalil Mullings broke them. He broke that defense.
Look, numbers shouldn't be this low, right? Why is it? I don't know. Give me USC. Penn State's done nothing but play with their food the last 2 weeks. I've walked away totally unimpressed.
And this one, the last one here, because Mike, during the Big Ten rankings, you said you have no idea at that moment what to do with this game. So maybe you do now. Ohio State, 3.5-point favorites at Oregon.
Give me the Ducks.
Yeah, it's looking that way.
I don't trust Will Howard. And I look, newsflash, MSU played both these teams the last 2 weeks. I don't walk away overly impressed with either, but I think Oregon at home, plus I'm getting 3.5. And Gabriel, I'll take Gabriel over Will Howard every day of the week.
Man, you stole 2 words. Quack, quack.
Okay, then.
Okay, everything you said. Will Howard has yet to really been tested this season. Dylan Gabriel, I think, is a better quarterback. And all of a sudden, it was like Oregon's found their mojo. That defensive line, incredible. I don't know if Ohio State will be able to push them backwards and establish the run.
I don't like their offensive line.
No, I don't.
And with Chip Kelly calling the plays, I feel like they've slowed down to a snail's pace.
So, yeah, that's why. And the game is in Oregon. Now, if this was in Columbus, maybe I would feel differently. But I think when it's all said and done, and we can talk about this more tomorrow, when it's all said and done, come Sunday afternoon, Oregon may be the number 1 team in the nation.
Scatta-boo-boo.
Well, we'll see about that one. That is this week's college football best bets.
Xfinity gives me a chance to be on the go and still watch all my great shows and sports. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price so I can keep up on the latest football action to start the season. And you too can get the speeds you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. No more spinning wheels. We all know it's football season, and with Xfinity, I get all of the out-of-market scores and stats, latest injury updates, Lord knows I need them with the 49ers, and the latest scores for baseball and football. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. The Tigers looking to make it 3 in a row tonight and finish off the ALDS versus the Guardians in style at Comerica Park. They'll go with Reese Olson on the mound in a traditional start today. A.J. Hinch weighs in on why. Hinch was asked whether he would pitch Tarik Skubal on short rest if needed. He said no chance. Skubal would start Game 5 if needed in Cleveland. If they can't close it out tonight, the Guardians send Tanner Bybee to the mound. He went 4 2/3 versus the Tigers in Game 1 with no runs and 6 Ks. Our Ticket Network pregame coverage starts at 5:45. First pitch at 6:08. The Wings are favored by 1.5 in their matchup with the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight to open the regular season. One of the strong appearances for Ville Husso in the preseason was against the Penguins. He gets the nod tonight as well. Puck drop an hour later than originally scheduled at 8, with the Tigers game just after 6. Coverage on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7:45. Lions defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn today said that he's pleased with the pressure the D-line has been getting so far this season. It was also apparent after reviewing tape in the bye that Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch had been playing well. The practice report literally just dropped as we hit the air here. Kirby Joseph was listed as limited practice here today. He was not listed yesterday with a hamstring. Brian Branch, Christian Mahogany, Frank Ragnow, all full practice for the Lions here today as well. Overall, good sign. We're live from the Comerica entrance at Little Caesars Arena at the Corbel House Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, if you're looking for Tigers, we've done the first 2 hours on them. We're going to get right back into them. Odyssey.com rewind. But the Red Wings do open tonight. And I wanted to have this conversation with Kenneth G. Codd, who will be live at the game tonight signing autographs. We enter, I don't even remember what year of the Yzer plan is this?
This is year 6 of the Yzer plan. He's had since 19. His first full year was 19.
Got it. All right, so we're in year 6. And I found something interesting, Kenneth, because I know what I want to say, but betting odds don't agree with it. We all want the Red Wings to make the playoffs. Like, it doesn't seem like that big of an ask. Shout out Lomas Brown. It just doesn't seem like in a sport where over half the teams make it, we're not asking for much. However, here are the betting odds. To make the playoffs, courtesy of FanDuel, the Panthers are minus 430. The Devils are minus 430. The Rangers are minus 330. So that's 3 teams. All right, no problem. 5 spots left. Hurricanes minus 320. Maple Leafs minus 300. All right, well, 3 spots left. Wings got to be somewhere. Lightning minus 230.
Down to 2.
Bruins minus 185. All right, well, then they got to be the last team, the 8th choice. Wrong. Senators minus 105.
Dun, dun, dun.
Islanders even money. The Penguins plus 125, and then the Wings at plus 140 as the 11th best odds to make the playoffs. Do with it what you will. But, Kenny, here is my question to you. If the Wings don't make the playoffs, Steve Yzerman blank.
Steve Yzerman is on the hot seat, and it depends how that season goes because it could be a little worse than that for me. I can't do another one of these. We're in year 6, Mike. This is the 6th year of a rebuild. We're not doing the Ken Holland plan of, 10-year rebuild. Yeah, I don't think anybody's cool with that, but what I can't deal with is pre-season. I have looked at every expert projection of how this season is going to go, and I haven't seen one with the Red Wings higher than the last seed in the wild card, but most of them have the Red Wings missing. And I just can't keep doing this.
So here's where I've arrived at. I think conversation about Yzerman job security is fruitless because he's got a limitless runway. I mean, it's just obvious. So I'm not interested in having conversations that are pointless. But here's where I've arrived at. I wanted to know from you, Kenny, if this is a safe space. If they miss the playoffs, he no longer gets to do it his way. That his way failed. And changes have to get made. Meaning ideological changes. Oh, I don't want to give out term. Too bad. I don't want to make a bold trade. Wrong. We're going to wait for Sebastian Cossa to start 70 games in 2026. Wrong. I want to know where you're at with it.
I think that's a completely fair way to look at it, because in year 6, scraping into the playoffs and doing things your way and being stubborn about contract term and being stubborn about your rookie philosophy. Right now, you still have a bunch of guys in Grand Rapids that should be either here, and if they're not, they should be trade pieces. I'm not saying clear out the system via trade, but I'm saying there has to be
think
real
about this.
change.
We had an off season, right? And what was the complaint? Okay, well, Valenti's a neophyte with hockey. Fine. All I know is, metrically, you did not get tangibly better in any way, shape, or form this offseason. In an offseason, you had $30 million in cap space. Did you get better between the pipes? No. Did you get better along the blue line? Absolutely not. And did you get better up front? No. You simply brought Kane back. So, guess what? Vegas agrees with me.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Mike, unless Husso, Lyons, or Talbot becomes that guy in goal.
You got 3 goalies. You don't have one.
And I said, unless one all of a sudden just elevates himself and you're like, wow, where did this come from?
And here's the problem. You know what? None of them are set up to thrive unless this defense gets massively better. And I again, on paper, I don't see that. Now, you want to say, well, some of the kids, fine, show me.
I think that's what we're leaning on, though, is Seider taking another step. Edvinson's here for his first full season. I think he takes his step because I actually liked what I saw out of him at the end of last year. Now, I guess they're sticking him with Petrie, which is, I think, a mistake. But again, we'll see. And this
is Petrie even here?
I was thinking that as well.
Don't know.
That's
kind of what I wanted
for the Tigers, right?
That's what I wanted them to address in the offseason, though, is why do I have to look at Petrie tonight? Why am I going to LCA and watching Petrie play hockey?
So I'd like to know, if the Wings don't make the playoffs, do we have a right to say blank about Yzerman? Or are you on the other side of it and you go, well, guys, how can you expect something when they have the 11th best odds? Look, you just get into a space where it's like, no, I'm not directly putting Yzerman against Scott Harris. No, because Scott Harris didn't expect this. This isn't even Scott Harris's doing. This is voodoo. You have breakfast with your manager and it's about surviving till the end. Not plotting the greatest run in history. But it does get to a point where you're like, okay, if not now, when? Mm-hmm. And at the end of this season, if they don't make it, it's just clear his way didn't work. So he will be charged with doing it a different way. You can't just keep slamming your head against a urinal.
Well, it's funny that you say, oh, well, you can't possibly expect that much because they have the 11th best odds for the people who think that way. And whose fault would that be, Steve? Whose fault would that be that you have the 11th best odds?
I know. And clearly, betting odds are not some gospel. I just thought, much like Kenny, you start looking around, you go, okay, well, who's got the Wings in the playoffs? And it's no one. And then you look at the betting odds, and it's not expected. And then I go back to the shows that we did where Kenny and I were upset about the summer, and we got chastised. And I go, okay, well then, what's the point of any of this then? If I never have to get better, if the moves I make don't result in people thinking we're good, or Las Vegas, most importantly, where dollars are won and lost on, I'm fascinated. Where does this go? Because, man, if they don't make the playoffs, at a minimum, how would you not have the opinion the Yzer thing, it ain't it? Now, Steve obviously ain't going nowhere, but he's got to change. Now, is that not the fairest compromise I can make?
It is, Mike. And let's just say the quiet part out loud. If the person running the Wings' name was John Smith, I don't think he would still be around this long. But it is Yzerman, and we're all waiting for that for him to sprinkle the magic and for it to all change. and we're about to go into year 6, and as of now, it doesn't look that way.
You're the 11th team in the East by betting odds.
Thought that you would do some big spending in the offseason. You brought back Patrick Kane. That was your big spend. And you signed your guys.
And even worse, that Ken Cal woo 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 song is now stuck in my head. So there's that.
Perfect. 248-539-9797. David, any ticket text? I know it's Tigers Day, but I didn't want to just omit the Wings because they are going to be a story down the line. And there has to be, I would imagine, from that passionate fan base, a level of expectation of, come on, we got to make the playoffs here.
Well, someone speaking your language, Rico, if the Wings don't make the playoffs, Steve Yzerman needs to be fired. Any other GM would have been fired, but because of his name, he's still here.
Right, but we're dealing in reality, folks.
Correct.
You could say what should happen.
So his name is Steve Yzerman, and it's not going to just happen like that.
It's like saying Bill Belichick in New England. Well, any other coach, yeah, they would have been let go sooner. But he's not any other coach. He's Bill Belichick. All I'm asking for is a seed change in how they do business if they don't make the playoffs. Look, Steve may get the last laugh. Maybe 2 months from now, the Red Wings are a story again. And they're red hot, and someone has stepped forward between the net. And now all of a sudden we look like we have a legitimate rotation of 6 defensemen, with one of them being a young Ray Bourque. I don't know. But on paper, I look at this and I'm wholly not excited.
Right.
Woo, woo, woo. David.
Guys, a coaching change before Yzerman goes. That is what needs to happen. Steve Yzerman is not the problem. Didn't he already make one?
But hold on. He had a chance to let Lalonde go last year. Did he? No. Well, it's on you. Now all of a sudden you're going to do what? Like the NHL tradition where guys get capped 6 games into a season? I don't understand that. If you're one cold stretch early in the year from firing your coach, fire him in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Why is he even there?
Yeah. Firing him in 3 games or 10 games into the season, yeah, that really didn't make a...
Kenny, what do you make of the Lalonde situation? I mean, is he on that thin of ice in your mind?
Absolutely. I wanted him fired at the end of last year. So for me, if we're not, sniffing playoff contention by the trade deadline, I don't want him anywhere near this team. Yeah,
Okay,
he's on
so,
very
right.
thin ice with me.
So by the deadline, you're not going to do one of these Berube deals where you're let go 6 games into the season.
If they start to slide, like remember the Blues, that's always the example I hear. The Blues, and I think 19 fired their head coach after being in last place for a month or two, whatever it was. If that's the case, then absolutely. But I don't see that. That's a crazy town. But yes, he's on thin ice.
You going to win tonight?
Yeah, of course we are. Pittsburgh's on a back-to-back. Come on.
All right, I'm asking you. I may want to dabble. I may want to dabble in the pucks.
Are you doing the minus the goal and a half? What are we talking here?
No.
There's no value on the money line. I'm
minus 128.
All right. That's
If
better
you're
than
telling me you're going to win, there's plenty of value.
Maybe you parlay that at Detroit sweep.
No.
Oh, yeah. Buy one, get one. Yes.
Rico now sounds like Snoop Dogg. The answer is no.
For shizzle.
No, not that one. I'm talking our drop. Right. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your calls and ticket texts coming up next. Get back to the Tigers later in the hour. It's 97.1.
You know what? Playoff baseball is happening right now. And if you're not going to go to the Tigers game, you can do what I'm going to do for this game. I'm going to go out on my deck that was built by Coy Construction, light up the fire pit, and sit back and watch some great baseball. If you want to get this going on for your life, you need to contact Coy Construction right now. I got an awesome Trex deck that we designed together. They came out, built it just like that. It was done within a week. So this could be you. And if you're saying, well, I don't know, it's getting cold, don't worry about it, because Coy Construction is a Trex Pro Platinum dealer. It's family owned and operated. And get this, they build decks year round. So you need to get on their list now because they're limited spots. But if you want your deck available for this spring, Coy Construction can get it done for you. It's very simple. You need to call Coy Construction today to get on the schedule. Coy Construction, I promise you, you will love the deck and you will love the work that they do.
All right, we've talked about David Femininio for a long time. If you are injured, he's the lawyer to call. He will deliver results, $3.5 million, $5 million, up to $11.5 million. And the best part, when you're injured, yes, you need an attorney who's good at what they do, but you need someone you can get a hold of. You call David, he answers. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com. All right, we'll get to the people. We'll get back to the Tigers in a little bit. Wings opening night. They're the 11th choice in the East, betting odds-wise. For FanDuel, I've asked the question. I mean, if they don't make the playoffs now, what do you say about Yzerman? Hey, look, using the F word, it's just not applicable. It's just not going to happen. But I think you'd absolutely, for the devotees, the Yzer plan would have been a failure. Mm-hmm. And he has to change his ways if they don't make the playoffs. Because yeah, his work is part of what put him here. At a certain point, you don't get to say how hard the rebuild was or what he inherited. You got to stand on your own 2 feet. Well, here, as Ice Cube once said, here's what they think about you. 11th? If this team finishes 10th or 11th in the East, there has to be an ideological change how they do business. Yeah. Let's go to the people, see what they got to say. Go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on, buddy?
Mike, how you doing, man? Long-time Wings fan, and I want to focus on one piece of it. I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I'm really frustrated. I feel like the league is passing us by because every season there's more and more young kids getting drafted in the first and second rounds of drafts previous that we're seeing, and I'm still waiting to see Marco Casper, Nate Danielson, Sebastian Cosa. And it just, I have to stand and look at Jeff Petrie, who's a beer league road cone playing defense. So I share your frustration, and it really bothers me. That one piece of it, I understand we have cap room. I understand there needs to be philosophical changes. I'm struggling with watching other teams bring kids up and having them be productive at the NHL level, and our guys are scoring 25 or 30 down in Grand Rapids. So I was just hoping you guys could kind of give a little bit more talk about that and how you feel.
Well, it's part of what we talked about with the Tigers. I mean, the plan is the plan. We're just going to wait for the kids.
Yeah.
Now, look, what happened with the Tigers, it's totally accidental. I think the thought process would be maybe next year they would have gotten a lift, or by certainly the year after. With the Wings, it sounds like, no, we're not going to go out and get a goalie. Whenever Cosa or even further out, Augustine is ready, well, that's when we'll have one. Well, we're not going to go out and make a big, bold move up front. We're not going to sign guys to term because we have Nate Danielson, or because, well, we'll wait for Casper. Yeah. Look, it just felt like the plan for both these teams was the very same, except there's no such thing as goalie chaos in hockey.
Right, but it also, it's systemic because you look at the common denominator, and I think that maybe that was the edict that came down from the owner of the. We're not going to go crazy spending. We're going to develop youth, and we're going to take our time with this.
Yeah, but baseball,
maybe
I agree,
they know that.
Hockey, there's a cap, and it's a poverty sport. Baseball's different. There's no cap. Right. I'd agree with you there. But, like, hockey, I mean, Kenny, Kenny's screening the calls. I was going to say is, like, they had so much cap space. Now, they had to pay Sider. They had to pay Raymond. We know this. There's no issue there. But it's what they did with the rest of it. Yeah. I don't know, man. At a certain point, you have to give term, and you have to sign players that can help you.
And I guess because they got so close, the rationale was, how about we just run it back and not lose a couple games in the middle of the season, and that'll be enough to get us into the playoffs. Once we get into the playoffs, anything can happen. Because that's what it looked like. We're just going to run this thing back. I think we had a playoff team last year. Yes, we lost to Arizona, and that's probably the reason why we're not in this thing.
Well, you also lost to the Caps.
I know, but it was just when you lost to them and they were a bad team. Matter of fact, right after you beat them, they ended up leaving town.
Yeah, bro, you lost to everybody.
I understand.
What were they like 5-17 in their last 22?
No, I understand. But I'm saying they thought we're close. We're going to run this thing back, and it looks like how they handled the offseason. I don't agree with it.
Oh, fine. And if it doesn't work, then I'm sorry. There has to be accountability on some level.
Right there.
Go to Terry, 97.1. What's up, Terry?
Hey, what's up, guys? I want to pretty much talk about what you just brought up. I wonder how much Steve Yzerman's hands are tied because of Chris Ilitch. Yes, I agree the plan's not working. Something's got to change. I believe the coaching staff has got to change, and that is on Steve Yzerman. But, there's a lot of similarities, like you talked about, between the Tigers and the Red Wings. Bring the Red guys in. They got a ton of money to spend, no big free agent splashes, no moves, and they're letting the young guys play. I want to say, obviously, Yzerman has some explaining to do, and he's definitely he should be on the hot seat here, but so should Chris Ilitch.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's no hot seat for owners.
Right.
And look, you could say hot seat.
I agree.
I just don't believe anything's going to happen to Yzerman. But it would just be a conversation amongst fans, like, hey, we know you're here and we want you to succeed, but you got to change. They have to make the playoffs this year. And if they don't, I'm sorry, but like, why have the product if it's just an endless runway? By year 7 we'll get it right. Come on. I mean, what are we talking about? Look, and I'm not doing a direct comp because a once in 50 year or twice in 130 years run that the Tigers have been on, it's not fair to act like that's expected. It's not. But the fact that the Tigers are about to be in the ALCS and we're in year 6 and we've had so much patience and so much, enthusiasm about the Red Wings. If they don't deliver after 6 years, while you're watching the Tigers maybe go to the World Series, come on.
Mike,
not you. It was more like rhetorical.
No, I get it, because at that point you have to make a change and say, you know what, Yzerman's plan is not working out, because you don't get 10 years to fix this. Not in modern day sports.
David, ticket text.
Well, let me say this before we got text here, because while you're right, it's not realistic to say he's going to get fired. It is just disappointing as a fan when you go into the offseason and conversations with Kenny and you read about the Wings and different things, and you're like, okay, well, they need to get rid of Andrew Kopp. Well, he's still on the roster. They got, you talked about it, Jeff Petrie, a defenseman, still. Why is he still here? And at goalie, they didn't get better in my mind from everything I've read and everything I've seen. So on that surface, it's like, then what are we doing here? If we can't have as fans, if we can't call for things to be better and actually see it be better, then yes, someone should be fired. But in reality, that's just not going to happen here. It's just not.
It's just endless runway. Go ahead with a few ticket texts, and then we'll get back to business.
Completely agree with you all. It is time to raise expectations. The major issue I have is zero infusion of rookies beyond Edvinson, who technically does not count.
Well, maybe it'll be a repeat of the Tigers. You get to the deadline, you get rid of some vets, you call up the kids, and then they'll all turn into Wayne Gretzky. That's totally explainable. I mean, that's basically what the Tigers did. Let's get rid of everybody good, and now everyone we call up is Honus Wagner. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Islanders, Penguins, and Carolina. Odds are way too high. Wings are better than all those teams. Carolina lost a lot.
Okay, great. Then that would bring you to being the 9th choice.
Yzerman should be fired, and alone should go with him if they do not make the playoffs. Nick in Farmington Hills.
Yeah, it gets to a point. Look, he ain't ever getting fired, but there would have to just be, look, your way doesn't work. So fix it.
Yeah.
248-539-97. Let's hope we don't have to have those shows. How about that? How about the team just plays well and defies expectations?
They're the next one that we're sitting here talking about, an improbable run.
Right. We traded all the vets. Everyone who came up was Patrick Waugh. All right. It's been a decade since we've had October in Detroit like this, and Moran Buick GMC celebrating with employee pricing for everyone on the 25 Buick Encore GX. Lease it, $239 a month, 0 down, 39 months. Sign and drive, no employee discount required. You can elevate the tailgating experience. Moran Buick GMC, the 24 Sierra 4-wheel drive, LT elevation. I'll tell you one thing. I gotta talk to Brian and Moran. Why are the car names so fancy now? An LT, zippity doo-dah, whatever. $239 a month, 24 months, $999 down. GM employee and family member pricing. Guys, they got it all for you. MoranExpress.com for the service. You always get that best price, period. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them once again at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, real simple. You need some pizza for the game tonight. Hungry Howie's has got you covered. Dinner on the table in 20 minutes, and it's a little bit of a twist. Month of October, you're also donating to a good cause. They got a 15-year relationship with the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Every dollar spent with Hungry Howie's in the month of October, portion of the proceeds goes towards cancer research. So, whether you need it for Game 4 of the ALDS tonight or Thursday Night Football or for Saturday's showdown in Texas and OU, they got you covered. It's Hungry Howie's, National Breast Cancer Foundation. Order some pizza, and to raise more dough, they're giving you some free Howie bread with any online order of $25 or more. So don't just order pizza, order a little love, hope, and pizza only with Hungry Howie's. All right, so let's get back to business. Tigers about an hour away from pregame. We'll walk you right up to it. Wings home opener tonight. They've pushed the game back because of the Tigers, so nice job by them. It's packed in downtown Detroit. I'm a little nervous. We'll reset everything top of the hour, but here's one thing I wanted to ask you guys. David, Kenny, Rico. We don't need to take calls on this one. 3 stats, 3 numbers. Which of these is the most crazy or impressive or the one that stops you in your tracks the most? You ready?
Yep.
The first one is 11. The Cleveland Guardians have lost 11 straight elimination games. Never extending a series. You get their back against the wall, you suplex them through it. 11 straight elimination games they've lost. That's one. 2, the number 20. The Detroit Tigers currently have a 20-inning shutout streak going against Cleveland Guardians. 20. That is unfathomable. Even when the Tigers had Verlander and Scherzer and Porcello, you couldn't pull that off. 20 straight innings shutting out the Guardians. Or the third stat, 000. The first playoff series since the 1905 World Series to feature 3 straight shutouts. Which of those 3 stats is the one that really gets the denim moving?
I think probably the Guardians elimination games, because that's
11 straight.
That's over time. That's a pattern.
That takes work to suck
right.
that bad.
Like, 3 games, yeah, it can happen. You can get lucky. Okay, I get that. But yeah, to
11.
go 11 times, you would think at some point you would find a way. Now, the scoreless thing is also one of those, man, I mean, yeah, just you would think that you could at least scratch across a run. You get a timely hit.
All right, this isn't Ponderosa. You can't have everything.
No, one.
Okay,
The first one.
One.
First.
David, which of the 3 cues up your moaning drop? Which of those 3 you went, wait, what?
It's definitely the 11th straight for the Cleveland Guardians.
All right, you and Rico are on the same page.
I am with that one as well, because it leads me to believe what we're going to do next for the Detroit Tigers.
What, break their streak and go to Game 5?
No, we're go to the World Series. So this is the first step.
Don't worry. We'll reset Rico's bold take here in the 5 o'clock. Kenny, which of the 3 got the biggest reaction from you?
I'm on the 20 straight scoreless, primarily because it's a trend. What you guys are describing are trends, but it's a trend that's happening right now with these 2 current teams in their current forms. I don't want to go back to last year, the year before that, or the year before that with the Guardians.
And
I
again,
see
it's
what's happening
20
right
straight. Kenny, it's 20 straight. You didn't have a complete game in there. Right? It's not like you had Nolan Ryan go out and throw 138 pitches and just blank somebody. You've done this with a collection of dudes that were working at the tile aisle at Lowe's. It's remarkable. It's pieced over 3 games, and it's put you in this position. Yeah, that one does it. I mean, look, I know it's not getting any love here, but it did surprise me. 3 shutouts the first 3 games of a series hasn't been done since 1905. I mean, yes, baseball's that old of a sport. That one jumps out and you go, wait a minute. At no point in the history of this sport have you had a series where the loser didn't score a run in the first 3 games. That just seems implausible. Seems impossible, to be honest. But yes, look, it's probably 1 or 2. I do lean scoreless streak just based on at some point a ball bounces off of somebody's ass and goes into right, or it hits the chalk, or a throw, like a throw hits Keith Olbermann's mom, like Chuck Knobloch did at Yankee Stadium. Like something crazy. No, seriously. He threw an errant ball and drilled Keith Olbermann's mom in the face. You can look it up. It's a real thing. The point is, at some point, some kind of bleep happens.
But that's why you said I can only pick 1. That's why I went with the 11, because 3 games, yes, that is something. But 11 times, and no one can be a hero.
How can you be that gutless over 11 playoff series? That in a closeout game, you don't even fight, you get closed.
And they've had players. It's not like they've had just a poverty roster, and they still couldn't get it done.
just some fun stats. We will reset actual topics at the top of the hour because I woke up feeling nervous, and Rico has just woken up, highly favored and anointed. He's doing BOGOs out here. We will discuss all of it. David, a couple of ticket texts, and then we'll get it going and lead you up to pregame.
It's got to be 20 straight shutout innings. That's something you think you see from the 90s Braves pitching, yet we're getting it from a bunch of guys that couldn't even cut it in AAA. Unreal. Joey and Fenton.
Yes.
He's exactly right. Someone says, I am driving up north. I pass exit 151, and it's called Reese. It's a sign. I'm betting the Tigers to win 5-1.
Or it's just a Hilljack town. But either way, just saying. And yes, Reese Olson is your starter tonight, not your opener. According to AJ, this is not a opener deal. This is a straight start. They're going to let him roll. Now, is he lying? Potentially, because that's good managing. You're playing poker. And you've already outmanaged Vogt. You've got them on the defensive. I still believe, Rico, if Reese Olson got himself in trouble, he'd be pulled in the second inning. Or I just don't think they're going to leave him out there like a normal starting pitcher and be down 3-0 in the fourth. I still don't see that, but it's very interesting. They're altering chaos. Not opener to bulk. They're going with a starter.
And if you're Cleveland, you got to think, we're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. You will do something. You're not just going to go out there and throw him 5-6 innings. No.
Hold on,
I'm not
Rico.
buying that.
They fell for it yesterday.
Which is why you don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe the second time.
Right, he's saying
David.
Stephen Vogt isn't going to burn his hand on the stove twice.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Hey, David, you saw Beverly Hills Cop, right? Hey, we're
Yeah.
not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
By the way, I know it's not relevant today. What the hell's going on with your Joker 2? People are saying it's the worst movie ever made. What did you do?
I didn't do anything.
You demanded the sequel. Now look what you got.
I didn't demand the first one.
People are walking out of the theaters.
I didn't ask for it's a musical.
Oh, hell no.
With Lady Gaga.
Also didn't ask for that.
No one did.
Okay.
No one.
That's actually the Rotten Tomatoes review of Joker 2, the Kenny Whoopi cushion.
No one asked for that.
All right, let's reset everything. We got playoff baseball, Game 4 ALDS. I'll give you how I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Rico's going to tell you you've already won the World Series. It's going to be quite a 5 o'clock hour.
Yep, I'm reserving my seat right now.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers take on the Guardians at 6:08 tonight. You can hear it right here on the ticket. Parker Meadows going to lead off and play center field. Kerry Carpenter bats second at DH. Matt Vierling will hit third and right. Riley Green hitting fourth and left. That big hit yesterday. Colt Keith will hit fifth at second base. Spencer Torkelson back out there at first as well. Zach McKinstry begins the bottom of the order at third. Trey Sweeney playing that fine shortstop position as well, hitting eighth. And Jake Rogers will catch tonight. He's been sneaky good this series. 5 for 13 with 3 walks for the Tiger catcher. Coverage right here on 97.1 The Ticket in 45 minutes. Reese Olson against Tanner Bybee. Second-year Red Wing TJ Comfort talked about his line, or how his line is gelling leading into opening night at Little Caesars Arena with the media today. Comfort going to be on a line with newcomer Vlad Tarasenko and returner Patrick Kane in his second year in the wing wheel. Coverage over on WWJ beginning at 7:45 with a face-off at 8. The Lions take on the Cowboys this Sunday. Former Lion Trayvon Diggs missed practice today with an ankle/illness. Defensive lineman Michael Parsons was also absent. He's not expected to play this week either. Starting tackle Tyler Guyton has practiced the last 2 days after injuring his knee against the Steelers. Live from the Comerica entrance at Little Caesars Arena at the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, we'll walk you to pregame at 5:40. We got a lot to discuss. We've talked Tigers primarily all day. If you want Red Wings, Odyssey.com rewind. We gave you a little taste of that at 4. So, look, I had Tigers in 4. I'm not trying to run a game on you guys. I had you beating Houston. I'm not being negative. But I woke up and I didn't feel great about tonight. It just, the way yesterday played out has a lot to do with it. It's not that I wasn't confident you were going to win, but I do look at 20 straight innings of shutout baseball and I go, really? Is that going to continue? Is Cleveland really going to go out with a whimper like this? They were getting guys on base. They just weren't cashing in. You're tempting fate. Like when your strand rate is 99%, you're kind of asking for it. It's like a batting average on balls in play, and when that's way out of line, it's going to come and get you. I didn't love the way Bybee pitched in game 1. I thought that was a B- performance from him. He still, look, he got a ton of run support and you didn't score. He didn't pitch that well. He only went 4 2/3. I wonder if he bounces back. And I just look at it and it's, again, guys like Jose Ramirez being 0 for a million. I get nervous about a team in a closeout game. Remember Houston. You damn near blew that game. But lo and behold, a line drive that could have tied the damn game went right to somebody. Sound familiar? Oh, wait, that was like yesterday. I worry. And I go, geez, man, it's all going so well. Even a dumbass like me who could say Tigers in 4 is going to end up being right. Mm-hmm. Like they're really just going to easy breezy them out. So I wondered if anyone's nerves had gotten the best of them today. Not that you're being negative about your team. It's that you're nervous. That it's gone so well and it's been such a dream state that, yes, in a way, it's almost like, can it really be this easy? That's where I'm at, where I'm nervous about tonight. Now, Rico's in a different place. I mean, he is basically, it's Oprah handing out cars.
No.
You said if they win tonight, they're going to the World Series.
They win tonight. You don't have to pitch Skubal. He get rest. And now you're going to have him in 2 of the first 5 games in the ALCS. That's the case. I'm changing the expectation. This stops being fun. This is about World Series. You win tonight, you're going to the World Series. Because I do believe in the magic of Skubal. I do believe that he will keep dominating the way that he's dominating, which then means that AJ has to come out there with the chaos for 2 more games against either the Yankees or the Royals, and there will be enough to catapult you to the World Series.
So people, all of it's in play. I mean, whether it's your excitement level, are your nerves starting to get the best of you knowing right here, right now, we're on the precipice going to the ALCS. And look, first let me throw the number out. not my first day in radio. 248-539-9797. I want to quote James Anthony Costa with something. He said this morning, and I think it's interesting. Now, also interesting is he has done the show with an erection every day this week. He needs to get it checked out. But second of all, it is, quote, I know this is real, but it doesn't feel real. It feels like we cut the line, didn't we? Close quote. Basically saying what we're watching is real. It doesn't feel real. It's largely inexplicable how it's happening. And the fact is, there hasn't been some linear rebuild. They sold at the deadline. They had a breakfast, AJ and Scott. It wasn't, we're hatching a caper. No, it was, how do we survive and not go 0-40 since I have one pitcher for you, AJ? What happens next is the greatest turnaround in MLB history since the 73 Mets to make the playoffs. It is real, but doesn't feel real. And he's like, I kind of feel like we missed out on the rebuild part.
No,
it just happened.
Actually, Mike, I think that's a very good example. I like what Costa said because it does feel that. Because when you skip the line, you have a bunch of people behind you complaining, going, hey, where you going? Sorry. Or somebody kind of waves you through and says, you can come in. You people have to wait. Because you kind of saw the linear thing with the Lions where, okay, you just missed out. Yep. And you felt like, okay, this is sustainable. For the Tigers, I think a lot of Tigers fans know this isn't, but we're here now.
They're not going to say that out loud, and
Right.
I don't expect them to. I'm not mad at them. And no one wants to serve the poo-poo platter.
Right.
I don't know that anyone's ever ordered that from a Chinese restaurant, and we're not bringing it up here. Who's ever ordering something called a poo-poo platter? But we're not doing that today. I'm making a point. You've nailed it. This isn't sustainable. Everybody knows it. It's why I get worried where I'm like, wait, I said Tigers in 4. I didn't freak out after game 1, even though I'm the alarmist New Yorker. No, I was confident going, we're fine. You're going to win with Skubal on the mound tonight. And I was confident yesterday. It's just the nerves are there now where you're like, wait, are they real? Is it going to be this easy against the Guardians? They're just going to broom them out? They're just going to shut them out for 29 innings? Like that. I admit there's a little bit more nerves. But again, I'm the same person with my own team tonight. I'm not confident about the Yankees.
Yeah, but see, I think you feel that way, Mike, because they haven't scored any runs. And you know, okay, at some point they will. If the Tigers have won 4-2 or 2-1, or you saw the Guardians scoring and getting hits, but you just outplayed them, it feels different.
There's truth in that.
But this kind of feels like, man, we are just so lucky. Can the luck continue for one more game?
After Josh Naylor ducked so a ball didn't hit him in the face on a ground ball, I'm going to go ahead and say luck is, you want to be lucky rather than good. Because let me tell you something, David Fry, he was good when he had a 110-mile-an-hour line drive that should have cleared the bases. Cutscene, unlucky, Matt Vierling. You'd rather be lucky than good. A face of the franchise, Matt Vierling.
You're right.
I forgot about that. How dare I? 248-539-9797. David, give me some of the ticket text. Get to the callers in a moment.
Mike, let's not use logic with this team. It's voodoo. Doesn't make sense, and it may never will. We will find out, and we will find a way to win.
You're probably right. And I have fought off even, first of all, again, not serving a poo-poo platter. And I have largely eschewed everything I know about baseball in order to watch this team because none of it adds up. Guys with 8 ERAs on the farm don't come up here and turn into Mariano Rivera. It doesn't happen. Now, yes, guys can have career alterations. You can take a failed starter and make him a bullpen arm, and it can work. The Yankees closer is one. I get that. But not 8 of them. Not using them every day.
Wait, so this isn't normal?
No. I walked right into that. Sorry. Well, you're really pleased with yourself there.
I am.
Okay, good. Go.
Thanksgiving.
Go ahead, David.
I think we just need to take a breath and focus on what is currently in front of us. Win tonight and it's over. We'll focus on the World Series once we get there.
Yeah, or game 1 of the ALCS.
He's saying we get there. See? There you
I
go.
can't go with Rico. He's on a different cruise liner. He's on that hedonism deal.
You know what?
I'm rooted in pragmatism.
I'm going to save you a seat, Mike. Don't worry about it.
I'm all set.
Well, Kevin in Brighton has a message for you, Rico. The idea of writing off the ALCS with a win tonight is pure madness. What got us here is asking the question, what do we have to do to win today? Just focus on today, and then we can talk about that tomorrow.
Or the flip side of that coin, everything that they've done has been pure madness. So why stop the madness? Embrace the madness. That's what I'm doing.
I'm with Mike on this one. I'm definitely nervous. I mean, I have confidence in the team because why not? I mean, at this point, they've done so much, but I am nervous about the game tonight.
You want the lineup for the Guardians?
Yeah.
Quan leads off. They're going Manzardo again. Now, let's see if they don't lift him if they're one at bat. So they're going lefty to start.
Okay.
Ramirez third, Naylor fourth. So one righty in your top four. You go lefty, righty, lefty. Lane Thomas, Will Brennan. Now, Brennan was lifted before ever touching a baseball bat in that madness that
That
Vogt
was
did.
incredible.
Jimenez, who has gone rogue and has played like he owes the mob money, into Bo Naylor. And then it should be Rocchio last. He's still going lefty heavy up top. Look, as long as Vogt doesn't learn his lesson that he's got to stagger this lineup to try to equalize against what AJ wants to do, it's going to play into your favor later in the game.
Right.
Because you're not lifting Quan, you're not lifting Naylor. Manzardo is a good young hitter, but like there's a way to slot him into this lineup where this is why and again, we're not doing ALCS talk. That Yankee order goes lefty, righty, and in there are spliced on some days up to 3 switch hitters. It's hard to do the stack. It's hard to do the, what do they call it? The chaos. I almost said the voodoo.
Mike, but you know what it is? You know what's universal with all coaches, no matter what sport it is? They all think that they're smarter than what they really are.
Truth.
So you know what? You think you got me. I'm actually smarter than you. Sometimes the simplest thing to do, nah, that's what you expect me to do. Watch this. It's like, why didn't you just bat this person?
And again,
why didn't you just do this?
And again, I know Tiger fans don't care. I'm just trying to show you both sides of it. The easiest thing to do is what they did when they first traded for Lane Thomas. It should go Quan, Thomas, top 2, and you put Manzardo down in the order and have a lefty bat down there for spacing. But whatever.
He has to show AJ, no, you got me yesterday, so I'm smarter than you today.
Tell them all about it. We'll get to the callers next. 97.1.
Hey, Specs at LTU. You're looking for a career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can get your dreams started for you. It is very simple. What I need you to do is go to the website and be curious. ltu.edu/specs. You can learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You'll be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? It means you're not going to get your time wasted. From day one, you're going to learn everything that it takes to make it in the industry. So if you're looking to make that career change, you're tired of what you're doing, and you want to get into radio, TV, or graphic design, Specs at LTU would help you. Once again, be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Companies out there advertising BOGO on AC and furnaces. Come on, read the fine print. You want a real deal. You go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. They'll beat any price. And now, you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace, you save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. Get you to pregame at 5:40. Game 4 of the ALDS opening night. Red Wings. Let's go to Rob. He's first in line. What's up, Robbie? How you doing, buddy?
Not too bad, everybody. How you guys doing?
Excellent. Thank you.
So, just a comparison to the 2006 Tigers, because that's the last time we were in that lull of the playoffs and that kind of stuff. You had a bunch of wily veterans that came in that year, along with like the Verlanders and a couple of young players. This team is so much better visually than that 2006 team that went to the World Series. They own this team. They're all very motivated to do what it takes to win. And I would dare you to find another team that has had a stretch of wins like this year's Tigers have had to get to the playoffs.
Well, you can't. You got to go back to 1973, the New York Mets.
Yep, exactly.
It's the only 2 times in history that it's been done.
And Mike, your hesitation about tonight, I don't even think that should be a thing. These Tigers, they're just different. And when's the last time they lost 2 in a row? Was it against Kansas City in the last weekend of the year?
It'd be the White Sox. Yeah, but I don't even count it. They clinched and they lost 2 in a row to the Sox. Yep. I wouldn't even hold it against them, Rob.
No, awesome. So I see them winning tonight, going to the ALCS. They're going to beat either the Yankees or the Royals. It doesn't even matter who you throw at them at this point.
All right, so you're on Team Rico. Yeah, no, that's listen.
If they lost in the World Series, would you guys be disappointed, or would this be a building block to next year?
Let me get no. This is not a bit. No, I'm gonna. Okay,
this is a one-off. This is an anomaly.
This is all in right now.
Yes, 100%, because your own manager has said this is not sustainable over the course of the season. Now, are there parts of this that are building blocks? Like, look, Meadows, absolute building block, going down to the minors as a non-functioning offensive player and spending 2 months on the farm, coming back, being able to be a guy I can hit at the top of the order and be a Gold Glove center fielder. Yes, building block. Okay, obviously what Skubal's done. Obviously the development of this bullpen. There are elements of this that are absolutely sustainable, but the collective and the success they're having at basically an 800 clip, the way they're doing it, no, not. This is right here, right now. This is the 07 New York Giants. You are on a run. Don't stop now. It's not repeatable. Not in its current format. But we're not worried about that because that's for the offseason. In the here and now, yes, you have every right to believe your team can go and do this. I just choose not to do it without trepidation. And look, guys, I'm not different with my team. I got Garrett Cole on the mound tonight in Kansas City. I'm facing Michael Wacha. I'm nervous. Closeout games are really hard. And Aaron Judge sucks. Okay.
You know what? Judge is getting better, Mike.
He's trash. Let's go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say that I believe that tonight is a must-win. The only way that we can beat your beloved Yankees is by having Skubal go out there 3 times next series. And I know that Rico mentioned that you can't pitch 3 times, but I know that Schilling and Verlander, they pitched on 2 days rest all the time. So I believe if we don't win tonight, we have no chance of beating either the Yankees.
Let me instill, Jordan, I want to instill confidence for you. And I mean this. There's no smart. I shoot straight with my teams, and I'd hope you'd give me that after 20 years in this town. Do you know why you have a good chance to beat the Yankees? The Yankees are only surviving in this series. The Royals, each game, in game 1, they walked 8 Yankees. In game 2, they walked 5. Last night, they walked an astounding 9 batters. The Yankees are never getting that from you. And the Yankees are barely getting by. I think you should have confidence that until or unless the Yankees can get on base in their own accord. And then actually, look, last night, case in point, bases loaded, 1 out. They got Soto and Judge coming up to the plate. Cue the Kenny whoopee cushion. I walked into it, bases loaded, 1 out, sounding like Snoop Dogg. The inning ends, and it was the Kenny cushion. Right. And there's the end of it. Again, think of the juxtaposition. Bases loaded, 1 out, Snoop Dogg. 10 minutes later. That was my night. You can beat the Yankees. I don't think it'll be easy. I don't think you're favored to do it. You can do it. Regardless of whether Skubal pitches game 1 or not. You can. Because the Yankees are not playing good baseball.
Rico, this was Mike.
I mean, David, I know people don't care, but it's part of the fun of sports. So just imagine yourself as a Tigers fan. I'm talking to my dad on the phone at the end of that inning, and I go, how am I supposed to possibly not be irate? One guy makes $500 million. The other's about to ask you for $600. I can't get a hit. Snoop Dogg's looking for a nut. I'm looking for a ball to go through the infield.
Yeah, but you ended up winning the game.
I don't care. It's immaterial.
But don't let the facts get in the way, Mike.
You're right. The guy's going to ask for more than $500 million.
I got $1 billion in ball players, and all I needed was Jake Rogers. That's offensive to me. I mean, honest to God, Jake Rogers lining a double yesterday was a better swing than anybody not named Stanton last night for the Yankees. Jake Rogers, right? Jake Rogers.
You know, stuff.
And things and voodoo and stuff. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm actually walking right up to the stadium now, and I'm super nervous about tonight for a couple reasons. Josh Naylor, every time he gets up to the plate, I swear to God, I feel like that guy's going to bust a seam or he's going to bust a homer.
And his helmet's going to fly off.
Oh, absolutely. What's the deal with that? I mean, every single time he swings, the helmet flies off. That's crazy.
Ridiculous. We ought to give him Doug Karsh's bike helmet with a little chin strap on there.
Yes. But I woke up this morning, so I have a bet with a friend that lives down in Cleveland, and the bet is one of us is going to run 10 miles in our driveway in a loop. And this morning, I woke up to a message. And he said his wife wants him to go talk to the neighbors so they don't think he's crazy when he's going to end up running those 10 miles tomorrow. So they don't even believe that they're going to win. They think we're going to win. And so now I'm kind of on the fence. I'm just so nervous, bro. I don't want to run 10 miles in my driveway.
Hold on. Please don't go anywhere. How did you come up with this idea? Because that's hilarious when you really think about it. You're running around in circles for probably half a day.
Oh my God! So he and I actually go down to Ohio and I do a 100-mile race every July. It's an ultra. So he and I we're runners. We do 50-mile races, 100-mile races, and we saw this video of a guy who had a baby and he was training for a race and he just ran back and forth up and down his driveway with the baby monitor, and and we just figured, hey, that's a good idea.
There has to be video of it. I'm sorry, but that will last a lifetime of your friendship. There has to be a video montage of this.
Could you imagine the neighbors are like, is he okay?
Oh, you have to tell the neighbors.
You do.
Someone will call the police.
That's what I was thinking. And she's totally like that. He's totally like that. I was like, oh my God, that's so funny. But yeah.
Now here's where it gets worse. Yeah, I feel bad for the spouse. Like, wait a minute. You agree to do what because your baseball team lost? No, I have to watch the kids now, and you're running in a loop in our driveway looking like a nut?
No. Take them with you. Put them in a stroller. Take them with you.
Oh, Jesus.
Up and down. All right, boys. Good. Go Tigers.
Enjoy the game tonight. That's an amazing
Work on that cardio. Take the kids with you. Push the stroller.
That's a fantastic bet.
It really is.
It's ridiculous, but it's fun. Right. Now let's go to the opposite end of the spectrum. Andy has no nerves about the game, and he's next on the ticket. What's up, Andy?
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Welcome. What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say, I heard your question about the nerves. I think that these guys have been playing fearless, ever since the end of the season. Through that series with the Astros, I had more nerves about playing them, about pitching to Altuve. And I think these guys proved, and I think it starts with A.J. Hinch and goes from there. These guys are cool, confident, and there's no fear, no nerves. I hope they keep it rolling. The Magic has been fun. I think it's been great for the city, and go Tigers.
You got it, Andy. And again, it just shows you how funny sports is. I had zero nerves against the Astros. I viewed that series as a layup because I viewed the Astros as old and tired and stale, and Alvarez was on one knee.
Yeah.
I just didn't. And Framber Valdez is trash in the play. Like, it just shows you how funny it is he was nervous there. No, I think it's really just about knowing if they win. You're in the ALCS. Yeah. That's unfathomable.
I think for me, the nerves it was game 2 of this series. Okay, can Skubal go out there and even this thing up and come back to Detroit? Once that happened, you know what? I'm all good now.
Yeah. All right, FanDuel giving you a chance to win big every Thursday night, whether it's the football, the baseball, or now, as Kenny likes to say, you can do the hockey. FanDuel's got you covered, but tonight, Thursday night football, Super Bowl squares. It's all the fun of the Super Bowl squares without Creepy Stoney showing up at your door for your donation. It's FanDuel. You bet $5, you get $300 in bonus bets if you win. The squares, they list the odds. You select what you want. You play the game. 21 and up, President Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's right, Snoop. Game 4 ALDS tonight. All right, so listen. Rico's convinced if you win tonight, you go to the World Series. Are they winning tonight, Rico? Ooh,
No,
Cat's got his tongue.
No.
Look at you.
What?
David, he waited until the final moments of the show to be the deflator. Do
Oh
you
my
believe it?
gosh, what are you doing, Rico?
What a stunning. This is a heel turn. This is like when Hulk Hogan started dyeing his beard black. This is stunning. You were sitting here offering a BOGO that if they win tonight, they're going to the World Series, and you waited till now?
He did the Charlie Brown with the football. He's like, I caught you $1. Whoops.
They don't win tonight. They crushed the Guardians tonight.
Okay.
Hold on
That's
now. What? Are you messing with me?
What?
My emotion? Are you serious? You really believe
Yes.
they're going to... Okay, I thought you were going the other way. Okay.
No. I think this is going to be one of those where they get out early and Cleveland just realizes, you know what, this isn't our year, and it's going to end up looking like that Dodgers game last night.
Oh, my. Really?
Wow, 8-0?
I mean, 8-0 would work for me. I got a lot to do tonight. I got to put together 2 NFL shows for tomorrow. So, yeah, sure. Here, I hope they score 3 touchdowns and win 21-0. I mean, whatever. I got stuff to do. I don't want to be stressing in a 13-inning baseball game.
Here we go.
David, a few ticket texts, and then we wrap. And Game 4 is upon us, and away we go. We'll get you to the pregame show here in a couple of minutes.
No nerves playing with house money. David in Ann Arbor says, putting so much on Scooble is insane. The Orioles did sweep Verlander, Scherzer, and David Price back in the day. I like our chances, but let's pump the brakes on saying World Series.
You can't. Hey, stop using facts. Right? Because facts are negative. Me just saying I don't think you're steamrolling through an ALCS because you win tonight is negative. Oh, okay. Baseball's a weird game, guys, and you're a part of the weird.
Costa is already placing his lawn chair for the parade. I think it was still there, though, from the Wings when they won 6 in a row. So
Yeah, well, he better bring a blanket if you know what I mean. Ain't nobody trying to see that.
Lock it in. The Guardians look broken. The Tigers broke their spirit. It's a wrap. Wow. After yesterday,
They might be right. If they come out tonight and look lifeless, that ticket texter is going to be right. I mean, there's nowhere to run from that.
Nick and Howe says, after yesterday, I am planning for a loss tonight, but full faith in Scooble for Game 5.
I don't want to have to go back to Cleveland. It's a great advantage you have Scooble on the mound. Just remember something. They're going to see him a second time around. In proximity. That's advantage other team. You don't want to go back there. So handle your business tonight. Celebrate here. Right at home. On a beautiful fall day.
As they will.
No matter what, we'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 2. We'll wrap all of it. Enjoy your baseball.
Curveball hit hard out in the left field. It's in there for a base hit. Hart may have a shot at Brock. Here comes the